Today, I'll take you through a journey into the world of research processes, a realm where ideas come to life, questions find answers, and knowledge is uncovered. Whether you are a seasoned researcher or new to the world of academia, understanding the process is essential for unlocking the doors to discovery. So, as we embark on this presentation, we will delve into the fundamental steps that guide researchers in their quest for understanding, innovation, and problem solving. We will explore how researchers formulate intriguing questions, design rigorous methodologies, gather and analyze data, and draw meaningful conclusion towards it. So, before we dive into the intricacies, let's basically take a moment to appreciate why research process matters. From unveiling complex mysteries to enhancing everyday technologies, research is the driving force behind progress. It fuels advancement in medicine, technology, social science, and so much more. So, what is research? First, we'll understand that before we go into the research process. Research can be the thing that makes or breaks a project, whether it's an essay, a presentation, or an important scientific endeavor. Without thorough research, it is likely that the work will fall flat. With that in mind, how do we ensure that our research process is effective? So, in this explanation, we'll cover the research processes from top to bottom, learning all the details about implementing effective and carefully considered research. The research processes is a set of ordered steps a researcher takes to ensure that all parts of an investigation are completed to a high standard. Following the research process allows the researcher to cover all angles and ensure that the information they gather is reliable and effectively presented. Anything you write involves organization and a logic flow of ideas. So, understanding the logic of the research process before beginning to write is essential. Simply put, you need to put your writing in the larger context. See the forest before you even attempt to see the trees. In this brief introductory module, we will review the major steps in the research process, conceptualized here, a series of steps with a circle, with each step dependent on the previous one. So the circle best depicts the recursive nature of the process. Once the process has been completed, the researcher may begin by refining or expanding on the initial approach or even pioneering a completely new project to solving the problem. So, steps a researcher takes to ensure that all parts of an investigation are completed to a high standard. Following the research processes allow researcher to cover all angles and ensure that the information they gather is reliable and effectively presented. So now comes the components of research proposal. In general, the proposal components includes introduction, literature review, research design and methods, timeline, collect and analyze data, document the work, communicate your research, and refine. Introduction provides reader with a broad overview of problem in context. Then statement of problem answers the question, what researcher problems are you going to investigate? Literature review shows how your approach builds on existing research, helps you identify methodological and design issues in studies similar to your own. That introduces you to measurement tools other than have used effectively. Helps you interpret findings and ties results of your work to those who have preceded you. Research design and methods describe how you'll go about answering your research questions and confirming hypotheses, lists the hypothesis to be tested, or states research questions you'll ask to seek a solution into your research problem. Include as much as details as possible, measurement instruments and procedures, subjects, and sample size. The research design is what you'll also need to submit for the approval for the institutional review board or the institutional committee if your research involves human or any other subjects respectively. Breaks your project into small, easily doable steps via backward calendar, and here you will be able to maintain your timeline. So collect data that potentially relate to the problem, then arrange the data into a logical organizational structure. Analyzes and interprets the data to determine their meaning, and hence determine if the data resolves the research problem or not. Because research reports differ by discipline, the most effective way for you to understand formatting and citation is to examine reports from others in your department or field. The library's electronic database provides a wealth of examples illustrating how others in your field document their research. Most importantly, talk with your advisor and communicate about your potential local, regional, or national venues to present your findings. And do not sell yourself short. Consider publishing your research in related books or journals. Refine, expand, and pioneer. Earlier, we emphasized the fact that research process, rather than being a linear, is recursive. The reason we conceptualize the process as a series of steps within a circle. At this stage, you may need to revisit your research problems in the context of your finding. You might also investigate the implications of your work and identify new problems or refine your previous research approach. The process then begins anew, and you'll once again move through the series of steps in the circle. Then comes a broad problem area. The research begins with a problem. A problem does not necessarily mean that something is wrong with the current situation. It could also indicate an interest in an issue where finding the right answer might help improve an existing situation. Therefore, we define a problem as any situation where a gap exists between the actual and the desired ideal states. The next step is translating the problem into a feasible research topic that is specific and focused. So once we have selected the specific focus of our study, we need to select a perspective form which we investigate the subject. The selection of an academic perspective of the problem provides us with a vast body of knowledge that will help us to shape our own thinking and spark valuable insights on the issue. A problem areas refers to the entire situation where one sees a possible need for research and problem solving, such as problems currently existing in an organizational setting that need to be solved, areas that a manager believes needs to be improved in the organization, or conceptual or theoretical issues that needs to be tightened up for the basic research to understand certain phenomena. Next comes preliminary information gathering. So nature of information to be gathered. Preliminary information gathering via interviews, reviews, news articles, or textbooks, and the internet will help the researcher to narrow down the broad problems areas and to define a specific problem statement. Then the secondary data are the data that already exist and do not have to be collected by the researcher. Primary data refers to the information that the researcher gathers firsthand through instruments such as surveys, interviews, focus groups, or observations. Broadly, there are two natures of literature in this. Background information on the organization will be origin, size, purpose, locations, factors, management, philosophy, structure, etc. This will be useful when talking with managers and other employees in the company and raising the appropriate issues related to the problem. Then comes the literature, the body of knowledge available to you, journal, textbooks, internet. It ensures that you have a thorough awareness and understanding of current work and viewpoint on the subject area. In defining the problem statement, after the literature review, the researcher is in the position to narrow down the problem from its original broad base and define the issues of concern more clearly. Business problem translated into problem statements. You can see the problem, you can see the research objective. This is the problem statement, how you design the questions. The problem here states, frequent and long delays may translate into much frustration among airline passengers, to switching behavior, and to negative word of mouth communication. These feelings and behaviors eventually have negative effects on the performance and the profitability of the firm. What is the research objective? The purpose of this study is twofold. First is to identify the factors that influence the passengers' waiting experience, and the next is to investigate the possible impact of waiting on customer satisfaction and service evaluations. Based on this objective and the problem, the researcher has designed the questions. What are the factors that affect the perceived waiting experience of airline passengers, and to what extent do these factors affect the perception of waiting times? Which really gives you the answer, which will lead you to the problem-solving issues. What are the effective consequences of waiting, and how does mediate the relationship between waiting and service evaluation? How do situational variables such as fill time influence customers' reaction to the waiting experience? So all are open-ended questions, which will give you the answer that will lead to your objective. So what makes a good problem statement here? The problem statement introduces the key problem that is addressed in the research project. The problem statement is here clear, precise, and short statement of the specific issue that a researcher wishes to investigate. Let's move further and understand the 3 criteria for problem statement that a researcher should keep in mind. It should be relevant, it should be feasible, and it should be interesting. So research, if it is relevant, it has nothing is known about the topic, or if much is known about the topic but the knowledge is scattered. Research is relevant if much research on the topic is available but the results are contradictory. Lastly, if established relationships do not hold in certain situations. A problem statement is feasible if you are able to answer the problem statement within the restrictions of the research project. These restrictions are possibly related to time, money, and expertise of the researcher. Thus, it is important that you develop a narrowly defined question that can be investigated with a reasonable amount of time and effort. Then comes the problem statement if it is interesting, because research is time-consuming process, and you will go through many ups and downs before you present a final version of your research report. It is therefore vital that you are interested in the problem statement that you are trying to answer, so you can stay motivated throughout the entire process. Let's discuss certain example of broad problem areas that a manager could observe at the workplace. So training programs are not as effective as anticipated. The sales volume of a product is not picking up. Minority group members are not advancing in their careers. These are the broad problem areas where the newly installed information system is not being used by the manager for whom it was primarily designed. Also, the introduction of flexible working hours has created more problems than it has solved in many companies. So to what extent to the structure of the organization and type of information system installed account for the variance in the perceived effectiveness of managerial decision making? There should be a proper, well-designed statements. That means, to what extent has the new advertisement campaign been successful in creating high-quality, customer-centered corporate image that it was intended to produce? Next problem statement could be, how has the new packing affected the sales of the product? What are the effects of downsizing on the long-range growth patterns of the companies? And considering all these, you'll be then able to design your problem statement and the questions. Basic types of questions. So a problem statement includes both a statement of the research objective and the research question. There are three basic types of questions that research projects can address: exploratory, descriptive, and casual research. We'll understand each one very deeply. Exploratory research questions are typically developed when, first, not much known about a particular phenomena. Second is, existing research results are unclear or suffer from serious limitation. Next, the topic is highly complex, or there is not enough theory available to guide the development of a theoretical framework. Exploratory research often relies on qualitative approach to data gathering, such as informal discussion with consumers, employees, managers, interviews, focus groups, and/or case studies. As a rule, exploratory research is flexible in nature. Descriptive research questions. The objective of descriptive study is to obtain the data that describes the topic of interest. For instance, if we want to know what % of the population like Coca-Cola better than Pepsi in a blind test, we are interested in describing customers' taste preferences. So here, the descriptive studies are often designed to collect data that describes characteristics of objects such as person, organization, products, or brand. Descriptive study is either quantitative or qualitative in nature. It may involve the collection of quantitative data such as satisfaction rating, production figures, sales figures, or demographic data. But it may also entail the collection of qualitative information. For instance, qualitative data might be gathered to describe how consumers go through a decision-making process or to examine how managers resolve conflicts in organizations. Then comes casual research questions. Casual studies test whether or not one variable causes another variable to change. So in a casual study, the researcher is interested in delineating one or more factors that are causing a problem. Typically, examples of casual research questions could be, what is the effect of a reward system on productivity? And how does perceived value of the customer purchase intentions? So the intention of the researcher conducting a casual study is to be able to state that variable X causes variable Y. So when variable X is removed or altered in some way, the problem Y is solved. The positivist view in the casual study are at the heart of the scientific approach. For a positivist, the world operates by a law of causes and effect that can be discerned if a scientific method to research is used. Exploratory research is needed when there is not enough theory available to guide the development of a theoretical framework. In such cases, exploratory research needs to be done to understand what is going on. So based on this primary work, we will be able to set up more rigorous designs for the investigation, and hence will be able to design more deeper questions. We will be starting with qualitative research. Welcome back, students. This term you must be hearing a lot of time because we are doing a research topics. This research is a very essential part of doing research, or performing any case studies, or writing any research papers or case studies. So qualitative research is basically a very plays a very significant role in research designing and conducting different types of research in qualitative. Get the gist of qualitative research and create our mind. So it's a method used in research design to gather in-depth understanding of people's experience, perspectives, and behaviors. It focuses on exploring individuals' thoughts and feelings in order to uncover the meaning and context behind their actions. So, in qualitative research, data is collected through various methods, such as interview, focus group, observation, and documents analysis. Researchers typically use open ended questions to encourage participants to provide detailed and descriptive responses. Thus, this enables researchers to gain insights into complex social, cultural, and psychological phenomena. The research design in qualitative research is flexible and iterative, allowing for exploration of new research questions and the development of emerging themes or theories. The sample size is often small when doing qualitative research, but the emphasis is on selecting participants who can provide rich and diverse perspective on the research topic is important. This design also involves data analysis techniques, thematic analysis, content analysis, grounded theory, and many more. So, it involves collecting and analyzing non-numerical data to understand concepts, opinions, and or experiences. It can be used in in-depth insight into a problem or generate new idea for research. It is the opposite of quantitative research, in which involves collecting and analyzing numerical data for statistical analysis, wherein qualitative research is commonly used in humanities and social science in subjects such as anthropology, sociology, education, health science, history, etc. Qualitative research involves research that uses data that do not indicate ordinal values. Also, it aims to study things in their natural setting to make sense of a phenomena in terms of meanings people bring to them. It does not involve any forms of intervention or a method to manipulate the studied environment. Unlike randomized clinic trials, RCT, which we say, where the study is meant to measure an intervention. For example, qualitative research can study experiences or people's perspective, in which case the study is conducted without any influence on the environment to get naturally occurring data within the natural setting. So, as best we can, we won't influence the environment, aiming to make sense of phenomena, an event, a case, an object, or experience. For some, qualitative research can be seen a simple data collection method, but for others, can be a complex, deep, and meaningful insight into the world. So, now we have got a basic understanding of what is qualitative research. Let's just go deeper in qualitative research and understand how it has been treated now and how it was treated then. So the word qualitative stems back to around the 15th century from the Latin word qualitas, which means quality, an attribute or a property. So the word qualitative stems back to around the 15th century from the Latin word qualitas, which means quality, an attribute, or a property. So it would make sense that qualitative research looks at the properties, the qualities, or attributes of some things as opposed to quantities of some things. The first qualitative researcher remains unknown. However, looking back to the 19th and 20th centuries, the cultural anthropologies influenced the research field by their observational studies of non-literal societies. Sigmund Freud's and Piaget, well-known key figures in the field of psychology. I am sure everyone must have heard their names. Relied on case studies, on interviewing in their work, and observation techniques. Qualitative research prospered at the end of the 20th century. A nice study by Reen in 2002 looked at the incidence of how many times qualitative research terms were used in research papers in the field of psychology within the 20th century. They found the term qualitative research almost didn't exist until the 1980s. Now, this has changed dramatically in 90s when there was a huge sharp rise in the popularity and use. This method is about what people think and why they think so. For example, consider a convenience store looking to improve its patronage. A systematic observation concludes that more men are visiting the store. One good method to determine why women were not visiting the store is conducting in-depth interview method with potential customers. Example, on successful interviewing female customers, visiting the nearby stores and malls, and selecting them through random sampling, it was known that the store didn't have enough items for women. So fewer women were visiting the store, which was understood only by personally interacting with them and understanding why they didn't visit the store because there were more male products than female ones. Qualitative research questions example that you should ask to get the proper understanding or to find out the output. How does social media shape body image in teenagers? How do children and adults interpret healthy eating in UK? What factors influence employee retention in large organizations? How is anxiety experienced around the world? How can teacher integrate social issues into science curriculums? So, majority how, what, all these related questions should be asked when you do a qualitative research because back then you don't need an assertive answer, yes or no. You basically are involving these questions to get the answers in detail or in brief. So, hence, while doing a qualitative research, it is better to ask an open ended question. Qualitative research design approaches. To perform qualitative research, you must basically choose at least one research design approach that fits your topic. It is not uncommon for researchers to employ more than one approach throughout their study. Here are 5 common designs approaches. Let's break each one down and understand them deeply in the next slides. The first is ethnographic research. Now, ethnographic researchers enter the participants' natural environment to understand how they use a product. This provides context and cultural insights into the everyday lives of customers. Ethnography is the study of a specific grouping within a culture. The researchers pursuing this study format will immerse themselves into the culture they are researching. The qualitative data is gathered through direct observations of an interaction with participants who belong to that culture. The information is then presented through their perspective ultimately. This study aims at understanding group culture. How this research is used. We can take an example of Samsung. Business typically use ethnographic research when trying to understand customer behavior. If a company wants to create a new product or a feature, researchers can observe how customers are currently using their products and record any point of friction found within the experience. and hence you'll will be able to do this research easily. Narrative research. It involves in-depth interview and document analysis. Typically, one or two participants are interviewed over a long period of time, from weeks to months to years. This creates a conclusive, individualized story that offers clear themes and insight into how personal goals influence customers. Now, how we can use this research? Narrative research is particularly helpful when creating buyer personas and a customer journey map. Since you are following the customer experience from start to finish, you can use this information to resolve pain points and optimize interaction for customer delight. Case study research. So during case study research, employees read several cases to gain a deep understanding of a topic or theme. Since these are real examples, researchers can find similarities between their businesses and the case studies. Case study. One of the most common qualitative designs are used to examine a person, group, community, or institution. Researchers often use a bounded theory approach that confines the case study in terms of time or space. To conduct the case study, the researcher may draw upon multiple sources of data, such as observation, interviews, and documents. All participants chosen must share a unifying factor, which means they all must have a direct or indirect connection to the research questions or subject being studied. Now, after collecting the data, the researcher will analyze it to identify common or prominent themes. Now, how this skill can be used? Case studies are a useful tool for customer advocacy. If you conduct a case study on a customer who has succeeded using your product, you can publish that story to your website for other visions to see. The way potential leads can read about another person or businesses who had faced a problem like theirs and use that information to find the solution. This is how you can, in the case study, go with the knowledge, subject, data, research, method, criteria, conclusion. And the most important part is evidence. Phenomenological approach. Phenomenological research combines a variety of research methods. Those are interviews, observation, reading, and more to help you describe a place, action, or a process. Now, this description is based entirely on the perspective of participants as it analyzes people who have first-hand experience with the activity. Phenomenology is a wide-ranging from of study. In this research model, the researchers look to gather information that explains how individuals experience a phenomenon and how they feel about it. This model recognizes that there is no single objective reality. Instead, everyone experiences things differently. The outcome is described from the point of view of the participants. However, the researcher is still able to derive a set of findings that can be used to identify themes surrounding the phenomena under study. How it's used now. One area where this type of research is useful is exploring how employees or customers feel about a particular company policy. For example, let's just say your employees ask you to remove a pointless safety rule because they think it slow down their productivity when it's really in their best interest to keep it. You can use a phenomenological research to educate employees on why that policy is important and what that policy can do for their betterment. Grounded theory research. Grounded theory research goes a step beyond phenomenological research by uncovering explanations behind certain activities. To develop a theory, this method involves interviewing large samples of customers and performing in depth document research to better comprehend how consumers use products. The purpose of grounded theory is to develop a theory surrounding a social issue. This theory seeks not only to identify problems in social scenes, but also to define how people deal with those problems. Grounded theory is unique among qualitative design approaches because it depends solely on the data gleaned through the research processes. Often, the initial research question is progressively reformed and refined as more information is gathered on the topic. In this sense, the participants helped shape the study. Now, how this can be used? Grounded theory research is typically a long term play. As your business gathers more information over time, you start to recognize unique trends regarding customer needs and goals. Once you know why people are choosing your products, you can confidently create new products and features that encapsulate the core values that your customers are looking for. Now, let's move on to the qualitative research method you can use based on your approach. The increased popularity could be credited to a number of reasons. So, the grounded theory and influential approach in qualitative research was introduced in 1960s, followed by newly published academic journals with a focus on qualitative research over the following 2 decades. This has created a platform for publishing and access to readers who can spread the word and contribute to the discussion and the debate about the findings. As with quantitative research and statistical analysis software, there are some computer software programs that started to develop for qualitative research to help manage their data. And more recently, programs developed to help with data interpretations and analysis. It was debatable at one point that qualitative research might not be as compatible as the quantitative methods. The findings and contribution of qualitative research have now gained huge monument which shifted the way of thinking and convinced researchers that both methods can complement one another, adding strength and value to the studied field. This both the methods can be used to find the quality answers or the quality outcomes. What is survey design? As it is a part of research design, we need to understand what is survey design. Survey design is the process of creating surveys with goals of receiving maximum insights from survey research. It includes using an online survey tool to design a survey from scratch or using ready-made survey templates. A personalized survey allows us to better understand customer behavior within the market. With a good survey design, it is possible to gather the necessary information that allows us to have a better strategy for decision making, prevents problem, and maintain a constant improvement of the company. Ten steps for good survey designs. The right survey design can become the determining factor in the success of your projects. To achieve it in the best way possible, we have created basically the 10 steps designed to survey properly. The first, the most important part of the survey process is to create questions that accurately measure respondents' opinion and behavior. Response rates will be wasted if the information gathered is based on biased question. So gathering good feedback involves both writing good questions and using a good survey design to organize those questions well. How can we do that? First, identify what you want to cover in a survey. Even before you finalize the survey design, it is vital to think about the objective of deploying a survey. Identify what you want to cover in a study and make sure the topic is clear at once. Once there is a clarity obtained on what the survey will be about, other steps will follow. Split your core objective into multiple unique points. The brief should answer some basic questions. What kind of demographic detail do you want to capture? Do you want to calculate Net Promoter Score? Will it be a micro or a macro survey? How many questions do you want to have? What type of questions should be open-ended? Do you want to add a variable to personalize surveys of respondents? So effective online survey will have distinct blocks designed to guide the respondent through the process. Here is what the common survey blocks will look like. There it will be introduction that sets the respondent's expectations may also be covered in the survey invite. Then the survey duration. Give respondents a realistic time estimate and remind them their opinion are secure and it does matter. Screeners. Question designed to ensure the respondent meets your criteria. Typical screeners include demographic, that is age, gender, region, level of responsibility or purchasability, product service usage, or brand or a company awareness. Screeners are useful for establishing quotas. Then the body, the bulk of the survey questions on usage, attitudes, awareness, concepts, testing, competitive perception, etc. Again, demographics plays a very important role here, where question used for profiling or segmenting the respondents. Now, no need to repeat any demographic used as screeners. Now, the final thought is close with an open-ended question, asking for any additional ideas. Redirects could be a simple thank you page, a redirect to your website, or back to the panel provider. Next vital step, put the essential question now. Now that you have your core objectives brief ready, it's time for you to convert these core points to a real survey questions. It is rather easy to start deviating from the core objectives and boundaries once it starts creating the survey on questionnaire. Give the amount of freedom and choices that the platform that you choose provides. However, it is essential to stick to what you had already decided unless you know that objectives need some alteration to make your survey better. Next, keep it short and straightforward. Respondents may get irritated and less likely to complete the survey if a topic is not precise and tend to bounce back and forth. Therefore, follow a logical order in placing the question and stick to a specific topic. If the survey is too lengthy, respondents might not stay interested in filing out the entire study, and survey's result might get compromised. Hence, keep it short and straightforward. Next, ask one question at a time. Branching questions or asking more than one question at a time can confuse respondents and they might not be able to choose the correct option or options from the list of answer options provided. Therefore, it is advisable to ask one question at a time to give clarity to respondents. Another advantage of using logic in your surveys is making them more user-friendly by simplifying the answer in most cases, because the mechanism to make a survey is make it more systematic and helpful for a respondent to answer and make it shorter. Avoid using jargons. For respondents to respond to the survey, avoid using jargons and too many technical terms. Using a language that is easily understood by respondents will help them understand and respond to surveys better. Language is extremely important while designing a survey. The idea must be to make it as simple as possible for the respondent to answer your survey. The more complicated it becomes, the more likely it is that respondents will leave their survey incomplete. Open-ended questions or a closed-ended questions. Just think this in your mind. Hence, we are doing this research topic for a longer time and it gives you a deeper understanding also. So it's just, I will definitely clear that, but keep in your mind which kind of question you will be drafting. So it is always the tricky part, whether to ask open-ended questions or a closed-ended questions. The trick here is balance out both these options. Try and include descriptive and objective questions to balance the survey. Again, question types should be carefully stored as it defines the tone and importance of asking a question in the first place. Spend time to design your survey. When preparing for an initial client meeting, make sure you prepare questions regarding the nature of the problem, including their gut feelings, as well as asking for any relevant information about their business operation in which you might not already know. Market research or research in general does not thrive if it is kept in a vacuum. Therefore, researchers need to be proactive in communications with internal and external clients. Management is likely only to see the result of a problem, such as decline in sales or downtrend in customer satisfaction ratings. The cause of these problems, example, a shift in market preferences, can also be identified when we look below the surface. Here, the researcher's job is to query clients to understand what is known, a decline in sales, and to identify possible causes of the problem that we quantify via research efforts. A survey needs to create brand awareness with respondents. For this, the survey creator can use the brand language. That could be a logo, a brand color, a brand tagline, so the respondents can correlate with it. You can also personalize your research studies for your respondents using customer variables. It is useful for capturing responses in earlier questions from your target audience and use them to create automated form fills that personalize the following questions. For example, obtaining the respondent's key demographic at the beginning of the survey allows you to set questions that use this data and personalize the survey. Analyze the responses. Now, once you have sent out the survey, collect all the responses and maintain a document or an Excel sheet for the collected responses. This will later help you or should have all mentioned classifications of survey to have all the data in place. You need to make sure you follow these steps and categorize data into behavior, psychographics, and demographics. Any researcher needs to have organized data so that analyzing, predicting outcomes, and writing reports become very easy. Put a summary report together. After collecting responses and analyzing it, share your analysis with your customer using a summary report. You should have all the data gathered from surveys in a particular format. By this stage, the readers should get a clear picture of your goal. That is, what were you trying to attain from the survey? Make sure you cover questions such as, do users use a particular product or service? Which product do the user prefer? Any comment? Lastly, conclude your plan of action. Prepare your final action plan based on your goal, responses, put together and conclude. Mend your final plan and start executing the changes. A survey creator may direct a pre-testing of the survey to a focus group. During the development process, to better understand how respondents in that group may respond, pre-testing is a good practice as a survey creator can comprehend in the initial stage if there are any changes required in the survey. This is how you are able to conclude your entire plan, and then these steps will help you design the good survey. Apart from these steps, there are also certain things that you should keep in mind for a good survey design is formatting consideration. That could be list versus drop downs. So question involving categories, both single or multiple select, can be presented either as a visible list or via the drop down menu. If your survey page is getting crowded, then consider drop downs. The key is to be consistent in your use and not mix formatting types on the same page. Branded versus blind now. Surveys are communications just like websites or emails and should use your accepted brand standards. So competitive intelligence research is an exception. In this use case, avoid colors and logos that could sway respondents in the favor of your brand. Number of questions per page that you put in. So it comes down to scrolling versus clicking. Keep the number of questions per page to a reasonable number, between 1 and 4. Some survey designers prefer the single question per page, but you can move beyond that with the drop downs. However, always keep an eye out for a visual clutter. Most importantly, for a presentable survey design, fonts plays a very vital role here. Fonts that can be viewed clearly across multiple devices. Typically, sans serif fonts such as Arial or Helvetica works best in such cases. Then comes the spacing. Hygiene matters when you conduct a survey that should be appealing for the respondents to respond. So leverage visual space in survey designs to reduce the cognitive load faced by the respondent. You can accomplish those in several ways, where you can limit the number of questions per page, text that leverage section headings with shifting between survey blocks. It provides a visual cue that nature of the question is changing. So descriptive writing is called when the process requires the respondent to have a deep focus, such as considering product scenarios. Keep these as brief as possible. So I've spoken about more of a visual appearance so that respondents respond to your question, at least looking at the hygiene that you have used. But there are certain tips for writing great question for survey design. Basically, as I always mention, that writing great question is an art that, like all arts, require a significant amount of work, practice, and help from others. Avoid loaded or leading words or questions. Slight wording changes can produce significant difference in results. So could, should, might all sound almost the same, but may provide a 20% difference in agreement to a question. For example, the Supreme Court could, should, might have forced the breakup of Microsoft Corporation. So strong words that represent control or action, such as prohibit, produce similar results. Do you believe that Congress should prohibit insurance companies from raising rates? Just understand how the question has been placed. So sometimes wording is just biased. You wouldn't want to go to do that initially and get the biased opinions. Even the misplaced questions can lose the interest of the respondents. The question placed out of order or out of context should be avoided. In general, a funnel approach is advised. Broad and general questions at the beginning of the questionnaire as a warm-up, then more specific, followed by more general, easy to answer questions like demographic. All these will be able you to do a proper research study and hence design the questions which are non-exhaustive listing. So do you have all the options covered? If you are unsure, conduct a pretest using the other. Please specify the option. Then revise the question, making sure that you cover at least 90% of your respondents' answer. Then unbalanced listing. One study used a quantify scale that made the heavy drinker appear in the middle of the scale. The polar ends reflected no consumption and an impossible amount to consume. However, we expect all hospitals to offer proper care and may use a scale of excellent, very good, good, fair. We do not expect poor care. So draft your question accordingly. Questions on future intentions can also be placed. Forecasts are rarely accurate for more than a few weeks, or in some cases, months ahead. Avoid asking questions that will require participants to overthink because they would not want to involve in that question or indulge in that question thoroughly to answer. What is questionnaire development? So a brief account of the key attributes of a sound questionnaire serves as the opening section of the chapter. This is followed by a 9-point framework for developing an effective questionnaire. These are the only two components for this chapter on question design. The qualities of good questionnaire. The designs of questionnaire will depend on whether the researcher wishes to collect exploratory information, that is qualitative information for the purpose of better understanding or the generation of hypotheses on a subject, or quantitative information to test specific hypotheses that have previously been generated. So exploratory questionnaires, if the data to be collected is qualitative or is not to be statistically evaluated, it may be that no formal questionnaire is needed. For example, in interviewing the female head of the household to find out how decisions are made within the family when purchasing breakfast, foodstuff, a formal questionnaire may restrict the discussions and prevent a full exploration of women's view and processes. Instead, one might prepare a brief guide listing perhaps 10 major open-ended questions with appropriate prompts listed under each. Then, a formal standardized questionnaires. If the researcher is looking to test and quantify hypotheses, the data is to be analyzed statistically. A formal standardized questionnaire is redesigned. Such as questionnaires are generally characterized by prescribed wording and order of questions to ensure that each respondent receives the same stimuli. Then prescribed definitions or explanation for each question to ensure interviewers handle questions consistently and can answer respondents' requests for clarification if they occur. A well-designed questionnaire should meet the research objectives. This may seem obvious, but many research surveys omit important aspects due to inadequate preparatory work and do not adequately probe particular issues due to poor understanding. To a certain degree, some of this is inevitable. Every survey is bound to leave some questions unanswered and provide a need for further research. But the objective of good questionnaire design is to minimize these problems. So, it should obtain the most complete and accurate information possible. The questionnaire designer needs to ensure the respondent fully understand the questions that has been drafted and are not likely to refuse to answer or lie to the interviewer or try to conceal their attitude. A good questionnaire is organized and worded to encourage respondents to provide accurate, unbiased, and complete information. A well-designed questionnaire should make it easy also for respondent to give the necessary information and for the interviewer to record the answers. It should be arranged so that sound analysis and interpretations are possible. It would keep the interview brief and to the point and be so arranged that the respondents remain entrusted throughout the interviews. So we have discussed many points about the questionnaire as a set of questions asked to the target respondents and how it should be drafted. Either you can take open-ended or a closed-ended, or both open and closed can be used in the design of the questionnaire to collect the data. So different types of data which can be used are nominal, ordinal, interval, and ratio scales, depending upon the questions and the objectives. The most important thing for the questionnaire development is the objective of your research. So each of these points will be further discussed throughout the following sections that we will be studying deeply. So even after the exploratory phase, two key steps remain to be completed before the task of designing the questionnaire. So it is possible for piloting exercise to be used to make necessary adjustment to administrative aspects. This would include, for example, an assessment of the length of time an interview actually takes in comparison to the planned length of the interview, or in the same way, the time needed to complete questionnaires. Moreover, checks can be made on the appropriateness of the timing of the study in relation to contemporary events such as avoiding farm visits during busy harvesting periods. Preliminary decisions in questionnaire design. I'll take you through the 9 steps which you can write it down or keep it in mind. Decide the information required for the development of questionnaire. Then define the target respondents that you want the response from. Then third could be choose the methods of reaching your target respondents. Interval, interviews, ratio scales, what kind of questionnaire that you will be using. Then decide on question content. Develop the question wording appropriately, which suits the objectives. Then put questions into a meaningful order and format. Importantly, check the length of questionnaire. Then, before sending it to the targeted respondents, pre-test the questionnaire and develop the final survey form. This is the way how you can be able to create the questionnaire. Now, is there a difference between questionnaire and surveys? If you thought the answer was that they are both the same, you couldn't further from the truth. Though the two are different, they are often used interchangeably. It may sound like a semantic dispute, but hopefully the difference will be clearer by the end of this chapter. Remember, in grade school math, learning that a square is a rectangle, but a rectangle isn't a square. Sort of same deal here. Surveys can be done using questionnaire, but not the other way around. Still confused? So a questionnaire is a set of written questions used to obtain information indistinctly to evaluate the single person. Think about those tests that are the latest rage. They are relatively deep dives into a single person, and the results affect a single person. Even though the questionnaire can be answered by more than one person, the answers are not part of a statistical analysis. Now, on the other hand, a survey gathers the result of multiple questionnaires from a set population so that in the end, statistical analysis and trends can be derived from aggregated data. Think of polling for elections. In order to get a correct read of what people want, representative samples of specific types of respondents are analyzed. Now, why there's a confusion between questions and survey? The internet. Before
the internet, questionnaires and surveys were done on paper, and analysis was a separate account altogether. Once a questionnaire was completed by a respondent, there was nothing left to consider you'd been psychologically classified, favorite black and white TV shows. On the other hand, when surveys were completed and collected, one had to manually count the result and plot them on graphs or user room sized computers. That took hours to compute. So, if you were doing a survey, you knew you were in for a lot of work. Nowadays, that distinction is harder to see. Since data is oftentimes immediately aggregated and shared on social media for the world to see, we are in many ways taking for granted the work that is going on in the background between the click to complete survey and the result tally page that generally come next. So survey refers to the process of collecting and analyzing data, and question is not a survey itself. So there are a lot of differences, but you need to identify which suits the objective that you want to.
Research process definition. So before we proceed ahead, I would give you a background of what research should be and how effective it should be. So the words, how the words can break the heart or make the heart. Similarly, research can be the thing that makes or breaks a project, whether it's an essay, a presentation, or an important scientific endeavor. Without thorough research, it is likely that the work will fall flat. So, keeping that in mind, how do we ensure that our research process is effective? So, for that, the research process is a set of ordered steps a researcher takes to ensure that all parts of an investigation are completed to a high standard. So, this will help you to go through the thorough research. The research process allows the researcher to cover all angles and ensure that the information they gather is reliable and effectively presented. Hence, this is how you can ensure that your research project or process is going effective. So, we will cover all the research tools which are necessary to deliver an effective project. Purpose of research. The purpose of research is to enhance society by advancing knowledge through scientific theories, concepts, and ideas. A research purpose is met through forming hypotheses, collecting data, analysis, etc. In all, it summarizes the research studies, specific topic, and goals, providing readers with an accurate, concrete understanding of the findings. The purpose of the research and its characteristics or in elements, the basic properties of the research purpose are this the exploration, description, and explanation. What is exploration? Gaining some familiarity with the topic that you have selected, discovering some of its main dimensions, and possibly planning more structured research. Then is description. Once you explore the topic, once you understand what are the dimensions that you particularly have to cover in the further research, then you come to the descriptions where you talk about the Census Bureau report on a number of Americans, for example, political poll predicting who will win an election, anthropologist ethnographic account of Perlitrate tribe, and the explanation take it step further. So after deciding, exploring, describing, then you further move ahead with the research. The research purpose should be specific and precise. It should not be general, broad, or obscure. It should be defined concisely. Basically, you can say it should be defined within one or two sentences. The research goal should be apparent. It should not be vague, ambiguous, or confusing to the readers. Otherwise, your research will again fall flat. So, all the statements should be goal oriented and also stated in terms of desired outcomes. That will help you to further explain your research well to your readers. What is research design? Have you been wondering what is research design or what are some research design examples? So don't worry, we will be learning about this now. So a research design is the plan or a framework used to conduct a research study. It involves outlining the overall approach and methods that will be used to collect and analyze data in order to answer research question or test hypothesis that you have created. Or research design is the framework of research methods and techniques. So the design that is chosen by the researcher allows them to utilize the methods that are suitable for the study and to set up the study successfully in the future as well. So this particular helps you or allows the researcher to sharpen the research methods suitable for the subject matter that they have selected and set up the studies for the success. So this design of the research can be either qualitative or quantitative or even mixed. So under this research design, researchers can choose between different types of methods. There are also subtypes of research methods, which we will be studying deeply ahead. So research design also includes elements of data collection, measurement of data with the respective tools, and the analysis of the data. As a rule of thumb, the research problem of a company chooses to work on is the determining factor of the research design chosen by the researcher instead of the other way around. So the market research studies design phase is this time when the researchers determine the tools to be used in the study and the way they are used. Good research usually ensures minimum level of bias in the data collection method to improve both internal and external validity of the research. That we have already studied while studying ethical consideration during research. So desired outcome of experimental research is to have a design that will result in the least amount of error in the study. So a well-designed research should have a clear and well-defined research questions, a detailed plan of collecting data, a method of analyzing, interpreting, and a well-thought-out research design. All these addresses to a quality research output. So the research problem an organization faces will determine the design, not vice versa. The design phase of a study determines which tools to use and how they are used. So there are the three main types which will help you to understand these deeper. Process of research design. So the research design process is a systematic and structured approach to conducting research, as research itself should be very organized. So the process is essential to ensure that the study is valid, first, reliable, and produces meaningful outcome or a result. So for that, you have to first consider your aims and approaches, wherein you have to determine the research questions and objectives and identify the theoretical framework and methodology for the study. Second is choose a type of research design. Select the appropriate research design, such as experimental, correlation, survey, case studies, or ethnography, based on the research questions and objectives. Third, importantly, identify your population and sampling method. So here you have to determine the target population and the sample size and choose the sampling methods such as random, stratified random sampling, and convenience sampling. Choose your data collection method. So decide on the methods such as surveys, interviews, observation, experiments. So this will help you further select the appropriate instruments or tools for collecting the appropriate data. Plan your data collection procedures. Develop a plan for data collection, including the time frame, location, and personal involvement, and ensure ethical consideration. Lastly, decide on your data analysis strategies. Select the appropriate data analysis techniques such as statistical analysis, content analysis, and discourse analysis, and plan how to interpret the result. The process of research design is a critical step in conducting research. So, by following the step of research design or the process, you can ensure that the study is well planned, ethical, and rigorous. then effectively describes the data which will be necessary for an adequate test of the hypothesis and explain how such data will be obtained. Describe the methods, lastly, of analysis, which will be applied to the data in determining whether or not the hypotheses are true or false. So some basic characteristics of research design are common. So different research design types, the characteristics of research are this: neutrality, reliability, validity, and generalization. So what is neutrality? We'll further deeply dive into this. Right from the study assumptions to setting up the study, a neutral stance must be maintained, free of preconceived notions, which is a very important point for a researcher. There should not be any preconceived notions before they start their study. The researcher's expectations or beliefs should not color the findings or interpretations of the findings. Accordingly, a good research design should address potential source of bias and confounding factors to be able to yield unbiased and neutral results. Next is reliability. Reliability is one of the characteristics of research design that refers to consistency in measurement over repeated measures and fewer random errors. A reliable research design must allow for results to be consistent with few errors due to chances. Third is validity. What does validity refer to? Validity refers to the minimization of non-random errors. That should be a systematic one. A good research design must employ measurement tools that ensures validity of the results. Lastly, generalization. So the outcome of the research design should be applicable to a larger population and not just a small sample. A generalized method means the study can be conducted on any part of a population with similar accuracy. So, a well planned research design is critical for conducting a scientifically rigorous study that will generate neutral, reliable, valid, and generalizable result. At the same time, it should allow some level of flexibility also. Let's look into the research design element. So, impactful research usually creates a minimum bias in data and increases trust in the accuracy of collecting data. So, a design that produces the slightest margin of error in experimental research is generally considered the desired outcome. The essential elements are accurate purpose statement, techniques to be implemented for collecting and analyzing the data research, the method applied for analyzing collected details, type of research methodology, then probable objections to research, setting for the research study, timeline, and measurement of analysis. This will help you to produce your research with the proper steps, which will help you also to maintain the timeline and do the measurement analysis later. Slide research process steps. Research process steps. We know that research process is about ensuring research is completed effectively and appropriately. But how can you make sure you don't forget any important aspect of the research process? So, there are certain key steps. First is identify the purpose of the research question, design a research plan, collect the required data, interpret the collected data, and last, present the research findings. So, by following all these 5 ordered research process steps, you will ensure your research is complete. So, we will further deeply understand all these steps. We will dwell deeper into each steps of the research process that are listed below. We will also look out some tips of how to approach writing your research project in this PPT. As we mentioned, the first point is identifying the purpose or objective or a problem. So before researching a topic, you need to know what information you want to find out. There's no point simply Googling Ernest Hemingway. Who is he? A great American author. He created a signature style Great American author. He created a signature writing style with short, simple prose, but layered characters and plot lines. So if you search, you will definitely get it, but you have to understand what you want to find out. So when what you are specifically interested in is the effects of the narrative perspective used in his novel Fraud, Whom the Bell Tolls. Identifying your brief or devising a research question is a vital to ensure you are looking for the right information and not being too broad. This will also help you find information that is relevant and helpful for your investigation. So a research question here is targeted in specific question that sets the biases of your research and also sets the basis of your research. How has the development of technology impacted our language use? This is their question. So let's just talk into the hypothesis. The hypothesis is an idea or a proposition used as a basis of research, which sets the foundation for further investigation. Hypothesis is an idea that is not necessarily assumed to be correct, but is simply used as basis of your further exploration. For example, younger people are more likely to use acronyms when communicating, use social media than older people. So this is the base of your hypothesis. Let's look into the detail. So not all types of research will require a hypothesis. For example, literature-based research. However, things like scientific research or other kinds, primary research, research where you are contributing your own ideas to the field, may require one of the hypotheses. Next is design a research plan. It's now time to design your research plan. Before you begin your research, you'll need to consider the type of research you'll undertake, that is qualitative or quantitative, and whether you'll create new research primary or conduct research by analyzing the research for others, that is secondary research. You must also decide what types of source you might use while designing a research plan. Third is collection of the required data. So data collection process can be split into two subcategories. Firstly, you must collect secondary research data by conducting your own research based on primary and secondary sources that already exist. These existing sources could include journal articles, news articles, textbooks, and literary books. So, in some cases, your data collection may end here and you could move on to interpreting your findings. However, you may need to conduct primary research as well. So, your primary research could include conducting surveys, interviews, questionnaires, among other qualitative and quantitative research methods, which we already done in the last lecture. We're conducting primary research, you must remain ethical and keep clear records of your data for analysis. So next is interpretate the collected data. So to interpret your findings, you should organize them so the data relates to a certain point of argument. By doing this, what are you doing? You'll be able to see how your data collected supports, disapproves, or influences the research questions or the hypothesis made in the beginning. So your evidence might show something different from your research question and hypothesis suggested, and that's okay. So we have made a hypothesis where we are saying that younger generation uses more acronyms or use social media than the older. So this is the hypothesis. After collecting the data, you understand the evidence that you prove is completely not supporting the hypothesis that you made in the start. You can analyze the data to see what conclusions can be drawn. In other words, explore the data you collected to understand what it means or suggest. Suppose you were investigating the impact of social media on language use. In that case, you might have conducted a range of surveys and questionnaires to gain data on how your participants use luggage via social media. So these surveys and questionnaires are your primary source. You might also have researched that effects of social media on language use using secondary sources such as existing in research papers on subject. So by collating all these collected data, you could pick out patterns across your participants group, such as people using more acronyms such as LOL or BRB when instant messaging. You could then use a secondary research to suggest reason for these patterns. and then present the findings. It is finally time to present your findings. So what you do here is you create your final report or presentation on your findings, whether your project is an essay or a visual presentation. You need to carefully consider how to portray your result and conclusion so that they are easy to follow. Think about what you want your reader or audience to understand from research and how the data you collect support this. Make sure your conclusion is decisive and backed up with the appropriate evidence. A good way to ensure you have supported your argument or investigation sufficiently is to use the PEEL method in each paragraph. That is PEEL. What is PEEL method? First is point, evidence, explanation, and link. So first, make the point or state the argument you want to discuss. Next, provide evidence to support your argument or a point. Explain how and why the evidence back up what you are saying. Lastly, provide a link to your next paragraph where you make your next point. An effective way of presenting visual data is the charts and graphs. So, for example, out of 100 participants, 40 said they use more acronyms on social media than when you using other forms of written communication. So, out of 100 people surveyed, 40 said this. That means you have to write that in your written communication form. Next is last, referencing. Referencing and citation are so important in terms of writing the report. You must refer and cite your work correctly and fully. Some standard referencing formats include APA, MLA, Chicago, but you should check whether your researcher or whether your coach or whether your guide uses which one. So referencing is a very vital and essential as it gives credit to the people who have written the secondary resources you used in your research and acknowledges when you have used an idea that is not yours. It is all contextualize your work and shows how extensive your research has been. Finally, referencing will stop you from being pulled up for the plagiarism. We will look more into the research process examples. So now you have a good idea of how research process work. We'll understand the example. So first we studied identifying the research question. How does language use differ between 18 to 26-year-olds and 45 to 60 years old using social media? So that you have identified the research question. Now formulate the hypothesis. So this step will only be necessary for primary research or a scientific research. So younger people are more likely to use social media for communication and are more likely to use short forms languages such as abbreviations and acronyms. Then we have design a research plan. So research plan for this investigation could be selecting two groups of participants that match the research criteria, gaining their consent to be included in the study. Use qualitative research methods such as interviews to gather on different variables. Consider how to record the data. Example, detailed notes from secondary research and collating questionnaire and survey answers. Collect the required data. Use a range of primary and secondary sources to conduct secondary research and conduct a semi-structured interview to gain primary qualitative data. So record all these data in an organized and meaningful way. Lastly, you have interpret the data. So use your secondary research knowledge to help analyze the result gained from your primary research and then link your analysis back to your research question and hypothesis, drawing a conclusion that is by evidence. Do not forget that you have to back up your research with an evidence and a thorough investigation should be done. Lastly, as we mentioned, present your findings. So the research could be reported in an essay or turned into a visual presentation using graphic images or the different points where you are saying why we are mentioning that younger generation use more acronyms or more abbreviations than the older generation. So you have to present your findings with all these steps. This research could be reported in an essay or turned into a visual presentation that will help you to further take out all your outcomes or the research properly in front of your presenter. Lastly, the key takeaway from this particular session is the research process is a set of ordered steps that can help you to ensure your research is complete. Comprises of 5 steps that we have studied: identifying the purpose, designing a research, interpreting data, reporting the findings. With an example, we did it. There are 2 key types of research. There are qualitative and quantitative, where these are the 2 key types, where we also can include primary and secondary, depending upon what kind of research we are going ahead with. Lastly, research question demonstrate the aim of the research. So we have to firstly identify what kind of research question we will be adhering to the entire research, then move into our research findings. Also create certain hypotheses that will help you to further analyze whether the hypothesis that you have created is matching to what the data has been collected through the qualitative or quantitative research. Thank you.
Let's begin with research process step. We have already done the introduction in the previous chapter. So research can be the thing that makes or breaks a project, whether it's an essay, a presentation, or an important scientific endeavor. Without thorough research, it is likely that work will fall flat. With that in mind, how do we ensure that our research process is effective? So in this PPT today, we'll cover the research process from top to bottom, learning all the details about implementing effectively and carefully considered research by end of this chapter. You'll have the tool necessary to smash any research project. It's basically a set of ordered steps a researcher takes to ensure that all parts of investigation are completed to a high standard. Following the research process allows the researcher to cover all angles and ensure that information they gathered is reliable and effectively presented. Anything you write involves organization and a logic flow of idea. So, understanding the logic of the research process before beginning to write is essential. Simply put, you need to put your writing in the larger context. See the forest before you even attempt to see the trees. So in this brief introduction module, we'll review the major steps in the research processes. Conceptualize here as series of steps within a circle, with each step dependent on the previous one. The circle best depicts the recursive nature of processes. That is, once the process has been completed, the researcher may begin again by refining or expanding on the initial approach, or even pioneering a completely new approach to solving the problem. So first step is identifying a research problem. So you identify a research problem by first selecting a general topic, then interesting to you and to the interest and specialities of your research advisor. Once identified, you'll need to narrow it. For example, if teenager pregnancy is your general topic area, your specific topic could be a comparison of how teenage pregnancy affects young fathers and mothers differently. Then comes review the literature or evaluate the literature. So find out what's being asked or what's already been done in the area by doing some exploratory reading. Discuss the topic with your advisor to gain additional insight, explore novel approaches, and begin to develop your research questions, purpose statement, and hypothesis, if applicable. Determining research questions. So a good research question is a question worth asking, one that poses a problem worth solving. So a question should be very clear. Be clear with your question. It must be understandable to you and to others. Be researchable. It should be capable of developing into a manageable research design
So, data may be collected in relation to it. Extremely abstract terms are unlikely to be suitable. Connect with established theory and research. There should be a literature on which you can draw to illuminate how your research questions should be approached. Be neither too broad nor too narrow. See a brief explanation of the narrowing process and how your research question, purposes, statement, and hypothesis are interconnected. So, research question, purpose statements, and hypothesis. A good example of how to narrow your topic into a good research questions. Too broad, like you can say a rural America. So it is very difficult to understand what kind of research will you be doing on rural America because it's very broad and vague topic. What you need to do here is a little bit of narrowing down. When you narrow it down, you do a role of women in rural America. Now this helps you to understand what are you talking about or what your research wants to portray. Then you need to draft your research question. So, what is the central role of women in today's farming communities in rural America? So, if you are asked to write a proposal before you begin your actual research, the proposal will contain a purpose statement that states in some detail what you want to learn about in your research. It looks something like example will take this study will examine your purpose statement leads to write a more refined thesis or hypothesis, an assertion that you can define and support with evidence gathered in your literature review. So, in the United States, government regulation plays an important role in the fight against pollution. Or conversely, we can say United States government regulation has little effect in the fight against air pollution. So the type of design select for your study depends on your research questions, hypothesis, or a problem. You'll use the evidence you gathered in your research to confirm or reject your hypothesis. Then comes you need to develop research methods. So once you have finalized your research questions, purpose statements, and hypothesis, you will need to write your research proposal. That is a detailed management plan for your research project. The proposal is an essential to successful research as an architect's plans are to construction of a building. So when we say research proposals, let's go into a little bit deep. Components of research proposal. So in general, the proposal components includes introduction, literature review, research design and method, and timeline. So introduction here provides reader with a broad overview of problem in context. Then shows how your approach built on existing research helps you identify methodological. Then the research design and methods describes how you go about answering your research questions and confirming your hypothesis. So these are the basic steps that we have studied in literature review. Then comes creating the hypothesis. So formulating an original hypothesis is the next logical step after narrowing down the research topic and defining it. A belief solves logical relationship between variables. So in order to establish a hypothesis, the researcher must have a certain amount of expertise in the field. So it is important for a researcher to keep in mind while formulating a hypothesis that is must be on the research topic. Researchers are able to concentrate their efforts and stay committed to their objective when they develop theories to guide their work. So it's basically a plan for achieving objectives and answering research questions. It outlines how to get relevant information. Its goals is to design research. So in that, research design plays a very vital role, which aims to minimize the time, money, effort required to acquire meaningful evidence. So this plan basically fits into 4 categories: exploratory and survey, experiment, data analysis, and observation. Then comes your prescribed population. Research projects usually look at a specific group of people, facilities, or how technology is used in the business. In research, the term population refers to this study group. The research topic and purpose help determine the study group. Suppose a researcher wishes to investigate a certain group of people in the community. In that case, the research could target a specific age group, males or females, a geographical location, or an ethnic group. A final step is a study design is to specify its simple sample or population so that the result may be generalized. A very important step next is data collection, which is important in obtaining the knowledge or information required to answer research issues. Every research collected data, either from literature or people being studied, data must be collected from two categories of research. The source may provide primary data or secondary data. So in the primary data, you have to experience experiment, questionnaire, observation, or interviews. Wherein in secondary data, it could inculcate literature survey, official and unofficial reports, and approach based on library resources. After you collect data analysis is important. So during research design, the researcher plans data analysis. So after collecting the data, the researcher analyzes it. The data is examined based on the approach in this step. The research findings are reviewed and reported. Data analysis involves a number of closely related stages, such as setting up categories, applying these categories to raw data through coding and tabulation, and then drawing statistical conclusion. The researcher can examine the acquired data using a variety of statistical methods. Then comes the last step, report writing. After completing all these steps, the researcher must prepare a report detailing his findings. The report must be carefully composed with the following in mind. There should be a proper layout. On the first page, the title, date, acknowledgement, and the preface should be on the report. The table of content should be followed by a list of tables, graphs, and charts, if any. Then introduction. It should state the research purpose and methods. This section should include the study scope and limits. Summary findings. A non-technical summary of findings and recommendations will follow the introduction. So the findings should be summarized if they are lengthy. Principal report. The main body of the report should make sense and be broken up into sections that are easy and to understand. Conclusion. The researcher should restate his findings at the end of the main text. It's the final result. So overall, the research process involves several steps that make it easy to complete the research successfully. The steps in the research process described depend on each other, and the order must be kept similar. So if you want to do research project, we should definitely follow certain steps for a good final result or to get a productive or a qualitative finding. Now, next is theoretical framework and hypothesis development. So a theoretical framework is the foundation of hypothetical deductive research, as it is the basis of hypothesis that you will develop. The development of a theoretical framework is crucial in deductive theory testing casual research. A need of theoretical framework represents your belief on how certain phenomena, that is variables, are related to each other, and explanation of why you believe that these variables are associated. So the process of building a theoretical framework includes introducing definitions of the concepts of variables in your model, developing a concept model that provides a descriptive representation of your theory, coming up with a theory that provides an explanation of relationships between the variables in your model. Then, from the theoretical framework, testable hypotheses can be developed to examine whether your theory is valid or not. So the independent variables helps to explain the variance in the dependent variables. The mediating variable serves as a function of the independent variable, which helps us to conceptualize the relationship between independent and dependent variables. Let's move and understand the functions of theoretical framework. So it provides general framework which can guide the data analysis. It identifies the variable to measure. It explains why one variable can possibly affect another or why the independent variable can possibly influence the dependent variable. It limits the scope of data relevant to the framework by focusing on specific variables. It stipulates its analysis and interpreting data. Now check the diagram, theoretical framework. So most studies do not generate new novel theories from scratch. Instead, they generally work on improving what already exists. The addition or deletion of factors are not of sufficient magnitude to substantially alter the core logic of the existing theory. Relationships, not lists, are the domain of theory. Author must be able to identify and delineate how proposed changes affect the concept or accepted relationship between the factors and what contribution you will make. It is common approach to explain why the strengthened logical by borrowing a perspective from other fields, which encourages an alternative explanation or challenge the underlying rationales of accepted theories. So theories are often challenged because their assumptions have been proven unrealistic. So check this, where you can see usefulness, ease of use, playfulness, and compatibility. Talks about attitude towards internet abuse, where you do the research on demographic, age, gender, internet experience. So this is how you develop a theoretical framework and then leads toward the hypothesis accordingly. A very important part, variables. A variable is anything that can take on differing or varying values. Variables can be discrete, male or female, or continuous, that is age. A measurable characteristic that varies, it may change from group to group, person to person, or even within one person over time. A characteristics number or quantity that increases or decreases over time or takes different values in different situations. A variable is an object, event, idea, feeling, time period, or any other type of category you are trying to measure. There are two types of variable, independent and dependent variable, are given a special name that only applies to experimental investigations. One is called dependent variable and the other is the independent variable. What is independent variable? So in research study, scientists define independent and dependent variable to understand cause and effect relationships. They design controlled experiment setting in which they measure how independent variable influence dependent variables. Learning what independent variables are and how they work in research context can help you understand how to identify them in your own experiment. The independent variable is the condition that acts on the dependent variable, and the dependent variable is the condition that researcher measures to understand the degree to which the independent variable cause and effect. Dependent variables are what scientists are testing or studying since they depend on another factor. For example, if a pharmacologist wants to measure the effectiveness of a new medication in relieving cold symptoms, they would design an experiment in which they administer the drug and measure the extent to which it relieves the participants. In this experiment, the medication is the independent variable because it acts on the symptoms. The cold symptoms are dependent variable because they depend on the influence of the independent variable. So why do you think independent variables are important? As they are essential to effective experimental design because they allow scientists to identify cause and effect relationships. In a controlled experiment, researchers work to minimize or eliminate the potential for external influences so They can make conclusion about how one variable influences another. To achieve this goal, they define one or more independent variable, which they apply to the dependent variable. Then they measure the effect of independent variable on the dependent to understand the degree to which the independent influence the dependent variable. By eliminating external influences, scientists can draw reasonable conclusion about these relationships. The researchers generally use IV, that is independent variable, when they are conducting an experiment. Even informal experiments typically have independent and dependent variables. For example, if you have blisters on your feet after your daily run, you may conduct an informal experiment to determine which of your running shoes is most comfortable. You may try wearing one pair of shoes for a week and assess how your feet feel after each run. Then you may try another pair during the next week. So in this experiment, the IV are the shoes and the DV are your feet. So IV also helps you gather evidence and draw conclusion about topic in more formal experiments. A formal experiment may implement more control to prevent external factors from influencing the result. For example, a shoe company might conduct a formal experiment on the comfort of one line of shoes. A company's researchers may implement control by having participants wear the same type of socks each day and run at the same rate for the same time or distance. This can help researchers minimize the number of external variables that may affect the result of their experiments. Examples of independent and dependent variable in experimental research. Independent type of treatment. Different types of drug treatments or psychological treatments. Whereas behavioral variable, measures of adjustment, activity level, eating behavior, smoking behavior. Treatment factors, brief versus long-term. Treatment, inpatient versus outpatient treatment. Physiological variable, measures of physiological responses such as heart rate, blood pressure, and brainwave activity. Experimental manipulations, types on beverage consumed, alcohol versus non-alcoholic. Self-report variable, measures of anxiety, mood, or marital or life satisfaction. So in social science research, in psychology, sociology, and criminology use I and DV to study the relationship between people and society. For example, a psychology research may develop an experiment to understand how early childhood attachment influence anxiety in adults. In their experiment, the researcher identifies the independent variable as early childhood attachment, since they predict the attachment styles influence adult anxiety. They collect information about participants' attachment styles and correlate them with their anxiety levels to assess whether there's significant cause and effect relationship between the variables. In medical research, in pharmacy research, scientists use clinical studies to evaluate the effectiveness and safety of new medications. So when testing the effectiveness of a new drug, the independent variable is the medication and the dependent variable is the health of the research subject. So the researchers want to understand how the medications affect the subject health, and their health depends on the influence of the medications. So these types of experiments and what they measure in market research when they are done. So many businesses use market research practices to understand their target customers and consumers' behavior. They also apply formal research methods when looking to improve their strategy. So they also apply formal research methods when looking to improve their strategy for finding and serving customers. For example, businesses that wants to update its online store may test several page layout options with a focus group that represents its core customer base. The business's goal is to make the page more efficient and reduce the time that customers need to spend to complete their transactions. So in this experiment, the IV is the page layout and the DV is the time spent on the page. By changing the page layout, the business hopes to influence how much time users spends on it. So the businesses can test multiple layouts and assess how they affect each user's time on the page. Using IV can also help business improve their work processes. For instance, the human resources department of a business may conduct experiments to assess the effectiveness of a current policies and plan revision to improve workflows. So if the HR department notices the employee productivity declines at a certain time each day, it may conduct an experiment to see if implementing a short structure break period at the same time each afternoon improves employee productivity. So in this experiment, the IV is the break period and the DV is the employee productivity. Independent and dependent variables in research are generally used in experiment and quasi-experiment research. To see some examples, questions, and corresponding independent and dependent variables. So research questions. Do tomatoes grow faster under fluorescent, incandescence, and or natural light? So IV here is type of light the tomato plant is grown under. And the DV here is the rate of growth of tomato plant. Next, the research question says, what is the effect of intermittent fasting on blood sugar levels? So presence or absence of intermittent fasting is IV. Blood sugar levels becomes your DV. So in medical, marijuana effect for pain reduction is people with chronic pain. Presence or absence of medical marijuana use is IV, and the DV is frequency of pain or intensity of pain. To what extent does remote working increase job satisfaction? So type of work environment, remote or in office, is IV. Job satisfaction self-reports become your DV. I hope this gives you the complete clarity of independent and dependent variables. Further, we see mediator versus moderator variables. We'll see little examples and the differences also. So a mediating variable or a mediator explains the process through which two variables are related, while a moderating variable or moderator affects the strength and the direction of that relationship. Including mediators and moderators in your research helps you go beyond studying a simple relation between two variables. These variables are important to consider when studying complex correlations or causal relationships between variables. Including these variables can also help you avoid or mitigate several research biases like observer biases, survivorship biases, and undercoverage biases or omitted variable bias. Now, what's the difference? You can think of a mediator as go-between of two variables. For example, sleep quality, an independent variable, and affect academic achievement, a dependent variable. To the mediator of alertness in mediation relationship, you can draw an arrow for a IV to a mediator and then from a mediator to the DV. So in contrast, a moderator is something that acts upon the relationship between two variables and changes the direction and strength. For example here, mental health status may moderate the relationship between sleep quality and academic achievement. The relationship might be stronger for people with diagnosed mental health condition than for people with them. So in moderation relationship, you can draw an arrow from the moderator to the relationship between an IV and a DV. Mediating variables is a way which an IV impacts on DV. It's part of the causal pathway of an effect, and it tells you how or why an effect takes place. If something is a mediator, it
caused by the IV, it influences the DV. When it's taken into account, the statistical correlation between the independent and dependent variable is higher than what it isn't considered. Mediation analysis is a way of statistical testing whether a variable is a mediator using linear regression analysis or ANOVAs. In full mediation, a mediator fully explains the relationship between the independent and dependent variable. Without the mediator in the model, there is no relationship. In partial mediation, there is still a statistical relationship between the independent and dependent variable. Even when the mediator is taken out of a model, the mediator only partially explains the relationship. Example of mediator variables. In a study of socioeconomic status and reading ability in children, you hypothesize the parental education level in mediator. This means the socioeconomic status affects reading ability mainly through its influence of parental education levels. You use a descriptive research design for the study. After collecting data on each of these variables, then you have to perform statistical analysis to check whether they are meeting the socioeconomical status as predicts parental education levels. Parental education levels predicts child reading ability. The correlation between socioeconomic status and child reading ability is greater when parental education level are taken into account in your model. Here's why students love doing this socioeconomic test predicts parental education level for the service. Moderating variables. A moderator influence the level, direction, or presence of relationship between variables. It shows you for whom, when, and under what circumstances a relationship will hold. Moderators usually help you judge the external validity of your study by identifying the limitations of when the relationship between variables holds. For example, while social media use can predict level of loneliness, this relationship may be stronger for adolescents than for older adults. Age is a moderator here. Moderating variable is one that has a strong contingent effect on the independent variable dependent variable relationship. That is, the presence of third moderating variable modifies the original relationship between independent and dependent variable. Whenever the relationship between independent and dependent variable becomes dependent on another variable, we say third variable has a moderating effect. Moderators can be categorical variables such as ethnicity, race, religion, favorite color, health status, or stimulus type. Quantitative variables such as weight, age, height, income, or visual stimulus size. Example moderator variables in a study on work experience and salary you hypothesize that years of work experience predicts salary when controlling for relevant variables. Gender identity moderates the relationship between work experience and salary. This means that the relationship between years of experience and salary would differ between men, women, and those who do not identify as men or women. Example, we'll look for moderator. To test this statistically, you perform a multiple regression analysis for the data on work experience and salary. So with gender identity added in the model, you compare the statistical significance of the model with and without gender identity included to determine whether it moderates the relationship between work and salary. Here, the median variable is intervene variable is one of that service between the time of the independent variable starts operating to influence the dependent variable and the time that impact is felt. So the mediating variable helps to conceptualize and explain the influence of IV on the DV.
So IV helps to explain the variance in the DV, and the mediating variable serves as a function of the IV, which basically helps us to conceptualize the relationship between I and DV. The moderating variable explains the variance in the independent variables. Let's go ahead and check the other variables. Intervening variables, that refers to the abstract process that are not directly observable, but that link the IV and DV. In language learning and teaching, they are usually inside the subject's heads, including various language learning processes, which the researcher cannot observe. For example, if you use a particular teaching technique in the IV and the mastery of the objectives is the DV, then the language learning process used by the subjects are IV, that is, intervening variables. Extraneous variable are those factors in research environment which may have an effect on the dependent variable, but which are not controlled. Extraneous variables are dangerous. They may damage a study's validity, making it possible to know whether the effects were caused by independent and moderator variables or some extraneous factors. If they cannot be controlled, extraneous variables must at least be taken into consideration when interpreting the result. Lastly comes control variables. Language learning and teaching are very complex processes. It is not possible to consider every variable in a single study. Therefore, the variables that are not measured in a particular study must be held constant, neutralized, balanced, or eliminated, so they will not have a biasing effect on other variables. Variables that have been controlled in this way are called control variables. So we are done with the variables. Next important part comes with hypothesis development. Hypothesis should express relationship between variables in an unambiguous, precise manner, as they should be biased on the propositions that evolve from the theoretical framework. A statement logically formed, an opinion on the basis of relationship between two or more variables. An opinion is made of the basis of theoretical network. So hypothesis is a statement that shows the relationship between two or more variables in testable form. A proposition formulated for empirical testing, a prediction for the outcome of an experiment. Lastly, it explains facts and guides the research to possible outcomes. The role of hypothesis: it guides the direction of the study. It identifies facts are relevant and those that are not. It also suggests which form of research design is likely to be most appropriate. And also it provides the framework. There are different types of hypothesis. Descriptive, which has null hypothesis, propositions, no relationship, and alternative hypothesis, that is expressing a relationship. Then comes relational hypothesis, and under that we have correlational hypothesis and exploratory hypothesis. Now, what is correlational hypothesis? A statement indicating that variables occur together in some specified manner without that one causes the other. Example, students in urban areas obtain more favorable grades in mathematics than do students in rural areas. What is exploratory or a casual hypothesis? A statement that describes the relationship between two variables in which one variable leads to a specified effect on the other variable. For example, an increase in family income leads to an increase in the percentage of income saved. There are certain format that needs to be followed while creating hypothesis, if-then statement. So if the employees are more healthy, then they will take sick leaves less frequently. And then the directional, the greater the stress experienced in the job, the lower the job satisfaction. Then there is a non-directional hypothesis. There is a relationship between age and job satisfaction. So writing a proper hypothesis must satisfy the requirements. Those are, it should be expressed in a declarative statement, postulate a relationship between variables Reflect a theory which will guide the research. Be brief and concise. Be testable or provable. So writing a hypothesis, steps writing if section of your hypothesis. Start your sentence with the word if. Write down one of the variable. Then connect statement with one of the following. That is related to or is affected by cause. So writing down the other variable, that is then. Writing then section for your hypothesis. So write the word then following the if section. Make a comment on the relationship between those two variables. For example, if section, if water is related to plant growth, example, then section, then the more you water plants, the bigger they will grow. So if water is related to plant growth, then the more you water plants, the bigger they will grow. If and then in the hypothesis. So this is how you develop the hypothesis. The next important part comes in is research design. A researcher usually selects the research methodology and techniques at the start of the research. The document that contains information about the technique, methods, and essential details of a project is called research design. Experts define research designs as the glue that holds a research project together. If research design helps provide a structure and direction to the research, yielding favorable results. Some principles of a sound research designs are: identifies the problem, review literature around the problem statement, specifies hypotheses, describes sources of data, and defines how data will be interpreted. Different types of research design. A researcher must be well versed in different types of research design. Moreover, a clear understanding of different research design helps choose a proper technique for the research. Research design is broadly divided into quantitative and qualitative research design. I'll walk you through them in a detail. First is quantitative research. This design aims at finding answers to who, what, where, how, and when through the course of research. Moreover, the outcome of quantitative analysis is easy to represent in the form of statistics, graphs, charts, and numbers. Then comes qualitative research design that focuses on finding answers to how and why. It uses open-ended questions and helps the subject express their view clearly. Qualitative research is ideal for business that aims to understand customers' behavior and requirements. You can break the types of research design into 5 categories: experimental, correlational, descriptive, diagnostic, and explanatory. Starts with experimental design. This type of research design looks at problems scientifically by establishing a clear cause and effect of every event. It also tries to understand the impact of IV and DV, often social science used to observe human behavior and understand the social psychology of human being better. Then comes correlational design. This design establishes a relationship between two related variables. The researcher observes the variable over time and draws conclusion based on them. So this type of research design requires 2 different groups. A correlation coefficient determines the relationship between 2 variables. The value of correlation coefficient ranges between -1 and +1. If the correlation coefficient is +1, it indicates a positive relationship between 2 variables. And the negative means a negative relationship. Then is the descriptive. It is a theory-based research method describing the researcher's primary subject matter. This type of research design uses data collection techniques like natural observation, case studies, and surveys to derive results. This type of research design provides insights into why and how of research. Then is diagnostic design. This design strives to explore the reason behind an issue and finding solutions to solve it. This type of research design tries to solve the problem in a structured form divided into 3 phases. The issues is inception, diagnosis of the issue, and solution for the issue. Then is explanatory research design. In this design, the researcher explores concepts and ideas on the subject to explore more theories. The main aim of the research is to explore the subject's undiscovered aspect and answer the question like what, how, and why. There's some basic characteristics of research design that I will give you the overview of. Those are validity and generalized. So, validity, there are many ways to measure the results of research. A good research design helps select the right measuring tool to gauge results according to the research objective. Then, the generalized is also a good research design that draws an outcome that can be applied to a larger set of people and is not limited to sample size or a research group. Neutrality. At the same start of every research, a researcher needs to make some assumptions that will be tested during the research. A proper research design ensures that the assumptions are free of bias and neutral. It also provides that the data collected throughout the research is based on assumptions made at the beginning of the research. The main elements of the research design are reliability. That reliability design is done when done right, can generate similar result every time it is performed. However, yielding similar results is only possible if your research design is reliable. What is experimental research design? Experimental research design is a framework of protocols and procedures created to conduct experimental research with a scientific approach using two sets of variables. Herein, the first set of variables acts as a constant used to measure the differences of the second set. The best example of experimental research methods is a quantitative research. Experimental research helps a researcher gather the necessary data for making better research decisions and determining the facts of a research study. When can a researcher conduct experimental research? There are following situations when time is an important factor in establishing a relationship between the cause and effect. When there is an invariable or never changing behavior between the cause and effect, then can be done. Finally, when the researcher wishes to understand the importance of cause and effect. Now, what is importance of experimental research? To publish significant result, choosing a quality research design forms the foundation to build the research study. Moreover, effective research design helps establish quality decision-making procedures, structure the research to lead to easier data analysis, and addresses the main research questions. Therefore, it is essential to get a undivided attention and time to create an experimental research design before beginning the practical experiment. So, by creating a research design, a researcher is also giving oneself time to organize the research, set up relevant boundaries for the study, and increases the reliability of the results. Through all these efforts, one could also avoid inconclusive results. If any part of the research design is flawed, it will reflect on the quality of the results derived. There are different types of experimental research design. Based on the method used to collect data in experimental studies, the experimental research design are of three primary types: pre-experimental, true experimental, quasi-experimental. Pre-experimental research study could conduct pre-experimental research designs when a group or many group are under observation after implementing factors of cause and effect of the research. The pre-experimental design will help researchers understand whether further investigation is necessary for the groups under the observation. Pre-experimental research is of three types: one-shot case study research design, one group pre-test, post-test research design, and statistic group comparison. Then comes true experimental research design that relies on statistical analysis to prove or disapprove a researcher's hypothesis. It is one of the most accurate forms of research because it provides specific scientific evidence. Furthermore, out of all the types of experimental designs, Only a true experimental design can establish a cause-effect relationship within a group. However, in a true experiment, a researcher must satisfy three factors. There is control group that is not subjected to change, an experimental group that will experience the changed variable. And the next scenario could be a variable that can be manipulated by the researcher, random distributions of the variable. This type of experimental research is commonly observed in the physical science. Third is quasi-experimental research design. The word quasi means similarity. A quasi-experimental design is similar to true experimental design. However, the difference between the two is the assignment of the control group. In this research design, an independent variable is manipulated, but the participants of a group are not randomly assigned. This type of research design is used in field settings where random assignment is either irrelevant or not required. The classification of the research subjects, conditions, or groups determines the type of research design to be used. There are certain advantages also in experimental designs that allows you to test your idea in a controlled environment before taking the research to clinical trials. Moreover, it provides the best method to test your theory because researchers have firm control over variables to obtain results. The subject does not impact the effectiveness of experimental research. Anyone can implement it for research purpose. The results here are specific. Post-result analysis, research findings form. The same dataset can be repurposed for similar research ideas. Research can identify the cause and effect of the hypothesis and further analyze this relationship to determine in-depth ideas. Experimental research makes an ideal starting point. The collection data could be used as a foundation to build new research ideas for further studies. Now, measurement of variables, operational definition and scales. Operational definitions. An essential component of an operational definition is measurement. A simple and accurate definition of measurement is the assignment of numbers to a variable in which we are interested. These numbers will provide the raw material for our statistical analysis. Measurement is so common and taken for granted that we seldom ask why we measure things or worry about the different forms that measurements may take. It is often not sufficient to describe a runner as fast, a basketball player as tall, a wrestler as strong, or a baseball hitter as good. If coaches recruited potential team member on the basis of these imprecise words, they would have difficulty holding down a job. So coaches want to know how fast the runner runs the 100-yard dash or the mile. They also want to know how tall the basketball player is, the strength of the wrestler, the batting average of the hitter. So measurement is a way of refining our ordinary observations so that we can assign numerical value to our observation. It allows us to go beyond simply describing the presence or absence of an event or thing to specify how much, how long, or how intense it is. With measurement, our observations become more accurate and more reliable. Next is precision, which is important in all areas of our lives, especially in science and technologies. As we look for ways of increasing it, here are interesting classroom demonstration for the precision of numbers versus the precision of words. Basically, ask the class members to write down a piece of paper what the number word several represents to them. Then gather responses and then plot them on the board. You will be surprised at the wide range of numbers represented by the word. It usually ranges from 2 to 7. So how often have you been in an argument with a friend only to find out after much debate that you are using keywords in different ways? The argument is one of semantics rather than of issue. You define the word one way and your friend defined it a different way. So this experience is more common among laypersons than among scientists, but it still occurs before the merits of an issue or proposition can be discussed. There must be agreement about meaning of the important terms. The same is true in science. If we are to avoid confusion and misinterpretation, we must be able to communicate unambiguously the meaning of such terms as intelligence, anxiety, altruism, hostility, love, alienation, aggression, guilt, reinforcement, frustration, memory, and information. These terms have been used scientifically in very precise way. Each of these terms could be given in a dictionary different definition, usually referred to as literally or conceptual definition, but dictionary definitions are not sufficiently precise for many scientific terms because they are too general and often too ambiguous. When a word is to be used scientifically or technically, its precise meaning must be conveyed. It must be clear and unambiguous. We achieve this clarity of meaning by operationally defining the term. To state the operations for a term means to make them observable by pointing to how it is measured. An operational definition then makes the concept observable by stating what the scientist does to measure it. For example, anxiety could be defined in a dictionary term as a stage of being uneasy, apprehensive, or worried. An operational definition of the term could include observable measures such as sweating palms, observable a sweat gland activity, increased heart rate, observable with heart rate recording, dilated pupils, and other observable psychological changes or physiological changes. It could be as a self-rating scale or Pipperant pencil questionnaire. We could in each case specify the precise amounts of each measure necessary for our operational definition of anxiety. As another example, consider the hypothesis that we proposed in the earlier explanation. We hypothesize that effect of TV violence on older children's aggressive behavior at school will be less if the characters are not human. Although this appears to be a clear statement, more specific operational definitions would be necessary before any research could be undertaken to test the hypothesis. The researcher must make several decisions what is violence on TV. Certainly, one character killing another character would be considered violence. What above a shove or push? What about a verbal assault? What about when there is some situation that falls off the cliff and is hit in the head with a rock? What constitutes a character that is not human? We could probably argue what fits the category. What about the computer animated person? How will aggressive behavior at school be defined? Of course, getting into a fight would be aggressive behavior. What about profanity directed towards another student and teacher? However, the researcher must decide what is going to be meant by each of the variables in a particular study and be able to communicate those operational definitions to those who will be consumers of the research finding. So we'll see this table. This table contains both dictionary definition and operational definition of some common terms. Note that in each case, the operational definition refers to events that are observable or events that can easily be made observable. Further, the definition is very specific rather than general. So, the term punishment. Dictionary definition. Harsh or injurious treatment for an offense. Operational definition. Presentation of 3 milliamp shock for 5 seconds following certain specified behavior. Learning. Acquire knowledge or skill. Intelligence. Ability to learn or understand from experience. So score on the Stanford Binet Intelligence Test, score on the Wechsler Intelligence Scale for children. Thirst, distressful feeling caused by a desire or need for water. 18 hours or other value without access to water. Sleep, recurring condition of rest, no conscious thought, eyes closed, etc.
specific brain wave frequency, EEG, for different sleep stages. Guilt, a painful feeling of self-reapproach. Score on personality inventory, self-reported guilt on a scale of 1 to 10. The features that determine whether a particular definition is more useful than another is whether it allows us to discover meaningful laws about behavior. Some will and some will not. Those definitions that are helpful to our understanding of behavior will be retained. Those that do not will be discarded. The first step in the life of concept is to define it in clearly unambiguous observable terms. It then may or may not be useful if the concept of intelligence were defined as the distance between the ears or the circumferences of the head. Its meaning would be clear, but it is very doubtful that it would be ever become useful. Let's look at one additional point before leaving the topic of definitions. An operational definition or any other kind of definition is not an explanation. When definitions are unintentionally used as explanation, we label them as tautological or circular reasoning. Circular reasoning has little value. A definition doesn't explain behavior or provide you with information that will in or itself help in understanding behavior. It is a necessary step in discovering lawful relation, but it is only one side of two-sided law. To explain behavior, two independent, that is, different types of observations are necessary. One is observation that relate to the independent variable, that is, variable manipulated by experiment or cause. And the second is observations that relate to the dependent variable, behavior of participants or effect. When the relationship between the independent and dependent variable is predictable, we say that we have a lawful relationship. A circular argument uses as only one side of the relationship, only of one of these observations. For example, suppose observe two children fighting with each other. Body contact with intent to harm. We may be tempted to say that they are fighting because they are hostile children, because hostility leads to fighting. To this point, we have not explained anything. We have all is an operational definition of hostility as fighting behavior. Our argument would be a tautological, circular, if we said that children are fighting because they are hostile and then said that we know that they are hostile because they are fighting. To avoid circularity and to explain the behavior, we would have to define hostility and fighting independently and show that the operations for defining hostility do, in fact, give rise to fighting. Tautological reasoning occurs with a higher frequency than it should. For example, it is not uncommon to hear the statement, individuals who commit suicide are mentally ill. To the question, how do you know they are mentally ill? The response is often because they committed suicide. Another common tautology refers to musical ability. For example, it is said, individuals who play piano will do so because they have musical ability. To the question, how do you know they have musical ability? The response, because they play the piano. Well, another example is, individuals drink excessively because they are alcoholics. We know that they are alcoholics because they drink excessively. We repeat tautological arguments do not advance our knowledge. So to avoid circularity in our last examples discussed, we would have to define what we meant by drinks excessively and then identify the factors that give rise to drink excessively. For example, genetics, specific early experience, or stressful events. We then would have an explanation for the drinking. Next comes the slide of where scales of measurements is explained. So before introduce the scale of measurement, you need to understand it is essential to accurately quantify and categorize variables. This is where measurement scales come into play.
They provide a structured framework for classifying and analyzing data, allowing researchers to draw meaningful conclusions. So there are four main types: nominal, ordinal, interval, and ratio. Each type offers distinct features and purposes that cater to different research needs. Let's delve into each scale to introduce their characteristics and application. Before we start, first I'll introduce nominal scale. There has been some disagreement among experts whether a nominal scale should even be described as scale. Most would agree that it should. The fact that we do name things and this naming permit us to do other things as a result. The word nominal is basically derived from the Latin word for name. With a nominal scale, numbers are assigned to objects or events simply for identification purpose. For example, participants in various sports have numbers on their jerseys that quickly allow spectators, referees, and commentators to identify them. This identification or label or category is the sole purpose of the numbers. Performing arithmetic operation on these numbers, such as addition, subtraction, multiplication, or division, would not make any sense. The numbers do not indicate more or less of any quantity. A baseball player with the number 7 on his back does not necessarily have more of something than a player identified by the number. Other examples include your social security. So other examples that include your social security number, your driver license number, or your credit card number. Labeling or naming allow us to qualitative distinctions or to categorize and then count the frequency of persons, objects, or things in each category. This particular activity can be very useful. For example, in any given voting year, we could label or name individuals as Democrat or Republican, liberal or conservative, and then count frequencies for the purpose of predicting voting outcomes. Other examples of nominal scales used for identifying and categorizing are male, female, violent or show, non-violent show, and punishment reward. As you will see, the chi-square statistics later inappropriate for data derived for a categorical or nominal scale. So you see the table here where it talks about nominal as a label or category. This says types of disorders, schizophrenia, depression, anxiety. Then comes religious affiliation, none, Catholic, Protestant, Jewish, or other. Region of the country, Northeast, Midwest, Southwest, etc. Eye color, blue, hazel, brown, green. Flavor of ice cream, vanilla, chocolate, strawberry, and the type of reinforced food, water, money, complement. So these are the label and the categories where the nominal scales can be used. Then comes the ordinal scale. An ordinal scale allows us to rank orders, events. Original numbers are assigned to the other, such as first, second, third, and so on. For example, we might determine that runners in a race finished in a particular order, and this order would provide us with useful information. We would know that the runner finished first ran the distance faster than the runner finished second. That is assigned a value of 2, and the runner 1 is assigned a value of 1. And the second place finisher ran faster than the third finisher, assigned a value of 3, and so on. However, we would not know how much fast the first runner was, and then the second place runner, and second compared with the third. The difference between the first and the second place runners may have been a fraction of seconds, or it could have been several seconds. Similarly, the difference between the second and the third place runners could have been very small or very large. So an ordinal scale does not convey precise quantitative information. So with an ordinal scale, we know the rank order, but we do not have an idea of the distance or interval between the rankings. Some other examples of ordinal scales are grades such as A, B, C, D, and F. scores even in the terms of high, medium, and low. Birth orders in terms of firstborn, secondborn, or thirdborn, or later born. A list of examination scores from highest to lowest, a list of job candidates ranked from high to low, and the list of 10 best dresses person. What about the common use of Likert type scales in behavioral research? For example, researcher may pose a question to a teacher as follows: how aggressive has Johnny been in your classroom this week? Not at all, somewhat, very, between the scale of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1 says not at all and 5 says very. Although most psychological scales are probably ordinal, psychologists assume that many of the scales have equal intervals and act accordingly. In other words, the differences in level of aggression between a score of 1 and a score of 2 is about the same as the differences in the level of aggression between 2 and the score of 3, and so on. Many researchers believe that these scales do approximate equality of intervals reasonably well, and it is unlikely that this assumption will lead to serious difficulties in interpretation of our finding. Then is interval scale. When we can specify both the orders of events and the distance between events, we have an interval scale. The distance between any two intervals on this type of scale is equal throughout the scale. The central shortcomings of an interval scale is its lack of absolute 0 point, a location where the user can say that there is a complete absence of the variable being measured. This type of scale often has an arbitrary 0 point, sometimes called as anchor point. An example may make clear the difference between the arbitrary 0 point and an absolute 0 point. Scores on intelligence tests are considered to be an interval scale. With intelligence test score, the anchor point is set at a mean IQ value of 100 with a standard deviation, that is SD of 15. A score of 115 is just as far above the mean. A score of 85 is below the mean because we have a relative 0 point and not an absolute one. We cannot say that a person with an IQ of 120 is twice in intelligence as a person with an IQ of 60. It is simply not meaningful to do so. Some additional examples of interval scales are both centigrade and Fahrenheit scales of temperature, altitude. 0 is the sea level rather than the center of the earth. A scores on depression scale or anxiety scale. Students often confuse historical time. Is this a year 2000 twice as older as the year 1000? The answer is no. Why? So interval talks about rank order plus equal intervals. Last is ratio scale. A ratio scale has a number of properties that the others do not. With ratio scales, we can identify rank, order, equal intervals, and equal ratio. 2 times as much, 1/2 as much. Ratio can be determined because the 0 point is absolute. A true anchor, the complete absence of a property. 0 weight or height means the complete absence of weight or height. 100-pound person has 1/2 the weight of a 200-pound person and twice the weight of a 50-pound person. We can say these things because we know that the starting point for these dimensions or measure is 0. It is important to notice that it is not necessary for any research participants to obtain a score of 0, only that is exists on the scale. Obviously, no research participant would receive a weight score of 0. A ratio scale is common when the researcher is counting the number of events. For example, you might measure the child's aggressive behavior by counting the number of times that the child inflicts physical harm on another person during a 1-week observation period. Clearly, 10 incidents would be twice as many as 5, and 0 indicates would represent the absence of variable you are measuring. Frequency counts represents that the number of times that a particular event occurred, or a common example of measurement on a ratio scale. But be careful not to confuse this use of frequency with the use of frequency as a summary statistic for data measured on a nominal scale. So how many times observations fit a particular category? So rank order plus equal intervals and absolute zero. Determining of scales for a variable is often challenging task for students learning about behavioral research. One technique that you may find useful is to remember 3 questions and the use decision tree to determine the appropriate scale of measurement. So question 1, is there any order to the numbers? No. Nominal scale? Yes. Question 2, are there equal intervals between adjacent numbers? No. Ordinal scale? Yes. The question 3 comes in. Is there an absolute zero? No. Interval scale? Yes. Ratio scale? Then comes validity of measurement. 2 important concepts related to measuring instruments that we use: validity and reliability. In general sense, validity refers to whether the measuring instrument does what it is intended to do, and reliability refers to how consistently it does. So, it is critical that our measurement of variables be both valid or reliable. If they are not, then we cannot be sure of what we are measuring. The validity and reliability of a test are established by evidence. The length of big toe can be measured with a high degree of consistency, but it is unlikely to avoid or to be a valid predictor of academic success. We can measure many things very reliably, but unless they enter into a meaningful behavior relationship, that is lawful relationship, they are not useful. Thus, we can achieve reliability without having validity. However, the reverse is not possible. In order to be valid, a measure must be reliable. Let's look at 5 steps of validity that are commonly distinguished: content validity, face validity, concurrent validity, predictive validity, construct validity. You can see in the figure, content validity and face validity relates to sets of current knowledge, skills, where predictive validity releases to future performance on a job or a task. Concurrent validity assess similarity to the other current measures, and construct validity deals with evaluating theoretical terms. These are the ways to assess validity. We'll study each validity in deep. Content validity. With content validity, we are interested in assessing current performance rather than predicting future performance. A test is constructed to measure whether participants in a program have mastered the contents of the program. Course examinations, whether midterm finals or some other kind, deal with content validity. Developers of social programs that require training of personnel are connected about the effectiveness of the training. Thus, they frequently rely on content validity. Content validity is achieved by constructing a test drawn directly from material in the program or course. There can be disagreements regarding the representative of the test materials. For example, student taking an exam sometimes complain that it did not cover the material they were required to read. If this were true, the exam would be low in content validity. Although not always possible, we could assure representativeness by constructing a complete list of the content from the program or course, and then selecting test items randomly from the material. Thus, content validity is based on prior consideration about what content will be included. So the measurements drawn from the course or a program material. Face validity is similar to content validity, but it is determined after the test is constructed. We ask ourselves whether or not the test appears on the face of it to measure what we intended to measure. If the test is known to have content validity, face validity can be assumed. However, it does not work in reverse direction. That is, face validity does not ensure content validity. The face validity of an exam is research method would be high if the question appeared to deal with the research methods. However, without actual knowledge of the course material, there would be no assurance that the questions were representative of the actual course material. Then comes concurrent validity. Measurement is similar to other established measurements. Often we measure psychological constructs for which there is a long history of investigation. Such constructs include intelligence, aggression, fear, attention, depression, anxiety, and many others. One way to assess the validity of our instrument is to determine whether it has concurrent validity. That is, whether it provides measurements that are similar to those provided by other measurements or instruments. Previously established or valid designed to measure the same construct if our new measures of aggression results in scores that are same as or similar to those found with traditional measures of aggression, then we can be reasonably confident that we are measuring the same construct. For example, if the authors develop a new Lamas-Bedia depression scale, we would want individuals to complete our instruments as also to complete an established instrument such as Beck Depression Inventory, BDI. If our scale is fact measure depressions, then individual who scored high means depressed on our scale out to score high on the BDI as well. Then is predictive validity. Measurements predict some target behavior. It's called criterion validity. Is often used in program evaluation and is very suitable for applied research. Essentially, a test is constructed and developed for the purpose of predicting some form of behavior. For example, scores on the SAT, the predictor, is moderately correlated with academic performance in college, the criterion. Knowing this relationship and an individual scores give us a better idea of how a student will perform in college than we would have in the absence of this information. The higher the correlation between the criterion and the predictor, the greater the predictive validity. Indeed, if the correlation is perfect, that is 1, the prediction is also perfect. However, most of the time correlations are only modest, somewhere between 30 and 60. Nevertheless, they are considered useful. It is very difficult to construct a good predictor measure. It is also very difficult to obtain a good criterion measure. Construct validity, a series of measurements that supports a psychological concept by predicting operationally defined behavior and is one of the most important and most difficult to understand. We also can touch upon it here. Construct validity is especially important for the construction of theories. Researchers create theory constructs to better understand, explain, and predict behavior. Many hypotheses that are tested in research are derived from constructs or theories of behavior. The construct or theory predicts how people should behave under certain conditions. The degree to which the results support the theory is a measure of construct validity. Examples of some constructs are frustration, aggression, motivation, learning, fear, hopelessness, creativity, and intelligence. Constructs are created by describing the procedure for measuring them. If the instruments of the measuring assist us in understanding and predicting behavior, they are considered valid. If they do not serve this purpose, their validity is rejected. Notice how constructs are related to the notion of operational definitions discussed at the beginning of this chapter. Constructs are general terms that can be operationally defined in different ways. For example, the construct of aggression could be operationally defined as the number of behaviors that leads to physical harm, or it could be defined as a number of physical and verbal threats. Thus, a construct attempts to summarize or explain a set of operational definitions. Construct validity asks whether a particular measures actually measure the construct that is intended to measure. Establishing construct validity involves several steps. Generally, the researchers or theorist design a test and specifies what it is intended to measure. The test is then tied to or related to the relevant theory. Then predictions are made that related behavior to the test score. Finally, data are gathered to ascertain whether the predictions are confirmed. So let's consider two related examples of psychological construct and how construct validity was assessed. So in the late 1960s, Martin Seligman conducted a series of studies with dogs that led him to develop the psychological construct of learned helplessness. Let's consider two related examples. Let's consider two related examples of psychological construct and how construct validity was assessed. So in the late 1960s, Martin Seligman conducted a series of studies with dogs that led him to develop the psychological construct of learned helplessness. He observed that dogs that had been exposed to situations in which they could not avoid an unpleasant event would, in later situation, not even attempt to remove or avoid an unpleasant event, even when it is possible. This finding led to the hypothesis that early lack of control over environmental events can be deliberating both cognitively and psychologically. That is when individuals are subjected to aversive environment, events over which they have no control. The result is learned helplessness, which will be reflected in impaired learning, reduced level of motivation, poor performance, and physiological deterioration. An extensive series of studies in other animal species, including humans, since the late 1960s, supports the notion that the construct of learned helplessness, that is a predictor, does not lead to the behavioral evidence of impaired learning, motivation, and so on. That is the criterion. This correlation between the predictor and criterion provides evidence of construct validity in most recent years. Seligman has developed the related constructed and learned optimism in 1998 and the Seligman Attributional Style Questionnaire, SASQ, to measure optimism. The construct validity of learned optimism has been demonstrated in numerous studies that shows a relationship between optimism scores as the SASQ predictor and measure of success, performance, motivation, and physical well-being criterion variables. Again, such research evidence supports the notion that psychological construct for optimism is useful in understanding, explaining, and predicting behavior. If learned helplessness and learned optimism exist, then certain behaviors should follow. If our expectations are confirmed a number of times in a variety of settings, our construct is useful. That is valid. Usually, many studies are necessary to demonstrate construct validity. What time and continued research before the construct and the theory usually undergo a series of modification and become more refined. Reliability of measurement. So a measuring instrument is reliable if measurements recorded at different times give similar result. Obviously, we would not want to use measuring instruments if it did not give similar result under similar circumstances. Consistency is imperative. If we are to obtain useful data, as we have previously noted, reliability is a necessary but not sufficient condition for validity. Information regarding test reliability should be available for every test or measure. This information should specify the extent of the reliability, including the type of reliability and the condition under which it was obtained. Reliability estimates are expressed in terms of a correlation, coefficient, and therefore are not all are none scores. As we noted, correlation can vary from -1 to 1, but most reliability coefficients remains 0.0 to 1.0 range. The upper limits of the test reliability are established by the similarity of items in terms of what they have in common, inter-item correlation, and the numbers of items on the test. As long as the test items provides independent measures of the same construct, the larger the number of items on the test, the more reliable the test will be. This notion is reflected in the way many sports championships are determined, as in baseball, basketball, and hockey, so using a series of several games rather than just one. On any given day, a weaker team may defeat a stronger team, but it is unlikely that a weaker team will consistently beat a stronger team. Similarly, witness the Olympic decathlon. It is a contest in which athlete must take part in 10 events. Consider another example. A course in the psychology at the end term may have available 1,000 questions that could be used on the final exam. The final exam will be constructed by sampling these items. A sample of only 5 items would be too few for reliability purpose. As we added items, our reliability would increase rapidly. But beyond a certain point, reached rather quickly. Adding more items would add very little to our reliability. Thus, a 50-item test would be considerably more reliable than a 5-item test. Ways to assess reliability. Test, retest reliability. One obvious way to determine the reliability of a test is to administer the same test twice to the same individual. To establish test-retest reliability, we administer the identical test a second time, usually after a week or two has gone. We then calculate a correlation coefficient for the first and second test scores. The time interval between the test run must be specified because retest correlation decreases as the time interval between tests increases. Some problem with this procedure relate to possible practices, effects, also if the interval between the tests is very short. The individual may be able to remember previous answer given the first time, and the scores between the two tests of the test score would not be independent. These scores represent a test-retest assessment for two different tests. Although high test retest reliability suggests that both instruments are relatively free for measurements error, care should be taken in interpreting this coefficient. It is evident that high reliability does not mean that an individual's first and second score are nearly the same. This may or may not be the case. The individual scored similarly on the both test administration. However, glancing over the pairs scores for the test B, you can see that the similarity scores is much less than that. Overall, the scores on the second administration are higher because retest reliability is derived through a correlational analysis. Although the situation is unusual, the occurrence of some significant event between the two administrators could cause a shift in scores. We will also want to comment on low test-retest reliability. Low reliability does not always suggest a faulty measuring instruments. If a significant event occurs between the two test administrators, for some of the test takers, but not all, then the low test-retest reliability may result. For example, a therapy or training program for a reading disability may take place between the first and the second testing periods. If those with the research or a greatest test disability showed the greatest improvement, then this would lower test-retest reliability. However, if not deliberate effort to change the condition of individual was made and only a short period of time intervened between the first and second test, then low test-retest reliability is more likely due to faulty measuring instrument. Then is alternate form reliability. Administer two forms of test and correlate scores. Some of the difficulties with the test retest procedure can be avoided by using alternate form reliability. With this method, an individual is tested on one form of the test and then again on a comparable second form, Form B. Again, a correlation coefficient is computed between the scores on forms A and B. The period of time between the two tests is usually a week or two. Although this time varies considerably, usually the two forms contains the same number of items and cover similar content. Alternate form reliability is used more frequently than the test-retest reliability because it has fewer associated problems, including a substantial reduction in practice events. Split half reliability. Only a single test session is involved when using the method of split half reliability. Two scores for each individual are obtained by splitting the test into comparable halves. This is usually achieved by assigning odd numbers intent to one form or even numbered items to the other. Generally, this method is not preferred over others because the scores on the two halves are not independent. To illustrate, if test takers is spaced out while taking the test, both scores will be depressed. With a sufficient number of instances of this sort, a spuriously high correlation will result, and the reliability will appear to be higher than it really is. Factors that affect reliability are that a number of factors can lower the reliability of a test within the testing period. Individually may become upset or ill, or they may misread the question, make a clerical error when recording an answer, or guess at the answer. Between testing sessions, an individual may change. There may be differences between the two tests, alternate form, or scoring criteria may change. It is also important to remember that reliability is measured using correlation coefficients. One factor that can reduce correlation is a restricted range of scores on one or both variables. A restricted range of scores can result from a testing instruments that does not allow a variety of possible scores. Range of scores can result from testing that does not allow variety of possible scores or from testing samples of individuals who all score very similar on the instrument, either very high or either very low. For example, you would not want to assess the reliability of a depression scale by using a sample of suicidal individuals. So experimental procedures are available to address these factors that affect reliability. In addition to selecting an appropriate sample of research participants, researchers can reduce measurement error and improve reliability by writing the items carefully. They should follow a standardized procedure for giving the test, so the testing conditions are very similar. They should not, or rather, they should state instruction clearly so that they are easily understood. Finally, they would use objective scoring procedure to avoid error due to subjectivity and changing criteria. So acceptable reliability levels depend on what the test is used for. So basic research purpose reliability for approximately 70 are not uncommon, but correlations of 80 or higher are considered desirable. So to obtain higher estimates of reliability requires considerable effort in selecting the items. So you can see the test that we discussed. Before we move on to detailed summary, let's get the last understanding. So to obtain higher estimates of reliability requires considerable effort in selecting items, standardizing the procedure, and administrating the score test for applied problems dealing with social issues, such as placement in retraining program or special classes, or for awards measurement errors, but be minimized under these similar circumstances. Reliability coefficients less than 90 are usually not acceptable. We'll take one example here. Universities continuously examine ways to increase the academic success of the students. One factors may be the level of emphasis on academic is the student's life. Thus, you believe that students who experience an out-of-class living environment that emphasizes academics will be more successful in college. So your university has several housing options for incoming freshmen. You work with the housing office to assign some freshmen to live in off-campus apartments, some freshmen to live in on-campus residence halls, and some freshmen to live in
On-campus residence halls called residential colleges. These residential colleges emphasize academics by having faculty live in the residential halls, by holding classes in the residential hall, by creating a peer tutoring system in the residence hall, and by creating program of the activities that revolve around academics. So at the end of their freshman year, USS, the student studies skills and grade point average. USS studies skills by asking the student true or false question related to action and attitudes towards studying. The study habit score is the number of question answer positively. Let's understand this last summary, whatever we studied. So measurement, scales, validity, and reliability is a way of refining our observation so that we can assign numerical values to them. Measurement requires precise definition of psychological variables such as intelligence, anxiety, hostility, love, etc. Operational definition provides precision by defining psychological variables in terms of specific operations. For example, hunger could be defined as the number of calories consumed. Operational definitions are useful when they allow us to discover lawful relationship among variables. The conversion of operations or observations to a number permits the use of mathematical operations to better describe and analyze observations. So on a nominal scale, or the scale of measurement is important. It determines the type of mathematical operations and statistical analysis that are appropriate. So in the nominal scale, numbers simply represents labels and have no quantitative meaning. And an ordinal scale of measurement, numbers represent rank, order, with equal intervals between adjacent numbers. An interval scale has equal interval between the adjacent number, but no absolute zero. A ratio scales of measurement has equal intervals and an absolute zero. And lastly, the validity refers to whether the instrument measures what is intended to measure. Validity can be assessed in different ways. So in order to measure to be valid, they must be reliable. That is, they should provide similar results under similar circumstances. Test to retest reliability is the degree to which measurements are similar when the same instrument is administered at a second time. So alternate from reliability is the degree to which measurements are similar when a comparable version of the instrument is administered. Split half reliability is a degree to which measurements are similar when different halves of the same instruments are compared. Lastly, factors that can lower the reliability of a test include restricted range of scores, feeling ill, misreading question, making clerical errors, guessing at answers, changing in the test takers, or changing scoring in criteria. So lastly, to conclude, reliability and validity are critical concepts in research methodology that ensures the quality and credibility of your findings. As reliability refers to the consistency and stability of your measurement or instruments, indicating whether it produces consistent result over time. Validity, on the other hand, assess whether your measurement accurately captures the intent, concept, or phenomenon. A reliable measurement might not always be valid, but a valid measurement is built upon a foundation of reliability. So researcher here strives for high level of both reliability and validity to ensure the accuracy and trustworthiness of their research outcome. So by rigorously addressing these aspects, researchers can enhance the robustness and impact of the studies. Thank you for your patience. Research proposal. So writing the research proposal for a research work in the present era is a challenging task due to constantly evolving trends in the qualitative research design and the need to incorporate medical advances into the methodology. So the proposal is a detailed plan or a blueprint for the intended study, and once it is completed, the research product should flow smoothly. So your research proposal is a key part of your application. It is a chance for you to show your knowledge of the subject area and tell us about the methods you want to use. The purpose of the research proposal is to demonstrate a project's viability and the researcher's preparedness to conduct an academic study. It serves a roadmap for the researcher. So your research proposal will be a key part of your application. It also tells us about the question you want to answer through your research. So it is a chance that you showcase your knowledge of the subject area.
The purpose of the research proposal is to demonstrate the project viability as we already understood. And lastly, it serves a roadmap for a researcher. So how and when you write your research proposal? So whenever you write your research proposal, you need to highlight how it is original and insignificant. So original means that you should be very different from other researchers that who have already done the research on the topic that you have selected. Explain how it will develop or challenge current knowledge of your subject. Identify the importance of your research. Show why you are the right person to do the research. So the purpose of the research proposal is to demonstrate whether the research will be coming with the fruitful outcome or it will serve the roadmap for the research. The process holds value both externally. So that means for accountability purpose and often as a requirement for a grant application. And also it will serve a purpose or holds a value and interesting value, we say, for helping the researcher to clarify mechanics, purpose, and potential significance of the study. So key section of research proposal includes the title, abstract, introduction, literature review, research design, methods, timeline, budget, and etc. So each will be briefly, I'll be explaining you further. So research proposal sample structure, where I mentioned this title, abstract, introduction, literature review, research design, timeline, budget, expected outcomes, and implications, references, and appendix if applicable. So we'll further deeply understand and dwell in the entire structure. So when I mention title, the name itself says that you have to present a concise and descriptive statement that clearly conveys the core idea of your research project. So make it as specific as possible. The reader should immediately be able to grasp the core idea of the intended research project. Often the title is left too vague and does not help give an understanding of what exactly the study looked like. So title should give the understanding of what exactly the study looked like and give the intended research of the entire project. Then comes the abstract. Abstract are usually around 250 to 300 words and provide an overview of what is to follow, including the research problem, research objectives, methods, expected outcomes, and significance of the study. So use this as a roadmap and ensure that if the abstract is the only thing someone reads, they'll get a good flyby of what we'll be discussing in the piece of the research further. Next is introduction. Introduction are all about contextualization. So they often set the background information with the statement of a problem. At the end of the introduction, the reader should understand what the rationale for the study truly is. I like to see research questions or hypotheses included in the introduction. And it is good understanding of what the significance of the research will be. So it's often easiest to write the introduction at the last. Next and very important part is literature review. So literature review dives deep into the existing literature on the topic, demonstrating your thorough understanding of the existing literature, including themes, strength, weakness, and gaps in the literature. So it serves both to demonstrate your knowledge of the field and to demonstrate how the proposed study will fit alongside the literature on the topic. A good literature review concludes by clearly demonstrating how your research will contribute something new and innovative to the conversation in the literature. Next is research design and methods. So this section needs to clearly demonstrate how the data that you have collected or gathered will be analyzed in a systematic and academically manner. Here, you need to demonstrate that the conclusion of your research will be both valid and reliable. So common points discussed in the research design and method section, including highlighting the research paradigm, methodologies, intended population or sample to be studied. So data collection techniques, data analysis procedures should be a part of your research design methods. So towards the end of the section, you are then encouraged to also address ethical consideration and limitation of the research process. but also explain why you choose your research design and how you are mitigating the identified risk and limitations that are involved during the research process. Timeline. Provide an outline of the anticipated timeline for the study. Break it down into various stages, that is, including data collection, data analysis, and report writing. The goal of this section is firstly to establish a reasonable breakdown of the steps for you to follow, and secondly, demonstrate to the assessor that your project is practical and feasible. Next is budget. So estimate the cost associated with the research project and include evidence for your estimation. Typical costs include staffing costs, equipment travel, and data collection tool. When applying for a scholarship, the budget should demonstrate that you are being responsible for your expensive and that your funding application is reasonable. Expected outcome and implications. A discussion of the anticipated findings or result of the research, as well as the potential contribution to the existing knowledge. Theory or practice in the field. This section should also address the potential impact of the research and the relevant stakeholders, and broadly implication of the policies and the practice that will be considered. References. Then I think everyone must be aware of the references, as it is very generic term that we use in our daily life. So same meaning here also. When you do a research, a complete list of the sources cited in the research proposal, formatted according to the required citation style. This demonstrates the researcher's familiarity with the relevant literature and ensures the proper attribution of the ideas and information has been addressed. Last is appendix. If applicable, I have mentioned. So any additional material such as questionnaire, interview guides, or consent forms that provides further information or support to the researcher proposal, these material should be included as appendix at the end of your document. So this way you will be later able to propose your research to the researcher, and hence the entire reader will get entire idea about what the research should be and how the outcome should look like. Research proposal example. So research proposal often extended anywhere between 2,000 and 15,000 words in length. So the following sample designed to briefly demonstrate what might be discussed in each section, considering this hypothetical education research proposal. So the impact of game-based learning on student engagement and academic performance in middle school mathematics. So the abstract. So study the abstract, considering that it's a education research proposal. So abstract says, so we have got the title already, the impact of the game learning and student engagement and academic performance in middle school mathematics. So this gives you the entire idea what the research is going to be and in which field. So the abstract further goes into the detail. The proposed study will explore multiplayer game-based learning techniques in middle school mathematics curricula and their effects on student engagement. So the study aims to contribute to the current literature on game-based learning by examining the effects of multiplayer gaming in learning. Then the introduction. Digital game-based learning has long been shunned with mathematics education for fears that it may distract students or lower the academic integrity of the classroom. However, there is emerging evidence that digital games in math have emerging benefits, not only for engagement, but also academic skills development. Contributing to this discourse, this study seeks to explore the potential benefit of multiplayer game-based learning by examining its impact on the middle school students' engagement and academic performance in the mathematics class. Then the literature review. The literature review has identified gaps in the current knowledge, namely while game-based learning has been extensively explored. The role of multiplayer games in supporting learning has not been studied. Now, research design method. So literature review, as we mentioned here, will have more deeper understanding and more deeper detail when you'll be practically doing your research proposal. So we will further see how the literature review is being designed, and also we'll see some examples of it. So this is the basic example. Research design and methods. So this study will employ a mixed method research design based upon action, research in the classroom, a quasi-experimental or pre-test or post-test control group design will be used to compare the academic performance and engagement of middle school students exposed to game-based learning techniques, with those in a control group receiving instruction without the aid of technology. Students will also be observed and interviewed in regards to the effective of communication and collaboration during gameplay on their learning. The timeline says the study will take place across the second term of the school year, with a pre-test taking place on the first day of the term and the post-test taking place on Wednesday in week 10. Then the budget. The key budgetary requirement for this research will be the technologies required, including the subscription cost for the identified games and computers. Lastly, the expected outcome and implication. It is expected that the finding will contribute to the current literature on game-based learning and inform educational practices, providing educators and policymakers with insights into how to better support student achievements in mathematics. So we have seen the example. Further, we'll see the purpose of research proposal. So academics often have to write research proposal to get funding for their projects. As a student or as a researcher, you might have to write research proposal as part of your work place requirement or school's requirement or school's applications or prior to starting your thesis or dissertation. So in addition to helping you figure out what your research can look like, a proposal can also serve to demonstrate why project is worth pursuing to a funder or educational institute or a supervisor. So research proposal aims at relevance. Show your reader why your project is interesting, original, and important. Context, demonstrate your comfort and familiarity with the field of the research. Show that you understand the current state of your research on your topic. Approach, make a case of your methodology. Demonstrate that you have carefully thought about the data, tools, and procedures necessary that are required to conduct your research. Achievability, confirm that your project is feasible with the timeline of your program or funding deadline. Now, we have understood the research proposal. We'll further move into the literature review, which is a very important part in the research. Literature review is a piece of academic writing demonstrating knowledge and understanding of the academic literature on a specific topic placed in the context. Literature review also includes a critical evaluation of the material. This is why it is called as literature review rather than a literature report. So it shows the cumulative knowledge, which is conceptual framework your study is based on. It's a survey of scholarly source such as books, journals, articles related to specific topic or research question. It is often written as a part of thesis, dissertation, research paper in order to situate your work in relation to existing knowledge. The purpose of the literature review is to highlight the void in the research that your study will fill. It also answers why you should conduct your research. To answer the why behind your study, find and analyze other students that addresses similar research question or studies that addresses your research questions on a different level. Discuss and present your research questions and how answer you discover will fill in another piece of the puzzle in your field. So the basic literature review include a description of the publication, a summary of the publication's main point, discussion of gaps in research, and evaluation of publications contribute to the topic. What is the purpose of literature review? The purpose of literature review is to Provide a review of writing on the given topic in order to establish the reviewer's own position in the existing field of scholarship on that topic. A literature review provides a reader with a comprehensive look at previous discussion that has happened prior to the one of the reviewer will be making his or her own research paper, thesis, or dissertation. So in short, a literature review shows readers where the reviewer is entering the academic conversation on a particular topic in the context of existing scholarship. So there are several reasons to conduct a literature review at the beginning of a research topic. First, to familiarize yourself with the current state of knowledge on your topic, to ensure that you are not just you are not just repeating what others have already done. Also, then, to identify the gaps, which is very important, in knowledge and unresolved problems that your search can address. To develop your theoretical framework and methodology, to provide an overview of the key findings and debates on the topic. Writing the literature review shows your reader how your work relates to the existing research and what new insights it will contribute. Conducting this review will help you build your knowledge in your field. Also, it will help you learn about the important concepts, methods, and techniques that are used in your field. You will also gain insights into how researchers apply the concepts in your learning into your unit to real-world problems. So another great benefit of literature review is that as you read, you'll get better understanding of how research findings are presented and discussed in your particular discipline. If you pay detailed attention to what you read and try to achieve a similar style, you will probably become more successful at writing for your discipline. Step-by-step approach for drafting your literature review. We will understand step-by-step approach for drafting your literature review, which is a very important. I would request everyone who is listening to my lecture today put a detailed attention towards this and try to understand the intricacies that are involved while designing or drafting your literature review. The first is defining your goal. So if you are writing an argument paper, create a thesis statement with a clear position. If you are evaluating scientific theories, develop a hypothesis to examine. If you're providing a self-contained review of writings on a topic, state your project's purpose. So at the beginning of any paper, define your paper's purpose so that literature review will be anchored to a specific point of view that you have designed or defined at the start of your paper. Next is do your research. Review a number of texts that mostly closely pertain to your topic and position and are written by relevant scholars in the similar domain. Understand who the top voices are or top research papers are in specific to your topics or related to the specific domain or a field. And be sure to include the most pertinent publication by those scholars. Ground summary in relevance. As you summarize each publication, provide the context for that publication's importance by trying its main point to your thesis, hypotheses, or project statement. How does it relate? Establish its relevance to the discussion that you have mentioned. Develop review logically. Think of your literature review as the development of an argument. What were the earliest ideas on the topic? How did they grow and evolve in the academic conversation of this particular publication? First thing first. That's how you start logically. Include references or work credit list. As you are writing the literature review, you will mention the author's name and the publication years in your text, but you will still need to compile comprehensive citation for each entry at the end of your review. Follow APA or Chicago style guidelines as your course requires. So we will see the examples of literature review. Adolescents 11 to 12 years. So in this literature review, the most information was, so there is a citation given to this. So the introduction wraps up with a clear thesis statement and says from which age group the particular data has been taken. Clinical factors related to development of emergence agitation. So using headings, the literature review can be organized by study topic, building information about the topic through definitive academic contribution. So later they are talking about the characteristics that they have been involved. Interesting. According to literature evidence base, there is an advantage to either propofol tevia or adjunctive propofol with sevoflurane compared with sevoflurane alone. We conclude based on the current evidence that the use of propofol is associated with reduction in the incident of emergence agitation. So here, a literature review articulates the purpose of your new project, which is to either fill gap in current research or to provide the next step in in researching the topic. So this is how you have to mention the literature review. So further we'll see. So I'll just talk about the bracket they have mentioned about Popel Lewis at ETL 2003. So what are they trying to talk about? They are here citing from where the research has been taken, and they are mentioning their in their research study, and specifically about the literature review that they have studied before doing the research. So this is how you have to cite your research paper or involve your literature review in the research paper to give the better idea to the readers. Let's move to hypothesis. We have heard of many hypotheses which have led to great invention in science. Assumptions that are made on the basis of some evidence are known as hypotheses. So basically, what is hypothesis? It is an assumption or an idea proposed for the sake of argument so that it can be tested. It is a precise testable statement of what the researchers predict will be outcome of the study. Hypothesis usually involves proposing a relationship between two variables. The independent variable, that is what the researchers change, and the dependent variable, what the research measures. So hypothesis is an assumption that is made based on some evidence. This is the initial point of any investigation that translates the research questions into predictions. It includes components like variable, population, relation between the variables. A research hypothesis is a hypothesis that is used to test relation between two or more variables. So in research, there is a convention that the hypothesis is written in two forms: the null hypothesis and the alternative hypothesis, that is called as experimental hypothesis when the method of investigation is an experiment. So basically, we'll understand following are the characteristics of hypothesis. We'll understand the characteristics that are involved. The hypothesis should be clear, precise to consider it to be reliable. If the hypothesis is a relation hypothesis, then it should be stating the relation between variables. The hypothesis must be specific and should have scope for conducting more tests. The way of explanation of the hypothesis must be very simple, and it should also be understood that the simplicity of the hypothesis is not related to its significance. How to formulate an effective research hypothesis? So, a testable hypothesis is not a simple statement. It is rather an intricate statement that needs to offer a clear introduction to a scientific experiment, its intention, and the possible outcomes. However, there are some important things to consider when building a compelling hypothesis. First is state the problem that you are trying to solve. That means make sure that the hypothesis clearly defines the topic and the focus of the experiment that you are proceeding ahead with. Next is try to write the hypothesis as an if-then statement. Follow this template. If a specific action is taken, then a certain outcome is expected. Then is define the variables. So independent variables are the ones that are manipulated, controlled, or changed. Independent variables are isolated from other factors of the study. Next is dependent variable. As the name suggests, are dependent on other factors of the study. They are influenced by the change in independent variables. So this is how you will formulate the effective hypothesis to further come up with the productive outcome. Now, important part, types of hypothesis. Some would stand by the notion that there are only two hypotheses of types of hypothesis, a null and alternative. While that may have some truth to it, it would be better to fully distinguish the most common forms, as these terms come up so often, which might leave you out of context. Apart from null and alternative, there are complex, simple, directional, and non-directional, statistic and associative, and casual hypotheses. They don't necessarily have to be exclusive, as one hypothesis can tick many boxes. But knowing the distinction between them will make it easier for you to construct your own hypothesis and do a best research work. So we'll start with first null hypothesis. A null hypothesis proposes no relation between two variables, denoted by HO. It is a negative statement like attending physiotherapy session does not affect athletes on field performance. Here, the author claims physiotherapy sessions have no effect on on-field performance. Even if there is, it is only a coincidence. Next is alternative hypothesis. So consider to be the opposite of null hypothesis. An alternative is donate as H1 or HA. It explicitly states that the dependent variable affects the independent variable. So a good alternative hypothesis example is attending physiotherapy session improves athletes' on-field performance, or water evaporates at 100 degrees Celsius. So the alternative hypothesis further branches into directional and non-directional. Directional hypothesis, a hypothesis that states the result would be either positive or negative, is called directional hypothesis. It accompanies H1 with either or sign. So non-directional hypothesis. A non-directional hypothesis only claims an effect on dependent variable. It does not clarify whether the result would be positive or negative. Simple hypothesis next. A simple hypothesis is a statement made to reflection the relation between exactly two variables, one independent and one dependent. Consider the example here. Smoking is prominent cause of lung cancer. So the dependent variable, lung cancer, is dependent on the independent variable, that is smoking. Complex hypothesis. So in contrast to the simple hypothesis here, a complex hypothesis implies the relationship between multiple independent and dependent variables. For instance, we'll take an example. Individuals who eat more fruits tend to have higher immunity, lesser cholesterol, and high metabolism. Independent variable is eating more fruits, while the dependent variables are higher immunity, lesser cholesterol, and high metabolism. This is how you differentiate between independent and dependent in the complex hypothesis. Associative and casual hypothesis. So this hypothesis does not exhibit how many variables there will be. They define the relationship between the variable. In an associative hypothesis, changing any one variable, dependent or independent, affects others. So in a casual hypothesis, the independent variable directly affects the dependent variable. Last is empirical hypothesis, also referred to as working hypothesis. So here, an empirical hypothesis claim a theory's validation via experiments and observation. This way, the statement appears justifiable and different from a wild guess. Say, the hypothesis is women who take iron tablets face a lesser risk of anemia, those who take vitamin B12. So this is an example of empirical hypothesis where the researcher statement after assessing a group of women who take iron tablets and charting the findings of it. Then is statistical hypothesis. So the point of statistical hypothesis is to test an already existing hypothesis by studying a population sample. So for example, hypothesis like 44% of Indian population belongs in the age group of 22 to 27, leveraging the evidence to prove or disapprove a particular statement. We'll see the example. The example based on different scenarios. So consumption of sugar drinks every day leads to obesity is an example of simple hypothesis. So we can see the first one. This is the one example that I have given you, and we'll see what is there on our slide. So the greater number of coal plants in a region, that is independent variable, increases water pollution, that is dependent variable. So if you change the independent variable, that means building more coal factories, it will change the dependent variable amount of water pollution. Next is, what is the effect of diet or regular soda? That is independent variable on blood sugar levels, because that is a dependent variable on the diet and regular usage of effect of regular soda. So now if you change the independent variable, the variable independent will be the type of soda you consume. It will change the dependent blood sugar levels. So it becomes a start point for your investigation when you divide the independent and dependent variable. I'll give you one more example. So if a person gets 7 hours of sleep, then he will feel less fatigue. Then if he sleeps less, it is an example of which hypothesis? That's the question for you all. Important of testable hypothesis. So before we go into this, we'll understand what hypothesis so far has been impacted when it comes to the research. So hypothesis helps in making an observation and experiment possible. So it becomes a start point of investigation. It also helps verifying the observation. It helps in directing the inquiry in the right direction. So you should not ignore the importance of the above hypothesis that we have studied in the entire PPT. The validity of experiments and its result rely on the robust testable hypothesis. Developing a strong testable hypothesis has few advantages, specifically about the outcomes of the study and intensely talking about the productive research and the topic. Consequently, it enables us to understand the implication of the questions and different variables involved in the study. Furthermore, it helps to make precise prediction based on prior research. Hence, forming a hypothesis would be a great value to the research. Here, we have seen certain examples. So most importantly, you need to build a robust testable hypothesis for your scientific experiment. A testable hypothesis is a hypothesis that can be proved or disapproved as a result of experiment. So to devise a performance and experiment using scientific method, you need to make sure that your hypothesis is testable. To be considered testable, some essential criteria must be met. And what are those? There must be a possibility to prove that the hypothesis is true. Next is there must be possibility to prove that the hypothesis is false. Lastly, the result of the hypothesis must be reproducible. So without these criteria, the hypothesis and the result will be very vague. As a result, the experiment will not prove or disapprove anything significant. So you have to try and understand what are your experiences with building hypotheses for scientific experiments. What challenges did you face? How did you overcome these challenges? So you have to now later share your thoughts and tell us how you prepared your research proposal. How did you cumulatively read literature review and how you have designed your hypothesis that is a testable hypothesis. Here we end this PPT, and I hope this has given you a broader understanding of the entire research proposal and their outcome. Thank you. So first, we'll start with the introduction. So sampling. Sampling is a selection of a subset of the population of interest in a research study. So a sample is a subset of individual from a larger population. Sampling means selecting the group that you will actually collect data from in your research. We can take an example. If you're doing a research on the opinion of the student in XYZ university, you could survey a sample of 100 students. So in statistics, sampling allow you to test a hypothesis about the characteristics of population. So the 100 becomes your sample size, and then you are processing your entire research on that 100 sample that you have taken. So what you do with that 100 students, you are trying to come out with a result which should be equivalent to the topic or the abstract that you have started doing on the research. So this will take a little longer time and could be a very costly process, but the result and the outcome will be very authentic and original. So sampling allows large scale research to be carried out because it sounds to be very more realistic, and there's a time frame that you give it when you do a research, because it uses a smaller number of individuals in the population to stand in for the whole. So in university, definitely you don't have only 100 students, there will be 1,000 or maybe lakh. But what are you doing? You are taking students from every stream. So probably you'll take 20 students from arts, 20 students from commerce, 20 students from science, 20 from your management, and XYZ. So why so on so forth. So why we do this? So that we are collecting the entire view of the population to stand in for the whole. So this 100 people will stand it for the whole in the university. So however, whenever you decide to sample or take a sample size, you take on a new task. You have to decide who is part of your sample and how to choose the people who will best represents the whole population. How you go about that is what the practice of sampling is all about. We'll further understand. So what are objectives of sampling? So studies are connected on samples because it is usually impossible to study the entire population. So conclusion drawn from the samples are intended to be generalized to the population and sometimes to the future as well. The sample must therefore be representative of the population. This is best ensured by the proper use of this method of sampling. The sample must also be adequate in size, in fact, no more or no less. So this will help you obtain the maximum information about the population without examining each and every unit of the population. So to find the reliability of the estimates derived from the sample, which can be done by computing the standard error of the statistics. So this gives you a better idea. Why it is important? Because sampling is the easiest way to understand what the entire population is thinking, only with finding out the minimum number of the out of the maximum population. This will help. The sampling allows you to research a larger target population using the same resources as you would do for a smaller ones. So it dramatically opens up the possibility of the research. So it is like a little having a gears on a car or bicycle. Instead of always turning set of wheels of a specific size and being constrained by their physical properties. So it allows you to translate your effort to the wheels via different gears. So what are you doing? You are effectively choosing a bigger or a smaller wheels depending on the terrain you are on, how much work you are able to do. So sampling here allows you to gear your research. So you are less limited to the constraint of cost, time, and complexity that come with the different population sizes. So it allows you to do things like carrying out exit polls during elections, maps the spread and effects rates of epidemics across geographical area, and carry out nationwide census research that provides a snapshot of a society. Let's move further. Before we move into the sampling techniques, we will understand what are the critical essentials of sampling that a person can face while doing a research. So representativeness. So you must select the sample in a manner which represents the universe in its truest sense. Further, if you fail to do so, then you might get misleading results. Next is adequacy. You should also select the size of sample adequately, which represents the parametric characteristics of the population. Independence. When you select a sample, you must ensure that you select the samples independently and also randomly. So this will give you a better result. Homogeneity. This is another important element of a sample investigation. Homogeneity means that there is no basic difference in the nature of units in the sample and the universe. So what are these, what we have studies, we understood they are the demerits where we can, it is the critical essential of sampling method. So we have already seen the merits which helped us save our time. We are reliable more. So when I say they are reliable, usually the data collected under a sample investigation is reliable because of the use of well-trained and experienced investigators or experts. It also provides us detailed information since sampling is cost efficient and also time efficient. You can collect detailed information about the sample in your survey. It helps you collect richer data and a very fine data. Sometimes the goal of the research is to collect a little bit of data from a lot of people. For example, an opinion poll. And other times, the goal is to collect a lot of information from just a few people. Example is a user study or an ethnographic interview. So either way, samplings allow researcher to ask participants more questions and to gather richer data than does contacting everyone in the population. So the importance of knowing where to sample is important. Efficient sampling has a number of benefits for researcher, but just as important as knowing how to sample is knowing where to sample. So some research participants are better suited for the purpose of a project than other. Finding participants that are fit for the purpose of a project is crucial. So you have to understand where your abstract is leading your research to and from where you will find exact and efficient data or the participants from where you can get more answers to your question. This is a very crucial part, but it helps researcher to gather high quality data. So we can take an example here. So we can consider an online research project where a team of researchers who decides to conduct a study online has several different sources of participants to choose from. Some source provide a random sample and many more provide a non-random sample. When selecting a non-random sample, researchers have several options to consider. Some studies are especially well suited to an online panel that offers access to millions of different participants worldwide. Other studies, meanwhile, are better suited to crowdsourced site that generally has fewer participants overall, but more flexibility for fostering participants' engagement. So this is how you can conduct research for your respective topics. So further, we'll understand the sample techniques, which will give you more idea how you can do random, non-random, probability, non-probability sampling further to narrow down your research or to filter the good and qualitative data which will be considered for your research purpose. What is sampling technique? The sampling technique or the sampling method is a statistical approach used for selecting a representative sample from a population we already studied, a representative. So what happens, I'll give you a very basic and simple idea here. So if I go and teach in the class of probably 160 and they have a different divisions called A, B, C, D, E. So each division has 160 participants. What do you think? 160 participant, will I be able to remember all this 360 or 460 participants' name? That's way difficult. So when marking an attendance, so my year when I go and deliver the lecture, for me, it is also important to mark attendance of those students. So what happened? We select certain representative of each class. So that could be called as class representative or a class course coordinator or XYZ. There are different names that we give to the representative. What this representative does? So the representatives, because it is very difficult for every individual, a 160 student batch, which is A division, and another B, C and D. So we have around 400 or 460 in total of for one course. So it is very difficult for those 460 students to come and meet me and approach for their problems. So every class has their own representative from where they can go and approach them easily, and that representative come to me and share the problems or the issues, or also mark their attendance very easily. So what happens here? This makes this this rigorous analysis very easy for me, because we have done in a very methodical way, and the approach is very simple. So it involves rigorous analysis of the data gathered about the population and selecting an appropriate sample on the basis of the data. So what I did here, I have selected one representative for each class. So this is a very basic example to make you understand and the concept. There are several different sampling techniques available, which can be classified into two major categories. One is probability sampling techniques. Second one is non-probability sampling techniques. So what is probability sampling? The probability sampling technique uses some sort of random selection. So in this method, every individual of the population has an equal chance of being selected. The advantage of using probability sampling is that probability sampling gives us the best chance to draw a sample that is true representative of the population. However, this method is more time consuming and expensive than the non-probability sampling method. So let's understand what is non-probability sampling method. So the non-probability sampling method is a technique in which researcher selects the sample based on subjective judgment rather than the random selection. In this method, all elements do not have an equal chance of being selected. Consequently, there is a significant risk of ending up with a non-presentative sample, which does not produce a generalizable result. So this is basically two types of techniques which you can utilize when you do a research, and this will definitely give you some result which is closer to your research process. Before we move into the sampling techniques, we will understand what are the critical essentials of sampling that a person can face while doing a research. So representativeness. So you must select the sample in a manner which represents the universe in its truest sense. Further, if you fail to do so, then you might get misleading results. Next is adequacy. You should also select the size of sample adequately, which represents the parametric characteristics of the population. Independence. When you select a sample, you must ensure that you select the samples independently and also randomly. So this will give you a better result. Homogeneity. This is another important element of a sample investigation. Homogeneity means that there is no basic difference in the nature of units in the sample and the universe. So what are these? What we have studies, we understood they are the demerits where we can, it is the critical essential of sampling method. So we have already seen the merits which helped us save our time. We are reliable more. So when I say they are reliable, usually the data collected under a sample investigation is reliable because of the use of well-trained and experienced investigators or experts. It also provides us detailed information since sampling is cost efficient and also time efficient. You can collect detailed information about the sample in your survey. It helps you collect richer data and a very fine data. Sometimes the goal of the research is to collect a little bit of data from a lot of people. For example, an opinion poll. And other times, the goal is to collect a lot of information from just a few people. Example is a user study or an ethnographic interview. So either way, samplings allow researcher to ask participants more questions and to gather richer data than does contacting everyone in the population. So the importance of knowing where to sample is important. Efficient sampling has a number of benefits for researcher, but just as important as knowing how to sample is knowing where to sample. So some research participants are better suited for the purpose of a project than other. Finding participants that are fit for the purpose of a project is crucial. So you have to understand where your abstract is leading your research to, and from where you will find exact and efficient data, the, or the participants from where you can get more answers to your question. This is a very crucial part, but it helps researcher to gather high quality data. So we can take an example here. So we can consider an online research project where a team of researcher who decides to conduct a study online has several different sources of participants to choose from. Some source provide a random sample and many more provide a non-random sample. When selecting a non-random sample, researchers have several options to consider. Some studies are especially well suited to an online panel that offers access to millions of different participants worldwide. Other studies, meanwhile, are better suited to crowdsourced site that generally has fewer participants overall, but more flexibility for fostering participants' engagement. So this is how you can conduct research for your respective topics. So further, we'll understand the sample techniques, which will give you more idea how you can do random, non-random, probability, non-probability sampling further to narrow down your research or to filter the good and qualitative data which will be considered for your research purpose. What is sampling technique? The sampling technique or the sampling method is a statistical approach used for selecting a representative sample from a population we already studied, a representative. So what happens? I'll give you a very basic and simple idea here. So if I go and teach in the class of probably 160, and they have a different divisions called A, B, C, D, E. So each division has 160 participants. What do you think? 160 participant, will I be able to remember all this 360 or 460 participants' name? That's very difficult. So when marking an attendance, so my year when I go and deliver the lecture, for me, it is also important to mark attendance of those students. So what happened? We select certain representative of each class. So that could be called as class representative or a class course coordinator or XYZ. There are different names that we give to the representative. What this representative does? So the representatives, because it is very difficult for every individual, a 160 student batch, which is A division and another B, C and D. So we have around 400 or 460 in total of for one course. So it is very difficult for those 460 students to come and meet me and approach for their problems. So every class has their own representative from where they can go and approach them easily, and that representative come to me and share the problems or the issues or also mark their attendance very easily. So what happens here? This makes this this rigorous analysis very easy for me because we have done in a very methodical way, and the approach is very simple. So it involves rigorous analysis of the data gathered about the population and selecting an appropriate sample on the basis of the data. So what I did here, I have selected one representative for each class. So this is a very basic example to make you understand and the concept. There are several different sampling techniques available which can be classified into two major categories. One is probability sampling techniques. Second one is non-probability sampling techniques. So what is probability sampling? The probability sampling technique uses some sort of random selection. So in this method, every individual of the population has an equal chance of being selected. The advantage of using probability sampling is that probability sampling gives us the best chance to draw a sample that is true representative of the population. However, this method is more time consuming and expensive than the non-probability sampling method. So let's understand what is non-probability sampling method. So the non-probability sampling method is a technique in which researcher selects the sample based on subjective judgment rather than the random selection. In this method, all elements do not have an equal chance of being selected. Consequently, there is a significant risk of what? Ending up with a non-presentative sample, which does not produce a generalizable result. So this is basically two types of techniques which you can utilize when you do a research. And this will definitely give you some result which is closer to your research process. Probability sampling. So in probability sampling, there are different types: simple random sampling, stratified sampling, cluster sampling, systematic sampling. So let's understand slowly and steadily, because this is very important for you to do your research. I'm again and again repeating this because these methods are still implemented while doing a great topic or great abstract researches. So probability sampling is a sampling technique in which researcher chooses sample from a large population, as we already know, using a method based on the theory of probability. So this sampling method considers every member of the population and forms sample based on fixed process. So for example, here in a population of 1,000 members, every member will have a 1 out of 1,000 chance of being selected to be a part of this sample. So probability sampling eliminates sampling bias in the population and gives all members a fair chance to be included. Why use probability sampling? So why we use probability sampling? Because it provides a representative sample. Populations are usually diverse. Probability sampling allows researcher to create a sample that fully represent the diversity of the population, which is so easy for you then, right? Because that representative is representing the entire population for you and giving you the exact data which is original. Say we want to know what country Indian students prefer for higher studies, or which country they want to go in. This is a recent boom now. Every student want to go out of India. So let's take that as a research topic. So in probability sampling allows for picking a sample that closely represents the diversity of the student, gender, socioeconomic background, academic background, motivations, and ambitions among the population of the students. It also helps obtain statistical references. So probability sampling helps researchers create an accurate sample for their population. If a sample is accurate, researcher can use proven statistical methods to confidently draw conclusion about the larger population. Imagine that in the previous example, the survey found that 30% of surveyed students preferred UK, United Kingdom, 25% out of that considered United States, 15% Australia, 10% Canada, and 20% other countries for higher studies. So researchers could use this data to infer that between 25 and 35 of all Indian students preferred the United Kingdom, since the statistical margin of the error for this survey was just 5%. Next, probability sampling help us reduce sampling bias. Sampling bias occurs when some units of the population are more likely to be chosen than others. So this results in an incorrectly represented population. Probability sampling gives each unit of the population an equal chance of being selected in this sample, since units are randomly selected. So in the previous example, suppose the sampling is done by picking the researcher's friends and their friends. This sample would be biased, since the researcher's friends are more likely to be chosen for the sample than the researcher's enemy. Probability sampling would solve this sampling bias by giving every student an equal chance of being chosen for the sample. So I hope you have got the better understanding of probability sampling, because before moving into the types, you need to have a clear understanding of what probability sampling is, and hence later we'll get the proper gist of types. So first we'll start with simple random sampling. This is, you can see the image and later we'll discuss about the image as well. Random sampling is generally the best and the simple way to draw a sample from the population. So you can see there's a population here, and out of which they have selected 2, 5, 8, and 11. So that is a random number. So this is one of the best probability sampling techniques that helps in save time and resources. In this simple random sampling method, it is reliable method of obtaining information where every single member of a population is chosen randomly. Merely by chance, each individual has the same probability of being chosen to be a part of a sample. So again, we'll talk with an example, which will give you a better idea about simple random sampling. For example, in an organization of 500 employees, if the HR team decides on conducting team building activities, it is highly likely that they would prefer picking chits out of a ball. In this case, each of the 500 employees has an equal opportunity of being selected. With random sampling, every member of the population has an equal opportunity to be included in the sample, and get a pure chance is the only factor that determines who actually goes into the sample. So it is used to eliminate bias, both conscious and unconsciousness, that researcher might introduce while selecting a sampling. Again, we'll take one example here. Suppose we want to choose 200 students at a random from a school. Here we can give each student in the database of the school a number between 1 and 500 and choose a random sample of 200 numbers using a random numbers generator. So you see in the population we have from numbers from 1 to 12. So what are we doing here? Choosing a random number between 1 to 12, and out of which we have selected, we have not selected, there is some test we have done, and we have just taken out the number, which is 2, 5, 8, and 11. So here, basically, we are getting a random number generator, which is helping us to form our sampling size and get the data out of those who will be the representative of the entire population. Next is stratified sampling. Stratified sampling is a method in which the researcher divides the population into smaller groups that don't overlap but represents the entire population. So see here, smaller population group, that is strata, and random sample from each group. So we are using strata with random population. So researcher uses stratified sampling technique when the researcher has distinguished and well-identified subgroups. That is, strata means subgroups, subsets, single or stratum, okay, in the population. It is a procedure for selecting a sample that includes the individual from identified subgroups in the proportion that they exist in the population. This method can be used to select equal numbers from each of the identified subgroups if comparisons between subgroups are important. All right, we can take a good example of stratified sampling, that would be to divide the population into male and female, or into rural or urban, etc. So it is useful only when you plan to subdivide the subjects for subsequent analysis to make various comparisons and decisions. This sampling method is called random quota sampling also. So let's consider a situation where a researcher team seeks opinion about religion among various age groups. Instead of collecting feedback from XYZ numbers US citizens, random samplings of around XYZ can be selected for research. So we'll take a XYZ is like 3 lakh of US citizens. The random sampling of around a lakh can be selected for research. So this lakh citizens can be divided into groups according to their age. Example, you can take 18 to 29, 30 to 39, 40 to 49, 50 to 59, and 60 and above if you wish to put them in your research. So each stratum, so you have created a stratum 18 to 29, 30 to 39, will have distinct members and the number of members. That could be on the age, socioeconomic division, nationality, religion, educational achievement, and other classifications. So this will help you get the more random sampling from each group where you have already done the strata of it. Cluster sampling. Cluster sampling is a method where the researchers divide the entire population into section or cluster that represent population. Here, sampling is a method where researchers divide the entire population in section. So clusters are identified and included in sample based on demographic parameters like age, sex, location, and etc. This makes it very simple for a survey creator to derive effective inferences from the feedback. So, for example, if the United States government wishes to evaluate the number of immigrants living in the mainland US, because we took this example previously, I'm continuing with that. They can divide into cluster based on states such as California, Texas, Florida, etc. This way of conducting a survey will be more effective as a result. Let's understand now what is cluster sampling. So cluster sampling is a method where the researcher divides the entire population into sections or clusters that represent a population. So it is a method where the researcher divides a few people from the entire population and clusters that represents the population itself. We'll understand deeply. Clusters are identified and included in a sample based on demographic parameters like age, sex, location, etc. This makes it very simple for a survey creator to derive effective inference from the feedback. So as we'll take an example. We have already taken an example in the previous simple random method about United States. So if the United States government wishes to evaluate the number of immigrants living in the mainland US, they can divide into cluster based on states such as California, Texas, Florida, Colorado, etc. This way of conducting a survey will be more effective. As a result, will be organized into states and provide insightful immigration data. Cluster sampling often is more convenient when the population is very large. It is often isn't possible to randomly select from the entire population, but is more manageable when using cluster because of time, expense, and convenience. So, example here we can take is a university has 10 campuses across the country, each with nearly the same number of students. We can't travel to every unit in order to gather the necessary data if we want to gather some information or facilities and other stuff. Therefore, we can choose 3 or 4 branches as a clusters using random sampling. This can help the researcher cut down on travel, expense, and time, etc. Next is systematic sampling. So this, the name itself says, it will be very systematic. So in this method, the researcher first chooses a random item from the population. and the next item chosen is the ninth item or nth item each time from the list, as long as it falls within the size of the population. Here is the n in the size of the sample required. So, a researcher wants to select a sample of 15 students from a total population of 150 students. So, when a researcher selects 15 students from a total population of 150 students in a school, he or she will randomly choose first student from the list and then will systematically choose every 10th student. Finally, he or she will end up with a desired sample size. Researchers use systematic sampling method to choose the sample members of a population at regular intervals. It requires the selection of a starting point from the sample and sample size that can be repeated at regular intervals. This type of sampling method has a predefined range, and hence this sampling technique is the least time consuming. For example, a researcher intends to collect a systematic sample of 500 people in a population of 5,000. He or she numbers each element of the population from 1 to 5,000 and will choose every 10th individual to be part of the sample. So the total population or sample size is equal to 5,000 divided by 500 is equal to 10. So say we have a population of size 100 and wish to obtain a sample of 10. So here the n will be 10. So we need to obtain the 10th item each time. Let us first randomly choose the second item. We will then choose the 12th, then the 22nd items, and so on till we reach to the 92nd item, after which we will exceed the population limit. It is then imperative that for starting point, there is an equal probability of selection of any item. So systematic random sampling only works if the list is not ordered. For example, consider research on the scores of high school students. The researcher has a list of students' scores arranged in descending order. The average scores obtained from sample will be higher if the researcher chooses the first student for her first sample unit instead of second, and the second instead of third, and so on. This is how we understand the simple sampling, systematic sampling method with a simple way. So we have understood different types of sampling. So it can be said that using a sample in research saves time, money, if a suitable sampling strategy is used. Appropriate sample size should be selected and necessary precautions should be taken to reduce on sampling and measurement errors. Then, a sample should yield valid and reliable information. Details on sampling can be obtained from references that you are doing in your research. Also, you have several books and statistics or qualitative research which can be found. So, in conclusion, it can be said that using sampling research is a very effective method and help you minimize the error and maximize the entire result, which will also be able to control the biasness during the sampling, which is based on the evidence generated by the statistical data that you will be including in the research. Thank you.
Before we move into the types of non-probability sampling, just get a little bit of understanding. What is non-probability sampling? A non-probability sampling is a sampling method that uses non-random criteria like the availability, geographical proximity, or expert knowledge of the individuals you want to research in order to answer a research question. Non-probability sampling is used when the population parameters are either unknown or not possible to individually identify.
For example, visitors to a website that does not require users to create an account could form part of non-probability sampling. Note that this type of sampling is at higher risk of research biases than what we did earlier was probability sampling. So probability sampling is very authentic and will give you a good result. Definitely non-probability sampling will also provide you a certain outcome, but that could be a research bias. In non-probability sampling, each unit in your target population does not have an equal chance of being included. If you guys remember, in probability sampling, we were giving equal chance to all the member to being selected. And we have also understood that with a proper case study. Here, you can form your sample using other considerations, such as convenience or a particular characteristics. Wherein, in probability sampling, each unit in your target population must have an equal chance of selection. Non-probability sampling is defined as a sampling technique in which the researcher selects samples based on the subjective judgment of the researcher rather than random selection. It is less stringent method. This sampling method depends heavily on the expertise of the researcher. It is carried out by observation and researchers use it widely for qualitative research. Non-probability sampling is a method in which not all population members have an equal chance of participating in the study, unlike probability sampling. Each member of the population has a known chance of being selected. Non-probability sampling is most useful for exploratory studies like a pilot survey. That means deploying a survey to a smaller group compared to predetermined sample size. So here, researchers use this method in studies where it is possible to draw random probability sampling due to time or cost consideration. Let's deeply look into the first type of non-probability sampling, that is convenience sampling. Convenience sampling is a non-probability sampling technique where samples are selected from the population only because they are conveniently available to the researcher. So the name itself says convenience. So researcher chooses these samples just because they are easy to recruit, and the researcher did not consider selecting a sample that represents the entire population. So I repeat here, this was not the case in terms of probability sampling. We were having the representative there who were representing the entire population, wherein here they are selecting a sample which did not consider the entire population. Ideally, in research, it is good to test a sample that represents the population. But in some research, so it's basically depends upon the type of research that you are doing or planning to do. Basis on that, you can decide which kind of sampling would be beneficial for you. So, in such research, sample that represents the population, but in some research, the population is too large to examine and consider the entire population. So, it is one of the reasons why researchers rely on convenience sampling, which is the most common non-probability sampling method because of its speeds, cost effectiveness, and ease of availability of the sample. Convenience sampling is primarily determined by convenience to the researcher. That could include factors like ease of access, geographical proximity, existing contact with the population of interest. So convenience samples are sometimes called accidental samples also, because participants can be selected from samples simply because they happen to be nearby when the researcher is conducting the data collection. So we'll take one example to deeply understand this sampling method. You are investigating the association between daily weather and daily shopping patterns. To collect insights into people's shopping pattern, you decide to stand out a major shopping mall in your area for a week.
and stopping people as they exit and asking them if they are willing to answer a few questions about their purchases. So here, in this technique, there is a little judgment of speculation when choosing the representative sample is convenience sampling. The sole selection criterion is the ease of obtaining a participant. So this can depend on cost, geographic distributions, or the facility of obtaining data. Some example of convenience sampling could include recruiting friends to participate in your study, collecting data from nearby location, or sending a survey in the mail, and lastly, sharing a link on social media. So the researcher might choose participants because of their physical proximity, their availability at the given point of time, or their willingness to participate. Here, a researcher might survey individuals in a local shopping mall, or students in a university lecture, or individuals on a busy city street. If high school students are conducting a study on the average pizza consumption in the cafeteria each week, they could call their classmates and ask how many slices they consume during the week. So, this is how the convenience sampling is being done because they are very convenient for the researcher and easy to get the access. When do you use such kind of convenience sampling? Any thoughts that comes into your mind? So we use this convenience sampling method in specific circumstances like preliminary or exploratory research. Convenience sampling can be good starting point when conducting initial or exploratory study. It allows you to gather data and insights quickly and efficiently, which can be useful in informing more rigorous probability sampling later. Next reason could be resources constraint. When there are constraints in terms of time, budget, and manpower, convenience sampling is a very low cost method to collect data. Third challenge could be accessibility. When a population is hard to get access or sample frame is unavailable, convenience sampling would be feasible way to collect data. Next reason could be research generalizability is not the primarily goal. So if the goal of your research is not to generalize the finding to a large population, but to gain deep insight, test instruments, or understand a new phenomena, convenience sampling can be used. Pilot testing. Before launching a full-scale research study, a pilot study using convenience sampling might be conducted to test the procedure, measures, and protocols that have been designed for the data collection. We'll also understand what are the advantages of convenience sampling. Quick, uncomplicated method of data collection. Convenience sampling is beneficial when time is constrained, as it is a simple method and takes minimal effort. Many researchers prefer convenience sampling as there are few rules to follow. This allowing researchers to generate large samples in short period of time. Next is this is advantage that we are talking about. More advantage that is the best advantage also for the researcher is inexpensive. Because while doing a research, there's ample of research data that you have to collect. And then in searching those data and collecting those data, you spend a lot of money, knowingly or unknowingly. So this particular method is inexpensive. Convenience sampling has little cost involved as no travel or extensive planning is necessary. This method is particularly useful for students who are on a budget, as it requires minimal cost and experience. Readily available sample. Convenience sampling tends to be collected with populations that are easily attainable. As the data is readily available, researchers can use convenience sampling to conduct pilot data or explore a hypothesis that might be tested in future research. And if more participants need to be added later, researcher can effortlessly create more samples. So these were the advantages that we discussed. What do you think, according to you, would be the limitations? So the first limitation we already studied is convenience bias. Convenience bias or selection bias can occur when researchers use convenience sampling for their study. Bias is the primary disadvantage of convenience sampling. In some cases, this sole limitation can outweigh the advantages. Collected samples may not represent the population of interest,
Thus, the result cannot be generalized to a greater population. So some examples of the types of biases that could result from convenience sampling include sampling bias, selection bias, and positivity bias. Next drawback could be low external validity. So this is very true because high probability of bias in convenience sampling, your research finding will likely have little credibility in the greater research industry. We'll see certain examples to better get the idea, like collect symptoms profiles of patients with COVID-19, estimate immunity to vaccine preventable diseases in children in Victoria, examine the physical, mental, and cognitive functions, study eating disorder symptoms, and evaluated risk and problem gambling. So all these examples definitely gives a low external validity. We'll further see the next type of non-probability sampling. Purposive sampling. So in the judgmental sampling, or it is also called as judgmental sampling, this method, researchers select the sample based purely on the researcher's knowledge and credibility. In other words, researchers choose only those people who they deem fit to participate in the research study. Judgmental or purposive sampling is not a scientific method of sampling. That's the downside of this sampling technique. So the other downside of sampling technique is that the preconceived notions of the researcher can influence the result. Again, you see, again in non-probability, there's a lot of biases that is happening in all their techniques. Thus, this research technique involves higher amount of ambiguity. The purposive sampling is common in qualitative and mixed method research design, especially when considering specific issues with unique cases. Note like random sampling, which deliberately include a diverse cross-section of age, background, and culture. The idea behind purposive sampling is to concentrate on people with particular characteristics who will enable you to answer your research questions. The sampling being studied is not representative. So this sample being studied is not representative of the population. Again, I'm repeating this. But for certain qualitative and mixed method researcher design, so this is not an issue. Common purposive sampling techniques include heterogeneous sampling, that is maximum variation, homogeneous sampling, typical case sampling, extreme deviant case sampling, critical case sampling, expert sampling. These can either be used on their own or in combination with other purposive sampling techniques. So now you must be wondering, what is the difference between convenience and purposive sampling? Purposive sampling and convenience sampling are often used interchangeably, but they are two different methods. Researchers in convenience sampling will recruit participants based solely on convenience and accessibility. They will leverage individuals that can be accessed with minimum effort. On the other hand, researchers in purposive sampling will use judgment on planning to select sample of individuals that will benefit their study. Researchers must have prior knowledge about the purpose of the study, so they can choose participants that will fit certain characteristics and represents the greater population of the interest. Snowball sampling. This sampling is also known as chain referral sampling. So you can see it is all interconnected to each other. So this is one kind of non-probability sampling method, where currently enrolled research participants help recruit future subjects for a study. Snowball sampling is often used in qualitative research when the population is hard to reach or hidden. It's particularly useful when studying sensitive topics or when the members of the population are difficult to locate. This sampling technique is called snowball because the sample groups grows like rolling ball. Non-probability sampling means that researchers or other participants choose the sample instead of randomly selecting it. So, not all population members have an equal chance of being selected for the study. Snowball sampling helps researcher find a sample when they are difficult to locate. Researchers use this technique when the sample size is small and not easily available. This kind of sampling system works like the referral programs. So I'll give you an example. I'm sure very much will be familiar about this because this is a global brand. Now Tupperware. Even Tupperware started with a chain marketing or snowball sampling initially. And currently we see there are a lot of cosmetics products like Oriflame or Extract, etc., which still follow the snowball sampling because this sampling works like a referral program. So this initially has happened with even AquaGuard machines that we used. So they also started with referral programs. Once the researcher finds suitable subjects, he asks them for assistance to seek similar subjects to form a considerably good-sized sample. So I'm sure very much that everybody will be aware of Herbalife. Even Herbalife could be a part of snowball sampling because there are a lot of referrals that a person gives and then this chain forms. This method and researcher apply when the subjects are difficult to trace. For example, it will be extremely challenging to survey shelterless people or illegal immigrants. In such cases, using the snowball theory, researcher can track a few categories to interview or derive results. So it will be extremely challenging to survey shelterless people or illegal immigrants. In such cases, using snowball theory, researchers can track few categories to interview and derive results. Researchers also implement this sampling method in situations where the topic is highly sensitive and not openly discussed. For example, surveys to gather information about HIV/AIDS. Not many victims will readily respond to questions. Still, researchers can contact people they might know or volunteer associated with the cause to get in touch with the victims and collect information. So use of non-probability sampling. This particular non-probability sampling is used in various ways to create a hypothesis. Researchers use this sampling method to create an assumption when limited to no prior information is available. This method helps with the immediate return to data and builds the base of the further research. Then is exploratory research. Researchers use this sampling technique widely when conducting qualitative research. Budget and time constraints. So again, non-probability sampling is used when there's a constraint of budget and time. Let's deeply understand when to use non-probability sampling. We use this type of sampling to indicate if a particular trait or characteristics exists in a population. Researchers widely use this particular sampling method when they aim at conducting qualitative research or pilot studies or exploratory research. Researchers use it when they have limited time to conduct research or have budget constraints. When the researcher needs to be observed whether a particular issue needs in-depth analysis, he applies this method. Use it when you do not intend to generate results that will generalize the entire population. So what are the advantages when we talk about non-probability sampling? This basically is more conducive and practical method for researcher deploying surveys in the real world. Although statistics prefer probability sampling because it gives you data in the form of number. However, if done correctly, it can produce similar, if not the same quality of results and avoid sampling errors. Getting responses using non-probability sampling is faster and more cost-effective than probability sampling because the sample is known to the researcher. The respondents respond quickly as compared to people randomly selected as they have a high motivation level to participate. So select your respondent. Differences between the sampling and probability sampling. We'll understand that. What is a sampling error? A sampling error is a statistical error that occurs when an analyst does not select a sample that represents the entire population of data. As a result, the results found in the sample do not represent the results that would be obtained from the entire population. The sampling is an analysis performed by selecting a number of observations, you can see in the picture, from a larger population. So the method of selection can produce both sampling errors and non-sampling errors. So what we take away from this particular slide, sampling error occurs when the sample used in the study is not representative of the whole population, which is the basic type of basic understanding of non-probability. So sampling is an analysis performed by selecting a number of observations from a larger population. Even randomized samples will have some degree of sampling error because a sample is only an approximation of the population from which it is drawn. The prevalence of sampling errors can be reduced by increasing the sample size. In general, sampling errors can be placed into 4 categories. That could be population-specific error, selection error, sample frame error, or non-responsive error. A sampling error is a deviation in the sampled value versus the true population value. Because sample is not representing the entire population or is biased in some way. So, randomized sample will have some degree of sampling error. Let's understand with one example. Assume that XYZ or ABC company provides a subscription-based service that allows consumer to pay a monthly fee to stream videos. You can take whichever company you want, and other types of the programming via an internet connection. Now, the firm wants to survey homeowners who watch at least 10 hours of programming via the internet per week and that pay for an existing video streaming service. That XYZ company wants to determine what percentage of population is interested in a lower price subscription service. If XYZ does not think carefully about the sampling process, several types of sampling errors may occur. A population specification error would occur if XYZ company does not understand the specific types of consumer who should be included in the sample. For example, if this company creates a population of people between age of 15 to 25 old, many of those consumers do not make the purchase decision about a video streaming because they may not work full time. On the other hand, if this company put together a sample of working adults who make purchase decisions, the consumers in this group may not watch 10 hours of video programming each week. So here, selection error also causes distortion in the result of samples. A common example is a survey that only relies on a small portion of people who immediately respond. So if XYZ makes an effort to follow up with the consumers who do not initially respond, the results of the survey may change. Furthermore, if XYZ exclude consumers who do not respond right way, the sample results may not reflect the preferences of the entire population. So this is how the sampling error occurs. So you have to be very careful with the sample that you choose and the study that you want to do on the sample that you are selecting, or the test, you can say. How do you find the sampling error? Sampling errors are deviation in the sample values. So in survey research, it occurs because all samples are representative samples. A smaller group that stands in for the whole of your research population. It is really impossible to survey the entire group of people you'd like to reach. So it is not usually possible to quantify the degree of sampling error in a study, since it is impossible to collect the relevant data from the entire population you are studying. This is why researchers collect representative sampling, and representative samples are the reasons why there are sampling errors. Since there is a fault in the data collection, the result obtained from the sampling becomes invalid. Furthermore, when a sample is selected randomly or selection is based on biases, it fails to denote the whole population, and sampling error will certainly occur. They can be prevented if the analyst selects subset or samples of a data to represent the whole population effectively. Sampling errors are affected by factors such as size and design of the sample population and sampling fraction. So increasing the size of samples can eliminate sampling errors. However, to reduce them by half, the sample size needs to be increased by 4 times. If the selected samples are small and do not adequately represent the whole data, the analyst can select a greater number of samples for a satisfactory representation. The population variability causes variations in estimates derived from the different samples, leading to larger errors. The effect of population variability can be reduced by increasing the size of the samples so that these can be more effectively represented to the population. Moreover, sampling error must be considered when publishing survey results so that accuracy of the estimates and the related interpretations can be established. Again, we'll see one example. Suppose the producer of a company XYZ wants to determine the viewership of a local program that airs twice a week. So the producer will need to determine the samples that can represent various types of viewers. They may need to consider factors like age, level of education, and gender. So, for example, people between the age of 14 to 18 usually have fewer commitments, and most of them can spare time to watch the program TV twice weekly. That is what the researcher wants to research about. On the contrary, people between the age of 18 to 35 usually have tighter schedule and will not have time to watch TV. Hence, it is important to draw a sample proportionately, otherwise the result will not present the real population. Since the exact population parameter is not known, sampling errors for samples are generally unknown. However, analysts can use analytical method to measure the amount of variation caused by sampling errors. I am sure you finally understood what is sampling error. So sampling error may occur with population specification. When we say population specification, what can be the error here? It happens when the analysts do not understand what to survey. For example, for a survey of breakfast cereals, the population can be mother, children, or the entire family. Selection error also occurs when the respondent survey participation is self-selected, implying on those who are interested to respond. So selection error can be reduced by encouraging participation. Sample frame error occurs when a sample is selected from a wrong population data. Lastly, non-response error occurs when a useful response is not obtained from the survey. It may happen due to the inability to contact potential respondent or their refusal to respond. Now, what is sample size? Sample size estimation. Sample size is a market research term used for defining the number of individuals included in conducting research. Researchers chooses their sample based on demographic such as age, gender, question, or physical location. It can be vague or specific. For example, you may want to know what people within the age 18 to 25 range think of your product, or you may only require your sample to live in the US or United States, giving you a wide population range. The total number of individuals in a particular sample is the sample size. In statistics, sample size is the measure of the number of individual sample used in an experiment. So you see the picture and you will get the idea. Sample used in an experiment. So we'll understand the example. If we are testing 50 samples of people who watch TV in a city, then the sample size is 50. We can also term it as sample statistics. Basically, this is the study of a process of collecting, organizing, analyzing, summarizing data, and drawing inferences from the data. In statistics, we come across two types of data, that is population data and sample data. Population data is a large amount of data. So you can see this is the population data. That is a large amount of data that includes a whole area of study, which is termed as population. Population consists of all elements that are studied for the research. On the other hand, this sample data is a part of a population. So it is a part of a population, which is a sample size. Usually, it is quite clumsy and difficult to compute the whole population. In this case, a representative sample is selected from the population. This sample is termed sample data. So I hope this gives you a better understanding about what is sample size and how you can identify the sample and you can select from the out of the population. What is sample size determination? Sample size determination is the process of choosing the right number of observations or people from a larger group to use in a sample. The goal of figuring out the sample size is to ensure that sample is big enough to give statistically valid results and accurate estimates of population parameters, but small enough to be manageable and cost effective. In many research studies, getting information from every member of the population of interest is not possible or useful. Instead, researchers choose a sample of people or events that is representative of the whole to study. How accurate and precise the results are can depend on a lot of your size sample. Choosing the statistically significant a sample size depends on a number of things, such as the size of population, how precise you want your estimates to be, how confident you want to be in the result, how different the population is likely to be, and how much money and time you have for the study. Statistics are often used to figure out how big a sample should be for a certain type of study and research questions. So figuring out the sample size is important in ensuring the research finding and the conclusions are valid and reliable. Why do you need to determine the sample size? That's the question. So let's say you are a market researcher in US and want to send out a survey or a questionnaire. The survey aims to understand your audience feeling towards a new cell phone you are about to launch. You want to know what people in the US think about the new product to predict the phone's success or a failure before launch. Hypothetically, you choose the population of New York, which is 8.49 million or above that, roughly I'm telling. You use a sample size determination formula to select a sample of 500 individuals that fit into the consumer panel requirement. You can use the responses to help you determine how your audience will react to the new product. However, determining a sample size requires more than just throwing your survey at as many people as possible. If your estimated sample size are too big, it could waste resources, time, and money. A sample size that's too small doesn't allow you to gain maximum insights, leading to inconclusive results. What are the terms used around the sample size? Before we jump into the sample size determination, so we understood what exactly the determination is. We are now getting the deeper understanding of the terms that we use around the sample size. So the terms that are used around this sample size: population size, confidence level, the margin of error, standard deviation. Population size is how many people fit your demographic. For example, you want to get information on doctors residing in North America. Your population size is the total number of doctors in the North America. So don't worry, your population size does not always have to be that big. Smaller population sizes can still give you accurate results as long as you know who you are trying to represent. Confidence level. The confidence levels tells you how sure you can be that your data is accurate. It is expressed as a percentage and aligned to the confidence interval. For example, if your confidence level is 90%, your results will most likely be 90% accurate. The margin of error, that is confidence interval. There are no way to be 100% accurate when it comes to survey. Confidence intervals tell you how far off from the population mean you're willing to allow your data to fall. So a margin of error describes how close you can reasonably expect the survey results to fall relative to the real population value. So remember that if you need help with this information, you or you have to use the margin of error calculator, which will give you accurate data. Then standard deviation. This deviation is a measure of the dispersion of a data set from its mean. It measures the absolute variability of a distribution. The higher the dispersion or variability, the greater the standard deviation and the greater the magnitude of the deviation. For example, you have already sent out your survey. How much variation or variance do you expect in your response? That variation is response in the standard deviation. There is certain sample size formula that you have to calculate, which is sample size calculation formula is minus sample size determination. With all necessary terms defined, it is time that you need to understand the determination of sample size and using the sample calculation formula. So your confidence level corresponds to a z-score. This is a constant value needed for this equation. Here are the z-scores for the most common confidence level. 90% is z-score is equal to, that is minus z-score, that is equal to 1.645. 95% minus z-score is equal to 1.96. 99% minus z-score is equal to 2.56. Let's see. So this is the equation for unknown population size or very large population size. If your population is smaller and unknown, just use the sample size calculator to find the find the necessary sample size. Here is a work example, assuming you choose a 95% confidence level, 5 standard deviation and a margin of error, confidence interval of plus minus 5%. So you can check this example and finally the result comes into 385 respondents are needed. Voila, what happened here? You have just determined your sample size. So what is the power analysis? The power analysis is the calculation used to estimate the smallest sample size needed for an experiment, given a required significance level, statistical power, and effect size. It helps to determine if a result from an experiment or survey is due to chance or if it is genuine and significant. A hypothesis is an idea that can be tested. Basically, any claim made that can be tested will have a hypothesis, an idea about the outcome. For instance, a dog owner noted his dog seemed to pay more attention to the morning paper if there was a cat featured in the day paper. The owner designs an experiment to see if dogs will read the newspaper more often if there is a cat above the fold line. A statistical hypothesis test assumes there will be a certain outcome called the null hypothesis. The null hypothesis is that the presence of cat printed on the newspaper will not increase the likelihood that dog will read the paper. The opposite of null hypothesis is called an alternative hypothesis, H1 or HA, wherein null hypothesis is HO. So basically it covers any other effect that cat may have on the dog. The idea of a null hypothesis is that research or an experiment is conducted that tries to disprove the null hypothesis. In order to fully support a hypothesis, then there needs to be a p-value, probability value, that measures the likelihood that the results was due to the variable and not to chance. So the statistical power of hypothesis test is probability, that is p-value, of finding an effect. Higher the statistical power, the less likely the probability of making a false negative error. The higher power indicates the probability of accepting the alternative hypothesis when the null hypothesis is true. Problem arises when the experiment is conducted with a low statistical power, because then a conclusion drawn could be disregarded as being false. Commonly, statistical power of 80% or more is needed in order for the result to be accepted. So, with an 80% power, that means there's only 20% probability of an error.
This brings us to power analysis and how statistical power is assessed. Statistical power is made of 4 related parts: effect size, sample size, significance, statistical power. Effect size, the quantified size of a result, presence in the population. Sample size, a number of things measured. How many dogs do we need to observe? Significance, the level of significance used in the experiment, generally 5%. What is statistical power? The probability of accepting the alternative hypothesis. All these variables are interlinked. More dogs tested can make the effect easier to detect, and the statistical power may be increased by growing the significance level. So power analysis estimates one of these 4 parameters when given the values for the remaining 3. Most commonly, it is used to estimate minimum sample size needed for an experiment. Additionally, multiple power analyses are used to provide a curve of one parameter versus another. For instance, if the change in the effect size is due to the change in sample size, this is incredibly useful when designing an experiment to structure it better. This have a better power size, I can say, and hopefully result in more statistical significant result. So it is important because testing, experiments, and surveys are expensive to conduct. An organization does not want to run an experiment and realize afterwards that the sample size was too small. So to determine if the outcome was genuine or not, a power analysis can be done both before and after the data is collected. If done before, it is called priori power analysis. Afterwards, it is called post hoc or retrospective power analysis. While a prior power analysis is generally done before research to ensure adequate power, a post hoc analysis is done to determine the power of the study. However, post hoc analysis is not generally recommended as it can result in power approach paradox, where a null result study is attributed with more power despite the p-value being smaller. Three consideration for power analysis. Simple sampling population. So there are 3 types that has the power analysis. First is simple sampling, appropriate sample, and compensation. General sample size calculation assume a normal, bell curve shape, population distribution. Complex studies and designs such as stratified random sampling must take variations of subpopulations into account. Otherwise, variabilities of population cannot be assumed. Next is appropriate sample size. The type of statistical analysis will dictate the sample size needed. Descriptive statistics only require a reasonable sample size. However, multiple regression, ANOVA, or a longer linear analysis may require large sample size. There may also be need for a comparative analysis within subgroups in the testing group. So much bigger sample is required. Compensation for error rate. The sample size does not have to just meet the requirements, but they must be sufficient to account for people that the researcher has to remove from the sample. This could be due to some of the samples being extreme outliers, not completing the experiment correctly, or errors in recording outcomes. Many researchers add a 25% buffer to their sample size to account for this. How this power analysis is used in business? What do you think? Funding agencies, research review boards, ethics panel will often request a power analysis. For instance, if a skincare company does experiments to ensure the safety of their product, the power analysis is needed to ensure the experiment is informative and achieves its purpose. Many businesses conduct experiments constantly for their own internal purposes too. For instance, streaming providers are constantly trying new features and testing on live customers. If enough users like the features enough, they are implemented and roll out to users. This is fantastic for helping to avoid consumer churn and making sure customers are happy. However, it is not as simple as trying the new feature on people and then implementing it. If more than half of the tested people like it,
You need to take into an account range of factors like geographic distribution, demographic tested, and the range of other differences. But you also do not want to test 1 million people if only 100 are needed. It is expensive. Power analysis allows a company to assess the sample size needed and only spend the time and money needed to ensure the correct responses. Why statistical power is needed? How this power analysis is used in business, we have already studied why it is needed now. Statistical power helps researchers to avoid both type 1 and type 2 errors. Type 1 error is accepting the null hypothesis when it is false. For instance, a doctor telling a man he is pregnant would be a type 1 error. Type 2 error is a false negative, so telling a pregnant woman that she is not. Both errors can be extremely problematic. In business studies, the observed likelihood of type 2 error is 92% for small effect size and 45% for medium effect size. The real life wrong responses for either a streaming provider or a skincare company could be catastrophic. In this case of a cosmetic company, a type 1 error is saying that the product is safe when it is actually damaging the skin. A type 2 error is saying that formulation is harmful when it is not. So, the type 1 error means releasing a product that's harmful and cause skin rashes. A type 2 error is saying the formulation is toxic when it is not, and wasting all the resources and time and money that went into research and formulation. Now, for the streaming service example, a type 1 error is saying the customers liked something when they did not, releasing this new feature into the wrong market, or when it is disliked, will cause customers to end their relationship with the streaming provider and move to their competitors. A type 2 error would be saying that customers don't like the changes when in fact they do, and risk not rolling out a feature that could make more money, make customers happy, and move to the company ahead of the competitors. Benefits of power analysis: statistical significance, less potential harm, accounts for error within a sample population. The obvious benefit of power analysis is ensuring that the result from the research or study had statistical significance. The answer gained is correct and cannot be attributed to chance. This means the results of the study can be acted upon with the knowledge the outcomes will be positive for the business. Less potential harm, especially when the outcomes of a study are about people. Knowing that outcome is likely correct makes product releases safer. Reducing the risk of harm to users. Having a lot of power means that the study results will not return a type 1 error. Accounts for error within a sample population. If a company is planning to roll out a new feature, they can run testing and be reasonably assured that the result is correct. But power analysis accounts for populations and subgroups within the main group, so companies can have more control of the final results. For instance, if a subgroup of a population is not taken into account and the numbers of surveys or diversity of questioning wasn't broad enough, the company could make a costly mistake. Challenges of power analysis. Retrospective power analysis. There is a little to no point in conducting a retrospective power analysis. It is analogous to conducting a post-mortem. The project or research has already been done, and the retrospective power analysis is simply identifying one of the likely factors why it failed. At this point, there is no rescue of the research. It cannot be resolved and repaired. The only way to fix this is to chalk it up to experience and do a prior power analysis next time. Larger sample size detects small effects too. The bigger the sample size, the more likely a small effect will be detected, and finding that effect may not be worth it. A large sample size is not always the answer and may simply result in an unimportant small effect being detected. Focus on power neglects other important outcomes. Focus only on one power in a study can mean that other useful data and outcomes can be neglected. Estimates and confidence intervals are also important. Thinking more about the inherent value of the information rather than increased power can show a more meaningful array of findings. False assurance at 80%. A claim of having 80% power actually provides no real information about the value of a particular study. It is a false narrative to assume that simply because power is over or under 80%, that a null hypothesis can be supported or rejected. For instance, if 40%, sorry, I repeat, for instance, if there are 40 pregnant women were studied and given vitamin C tablets, but the supplementation only saved one baby's life, it would be deemed not supported. However, one life saved is incredibly valuable. Researchers need to ascertain if the power is important or if one or two outcome versus no harm is actually supporting an alternative hypothesis, despite the low power. Lastly, I'll summarize this. What we have understood from the entire study, we have presented basic concepts and we got the idea appropriately how to use non-probability sampling, how to identify sample size, how to evaluate the results from any study. The quality of the sample is the utmost important if the sample is biased. The conclusion drawn from the sample will be in error. All these things we should keep in mind before starting our research and identify which kind of sampling method would work for the topic that you have selected. Thank you. We will understand what is social research. Before I go into the meaning and definition of social research, let's first understand what exactly the social research means. Research is search for knowledge. The term research comprises of two syllables, re and search. Re is prefix meaning anew or over again. Search is a verb meaning to examine closely and carefully, to test and try, or to probe. Together, the term connotes a careful, systematic study and investigation in some field of knowledge to discover and establish new facts, reach new conclusion, or revise facts, theories, and application. So altogether, the main idea behind social research is to basically discover new interrelations, new knowledge, and new facts. And don't forget that we have to also verify the old ones. Let's look into the definition, which is according to C.A. Moser. Social research is a systemized investigation to gain new knowledge about social phenomena and problems. So basically, this says the main purpose of social research is to discover a proper guidelines of studying human contact and behavior. It is difficult to see the underlying uniformities in the diversity of complex human behavior. So, social research can be defined as the systematic and objective analysis and recording of controlled observations that may lead to development of generalization, principles, or theories resulting in predictions and possibly ultimate control of events in society. According to P.V. Young, social research is a scientific undertaking which, by means of logical methods, aims to discover new facts or old facts and to analyze their sequences, interrelationship, causal explanation, and natural laws which govern them. Lastly, L.V. Redman and A.V.H. Maury have defined systematic effort to gain new knowledge we called as research. So basically, the research is attempted to answer or solve social problems. Objectives of social research: to facilitate understanding of human behavior, to enable the understanding that will help you understand the human behavior more deeply, to acquire knowledge about social phenomena, events, problems, disputes, and difficulties. to identify a functional relationship existing in the social phenomena, to standardize society, concept, example, culture, struggle, generation gap, social distance, and etc. To formulate solutions to the social problems. We already did this in the meaning. Understand how to formulate the solution to the various problems. To retain social organization, remove social tension, misconception, and etc. To develop social revival plan. It is directed towards a solution of a problem. The ultimate goal to understand the objective is to discover the cause and effect relationship between social problems. It basically emphasizes the development of generalization, principles, or theory that will help in predicting future occurrence. It also demands accurate observation and description, which will help you further understand the objective of social research and how the researchers must expect disappointment and discouragement as they pursue the answer to a difficult question. So, carefully recorded and reported of the research will help the researcher to describe entire entire problems in detail. References are carefully documented, resulted, and objectively recorded. And understand the importance of social research. Source of knowledge. Let's deeply understand what the source of knowledge means. Social research is an important source of knowledge. It opens new ways of knowledge and wisdom. When something unknown brings to a researcher, there is a sort of inner pleasure and happiness. It gives knowledge to the researcher about the unknown facts. It paves out the way of ignorance and gives you new direction in social life. Second is research in informative. Research in informative provides updated, that is authentic and very useful information to the end user. Researchers and common people can take advantage of research. It is not only informative, its findings are scientifically based, therefore, the results are information and reliable. Social cohesion and unity. Social unity is a problematic of two groups or castes and only possible due to social research. Social research manifests the cause of these events and gives a remedial solution to them. So, hence, the social research is the main factor for bringing social coherence and unity in the society. Social planning, which is one of the important part when it comes to social research. If someone wants to develop and bring social growth and development in a society, social planning plays a vital role. It will be developed, which is the outcome of social research. In this situation, achieving the growth of society on the right line is highly necessary. Social growth can be possible only when problems are solved. And when you want to solve a problem, social planning is required. Solution to social problems. Social research also helps in the solution of social problems. It is the research through which we can find the causative factors of an existing social problem and guide us about its solution. Structural changes. Social research is responsible for bringing structural changes in social life. We bring social and cultural change in social situation, which is the outcome of the entire social research. Next, social prediction. Social research helps in making laws and relation between social laws and their factors. It also helps to know the existence of causative factors and their magnitude. And these facilities, predictions are resulted in the same manner to understand the social behavior. Social welfare. It can be removed from the society due to research. The process of social welfare is possible due to the procedure of social research, through which social evils can be removed. Social control. For running a smoothing of society, social control is necessary. For this purpose, We have to apply social research to the society for bringing social order and control. Social growth. The growth and development in a society is only possible for the improvement of a living standard, and it's a main function towards the social growth. New techniques. It introduced new techniques and improves the old ones. As we again relate this to the meaning and the start, that you have to keep everything in mind, come up with the new technologies, come up with the new ideas, but also go back and see the old ones. Similarly, the new techniques and the improved old ones. It also modifies the existing tools of research. It gives us the method of knowing new ways for using our social research procedure. About ethical consideration. Defining ethics. Ethics are set of principles of conduct that govern the behavior of individual and or groups. Our ethics are usually based on our morals. So in the real world, the code of ethics to which we all comply is enforced by formal laws and by informal or unwritten norms. For example, road regulations and speed limits are legal restrictions that are based on both our own safety and on the sense of morality in keeping those around us safe. Moreover, in the interest of keeping ourselves and those around us safe from the risk of COVID-19, some of us might opt to continue wearing masks where they are no longer a legal requirement. In the context of sociology, ethic guidelines inform researchers how to conduct research in a morally acceptable way. These rules are reinforced because deviance against moral norms is typically met with criticism, whether this is in the form of resentment from the people around us or through legal punishment such as fine. So in the context of sociology, ethical guidelines inform researchers to accept the research and conduct the research the way it is morally accepted. Why is ethical consideration important in research? So, ethical consideration form a major element in research. The researcher needs to adhere to promote the aims of research, imparting authentic knowledge, truth, prevention of error. Furthermore, following ethics enables scholars to deal collaborative approach towards their study with the assistance of their peer mentors and other contributors to the studies. This requires value like accountability, trust, mutual respect, and fairness among all the parties involved in the study. This in turn depends on the protection of the intellectual property, which we nowadays in the corporate terms called as IP rights of all the contributors established through the implementation of ethical consideration. Other ethical consideration in research refers to accountability towards the general public by protecting the human or animal subject used in the study. Similarly, appropriate usage of public funds and gaining public support are also important. Let's look further deep into examples of ethical consideration. Before we go into the examples, let's just understand there are 5 common ethical issues in the workplace. First common ethical issues is unethical leadership. Having a personal issue with your boss is one thing, but reporting to a person who is behaving unethically is another. Toxic workplace culture, discrimination and harassment, unrealistic and conflicting goals, questionable use of company technology. So these are some ethical issues that we face during our work or at our workplace. Now, let's just understand the examples. Promote authentic, original, and true knowledge by avoiding error. So, here, falsifying, fabricating, and misinterpretation of data, which can alter a real scenario, such as degree of economic development of a nation. To promote value of collaborative work, maintaining IP rights of fellow researchers, mentors, and other scholars. This can be achieved by bestowing proper credentials on their contribution to the research, which we usually forget. If somebody is also helping us in the research or helping us to find the literature review while writing a research paper, that person has contributed towards the paper. there should be some credential given to that particular person that will promote the value of collaborative work. Public accountability, maintaining governmental and university policies on human subject protection and animal care. This will further guarantee the researcher's accountability towards the public. The researcher can gain public support for funding his or her study. Example, one genes or rare medicine, which otherwise require huge finances and time. Lastly, maintenance of quality and integrity along with moral and social values like social responsibility, human rights, legal compliance, animal welfare, public health and safety, etc. What the researcher can do? Researchers put lives at risk when they fabricate data in the study of medicine. Furthermore, if a researcher discloses information about their AIDS subject without their discrete can lead to a mental and physical stress. One may ask, why are ethical guidelines used by researchers or seen as a critical requirement in research? So, the importance of ethical consideration in research cannot be undermined. Ethical guidelines for research are principles that protect morality and guide researchers when they conduct research. So, they keep researchers accountable, thus ensuring proper use of funds and avoidance of research misconduct. Moreover, these ethical considerations in research guarantee that public can trust the research. Now that you understand the importance of ethical consideration in research and the need to follow ethical guidelines, let us just discuss some essential ethical consideration in research that every author must keep in mind when conducting their research. The first is integrity. Ethics in conducting research means you need to report your research results, findings, methodology, and data honestly. So, making up data, exaggerating findings, or misleading readers with unclear or contradictory explanation are considered unethical. Ethical guidelines for the research holds that even when the researchers are collaborating with peers, it is important to maintain sincerity and honesty. Next is objectivity. Ethical consideration in research requires that you carefully and critically examine your research work and avoid any obvious error and negligence. Additionally, following this ethical consideration in research also mean you should avoid biases in data interpretation, experimental method, result analysis, and peer reviewing. To add to that, it is unethical to discriminate against your collaborators, colleagues, students, reviewers, or mentors, or any factor that is not related to their scientific integrity. Next is openness. Being open to criticize a new ideas is necessary in ethical consideration when you do a research. Research is meant for the benefit of the society. Thus, you should share your ideas, result, and methodology for the advancement of the society or the science and be open to interpretation and views, and also be open to the criticism that you get from the audiences. Next and very important point is avoid plagiarism. One of the most basic ethical consideration is avoid plagiarism. You should avoid copy other researchers. I'm sure that everybody have heard of copyrights issue, IP issues, why this happens. So it's better to avoid plagiarism when you do research. Work and always acknowledge and recognize people who have contributed towards the research work. Moreover, another ethical consideration in research is steering clear of any plagiarism, privacy and confidentiality. If your study involves people, ethical consideration in research methodology require you to make you respect human rights. For example, privacy of patients' personal information. The research study should maximize the benefits for both parties while minimizing any possible harm. Special care should be taken when working with vulnerable groups like children, people in disability, and also we cannot forget elderly people. Any sensitive information that is provided is confidence, including diagnostic results, grants information, patient records, school records, children's records, age group, etc., should be protected. Responsible publication. You should not publish anything that is fabricated, manipulated, falsified, or duplication of someone's work. Where a research paper is split into multiple papers having similar research question, hypothesis, methodology, results, and sample is also considered unethical. So a researcher following ethical guidelines should make an effort to avoid all these. Last, animal studies. When using animal in an experiment, you should always make sure that it is well advanced plan. You should take the right permission for such studies and ensure that adequate care is taken of the animals that you are using. Following ethical guidelines are very important for ethical research. People often think, what is the value of ethical consideration in research? Why are ethical guidelines used by researchers? So basically, it is because adhering to ethical consideration in research ensures that your work is genuine and error-free at all, and also it earns the trust and support of the general public. Every researcher should abide by ethical guidelines in every aspects of their study, and these ethical consideration in research will further help guard against misconduct in academia or any other research part that you are doing. Unfortunately, some researchers are either unaware of these ethical norms or are negligent and ignore the importance of ethical research guidelines because of high competition in market, which can further hurt the researcher's reputation and also can hamper scientific advancement. It is therefore critical for every researcher to be aware of ethical consideration in research and carefully follow all the ethical guidelines laid down for the researchers. I hope this particular slide has been very clear. And further, when you do research, you have to follow all these guidelines. Types of social research. So in sociology, researchers often categorize their data into following 4 categories. First is primary data. Primary data refers to information collected directly by the researcher themselves. So there is nobody involved in this. So this type of data often comes from surveys, interviews, and observational studies. Secondary data. Secondary data is information gleaned from previous researchers in sociology. This might include data from books, government data, or scholarly journals. Next is qualitative data. Qualitative data refers to information that is challenging to quantify in numerical terms. Researchers often derive numerical data from visual and auditory observation. Quantitative data. This data is information in numerical form. Researchers often collect this type of data through statistical method, especially surveys. Advantages and disadvantages of primary and secondary research. So primary research is directly collected, so it is more likely to be relevant, up to date, and can come up with an unexpected result. However, it might be expensive, impractical, biased, potential, unethical, or inaccessible, but it will help you to gain the novel data or original data. Secondary data can be easily accessible, time and cost effective, and more likely to be unbiased and ethical. It can also be irrelevant, difficult to access, and still be biased though, because this is not your own data. This is not your own research. This is somebody else's research that you are referring to. Advantages and disadvantages of quantitative and qualitative methods. Quantitative research can study large samples, can usually be generalized, be time and cost effective, can be more objective and avoid bias. However, the data can be surface level, can be impersonal or irrelevant, and can be inflexible. Qualitative research. This particular research provides data that is rich in detail, particularly relevant and unique, and can be flexible. However, qualitative data can be difficult to generalize, have smaller sample, be less objective, and be more time consuming and costly. Types of qualitative research method. So qualitative research methods are basically designed in a manner that help reveal the behavior and perception of a target audience with reference to a particular topic. So there are different types of qualitative research methods like in-depth interview, focus group, ethnographic research, one-on-one interview, case study research, record keeping, and qualitative observation. The result of qualitative methods are more descriptive and inference can be drawn quite easily from the data that is obtained. Qualitative research methods originated in the social and behavioral research science. Today when our world is more complicated and it is difficult to understand what people think and perceive. Online qualitative research methods make it easier to understand that as it is more communicative and descriptive analysis. Let us understand each type in more detail. First is one-on-one interview. Conducting in-depth interviews is one of the most common qualitative research method. It is a personal interview that is carried out with one respondent at a time. This is purely a conversational method and invites opportunities to get detail in depth from the respondent. One of the major advantages of this method provides a great opportunity to gather precise data about what people believe and what are their motivations. If the researcher is well experienced, asking the right question to the right people at the right time can help him or her collect meaningful data. If they should need more information, the researchers should ask and seek more follow-up questions that will help them collect more and more information, which will help their research to bring a more qualitative research outcome. These interviews can be performed either face-to-face or on phone and usually can last between half an hour to 2 hours or even more. When the in-depth interview is conducted face-to-face, it gives a better opportunity to read the body language of the respondent and match the responses. Next is focus group. A focus group is also one of the commonly used qualitative research method. Used in data collection, a focus group usually includes a limited number of respondents. That could be between 6 to 10 from within your target market. The main aim of this particular focus group is to find answers. Answers to what, why, and how questions. One advantage that you can talk about when you're talking about focus group is you don't necessarily need to interact with the group in person. Nowadays, if you see, focus group can be sent an online survey on various devices and responses can be collected at one click of a button. So focus group are an expensive method as compared to other online qualitative research methods. Typically, they are used to explain complex processes. This method is very useful when it comes to market research on new products and testing new concepts before they are launched. Third is ethnographic research. Ethnographic research is the most in-depth observational method that studies people in their naturally occurring environment. This method requires the researcher to adapt to the target audiences, environments, which could be anywhere from an organization to a city or any remote location. Here, geographical constraints can be an issue while collecting a data. So the researcher have to keep that in mind. This research design aims to understand what? They aims to understand the cultures, challenges, motivations, and settings that occur. Instead of relying on interviews and discussion, you experience the natural setting firsthand. Isn't it interesting? It is. So basically, this type of research method can last for a few days to a few years, as it involves in-depth observation and collecting on those grounds. It's a challenging and a time-consuming method and solely depends on expertise of the researcher to be able to analyze, observe, and infer the data. What is quantitative research? So here, The research design for quantitative data refers to the collection and evaluation of numerical data to test a hypothesis or to identify patterns and correlations with the numbers. Quantitative research is different from qualitative research, which we already understood, which involves the collection and evaluation of non-numerical data. Quantitative research is morely concerned with identifying what? Facts about different social phenomena. So in this research design for the quantitative approach, the researcher aim is to quantify variables and measure their effects. This research involves gathering numerical data through survey or experiments and then analyzing the data by administrating statistical data analysis techniques to identify pattern, trends, and relationship. So this systematic approach of collecting, analyzing, and interpreting quantitative data helps you draw objective and reliable conclusion. So this is what the quantitative research is. But deeply understanding what are the types of quantitative research. So non-experimental research are descriptive and correlation, and experimental research are quasi-experimental and experimental research. Descriptive research design. Descriptive research is used to understand a phenomena, a situation, or a population, unlike experimental research. Descriptive research, the name itself tells you, does not involve any manipulation of certain variables. Rather, it seeks only to observe and measure the variable in order to investigate them. Among the types of quantitative research, this design is used when trying to identify what? Characteristics, categories, and trends. So the most common method of collecting descriptive researches are case studies, observation, and surveys. So there are several advantages of descriptive research. So descriptive research design for a quantitative approach allows you to gather detailed understanding of the research objective, firstly. Secondly, the research method is relatively easy to implement and involves surveys, observation, and etc. It also lastly enables you to gather representative data that you can use to generalize the finding to a large population. Let's further look into the example. Using this quantitative research type, you can gather customer satisfaction feedback on the company's customer service or also a particular product. You can conduct online survey to assess various aspects of customer service, such as the time it took to connect with an agent, the agent politeness, knowledge, the effectiveness of a resolution, and etc. This data can help you identify overall satisfaction level and the areas that requires improvement. Next is correlational research design. Correlational research is a non-experimental research method that is used to identify a relationship between two variables with no influence from any extrinsic variable. Among the type of quantitative research, the design can help you recognize patterns and trends in the feedback you gather. For example, an ice cream brand can use this methodology to identify the relationship between weather, that means the temperature, and the ice cream sales. So the correlation between the two variables will reflect the direction and or strength of their relationship. A positive correlation denotes the both variable change in the same direction. A negative correlation denotes that the variable change in an opposite direction. And lastly, the zero correlation denotes that there is no relation between the variable being studied. So there are certain advantages of correlation research design. This quantitative research design type helps you establish relationship within variables without any manipulation. You can predict the outcome and identify pattern and trends based on the observed relationship. So in case when experimental manipulation may be unethical, correlational research offers an alternative and ethical approach. So the approach involves collecting data from existing source, making it cost-effective quantitative research design. Let's further look into the example for the better understanding. You can evaluate the impact of advertising on consumers' purchase decision. In this research, you can gather data on the advertising expenditure of a product and its corresponding sales data. So basically, by analyzing the data using correlational analysis, you can further determine if there is a relationship between advertising spending and the sales performance. Next is quasi-experimental research design. Similar to the experimental research design, quasi-experimental research also aims to identify a cause and effect relationship between two variables, that is, an independent variable and a dependent variable. However, this experiment involves subjects being assigned to groups based on non-random criteria. Among the types of quantitative research, this design is often employed when true experiments cannot be carried out due to practical or ethical reason. A notable advantage of this particular research design is that it has a higher external validity than most true experiments. As it often involves real world interventions as opposed to an artificial laboratory settings. Advantages of this experimental design. It allows you to compare different groups, condition, and explore the causes and effect relationship. This research design of a quantitative approach often occurs in a real world setting. This allows for a high ecological validity, which means you can apply the findings and generalize it to the real life situation. The quantitative research type is more practical and feasible. So let's further look into the example. You can evaluate the impact of pricing promotion on the sales volume using this type of quantitative research. In this research, you can select two stores that sells your product. You can implement a promotion in one store while other store maintains a regular price. So by comparing the sales volume data from both the stores during that particular promotion period of time, you can assess its impact. So one-stop shop together, measure, uncover, and act on insightful data. So this will give you more detail about your research and also which product or which strategy is working well. Experimental research design. Experimental research is also known as true experimentation, which means that particular experimentation aims to measure the effect of one or more data, or you can say which used for a scientific method. This is done by manipulating the independent variables to study its effects on the dependent variables. The experimental research design involves conducting a set of procedures to test the hypothesis of the study. Subjects within experimental research are randomly assigned to groups rather than being assigned to non-random criteria. So advantages of this particular design is researcher has complete control over the extraneous variable, which allows for a high degree of internal validity. So in this research design for a quantitative research, experimental research enables replication and verification of research outcomes, leading to increased confidence in the conclusion drawn. It allows the researcher to manipulate independent variable to assess its impact on the dependent variable. Example, a company can use this quantitative research design type to test the impact of its new product compared to its older variation in the market. So the company can experiment by randomly assigning the older variation to a control group and the new product variation to the experimental group. Then among them, they can use survey to gather respondents' feedback and later assess the performance of both the products and the audience's preferences. This will help you further deeply understand what experiment worked. Next is qualitative versus quantitative. So as we just described, quantitative research collects numerical data. It is statistical and structured, and its results are objective and conclusive. And qualitative research collects non-numerical data to gain insights. So basically, it is performed within the goal of gaining a deeper understanding of a topic, issue, or a problem from an individual perspective. Data is meant to describe rather than predict. So information is gathered through focus group observation and open-ended survey question. So qualitative is basically answer why question. That's the main purpose. And quantitative is how many, how much, because you want to gain the answers in numbers. Data type, observation symbols, word, etc. Wherein in quantitative, it's number statistical results. Approach of qualitative, observe and interpret. Quantitative approaches through measures and tests. How does qualitative does the analysis? By grouping of a common data, non-statistical analysis, wherein quantitative research design analyze on a statistical analysis. Research question and its objectives. So when conducting research, clearly you have to understand the difference between research questions and objectives is important. While these terms are often used interchangeably, they refer to two distinct aspects of the research process. Research questions are broad statements that guide the overall direction of the research. They identify the main problem or the area of inquiry that the researcher will address. So, for example, a research question might be, what is the impact of social media on a teenage mental health? This question set the stage for the researcher and helps to define the scope of the study. And if you see the questions and the objective deeply, we'll go one by one. Broad statement that guide the overall direction of the research, that is the question. And objective should be very specific, measurable goal that research aims to achieve. Identify the main problem or area of inquiry, wherein objective should be define the specific outcome that the researcher is looking to achieve. Helps to define the scope of the study, helps to guide the research process. Often used to generate hypotheses or identify gaps in existing knowledge, usually used to establish clear and achievable targets for the research. Research questions are not mutually exclusive with research objectives, and research objectives should be directly related to research questions. Let's deeply understand more. Reasons why research questions and objectives are not same. Research questions are more general and open-ended, while objectives are specific and measurable. Research questions identify the main problem or area of inquiry, while objectives define the specific outcome that the researcher is looking to achieve. Research question helps define the study scope, while objectives helps guide the research process. Research questions are often used to generate hypotheses, as we discussed, or identify gaps in existing knowledge, while objectives are used to establish clear and achievable targets. Research questions or objectives are not mutually exclusive, but well-defined research should be lead to a specific objective to answer. So on other hand, research objectives should be very specific, measurable, goal-oriented, and basically achieve the aim of the research. These are used to guide research process and helps to identify specific outcomes that the researcher is looking out to achieve. So example is an objective of the above research question might be to determine the correlation between social media usage and rates of depression in teenagers. So this objective is more specific, measurable than a research question and helps identify or define the specific outcomes that the researcher is looking to achieve. So it is very important to note that research questions and objectives are not mutually exclusive, and study can have one or several questions and objectives. A well-defined research question should lead to specific objective necessary to answer the questions that they are framed. So let me summarize this particular part for you. Research questions and objectives are two distinct aspects of the research process. Research questions are a broad statement that guide the overall direction of the research, while research objectives are a specific goal-oriented research aims that is achieved to some outcome. It's basically aimed to some outcomes. Understanding these two terms differences is essential because for conducting effective and meaningful research, you need to identify which question and what are our objectives. So the path to a research question, how to develop a good research question. Before learning how to write a research thesis or a research paper, you must first learn how to create a research question. So based on the research question definition provided, formulate your own query. If you are looking for a criteria for a good research, the good research question should be relevant, decided, and meaningful. So creating a research question can be a tricky process, but there is a specific method you can follow to ease the process. So we'll understand the path that will help you to form a question. Start with a broad topic. So when I say a broad topic, the broad topic provides writer with a plenty of avenues to explore in their search for a viable research question. Techniques to help you develop a topic into subtopics and potential research questions include brainstorming and concept mapping. For example, you can raise thought-provoking questions with your friends or colleagues and flesh out ideas from your discussion. These techniques can organize your thoughts so you can identify connection and relevant themes within a broad topic. So when searching for a topic, it is wise to choose an area of study that you are genuinely interested in. Since your interest is in the topic, will affect your motivational levels throughout your research. It is also wise to consider the interests being addressed recently by the research community, as this may affect your research thesis or research paper chances of getting published. Next is do preliminary research to learn about topical issues. So once you have picked up a topic, you can start doing primary research. This initial stage of research accomplishes two goals. First is primary review of related literature allows you to discover issues that are currently being discussed by scholars or researchers. This way, you get up to date relevant knowledge on your topic. Second is a primarily review of related literature allows you to spot existing gaps or limitation in existing knowledge of your topic. So with a certain amount of fine-tuning, you can later use these gaps as a focus of your research question. Moreover, according to Farquhar in 2010, I remember he said certain institution that provides grants encourage applicants to conduct a systematic review of available studies and evidence to see if a similar recent study does not already exist before applying for a grant. Next is narrow down your topic and determine potential research question. So once you have gathered enough knowledge on the topic, you want to now pursue. You can start focusing on one more specific area of studying and narrowing down to a research question. One option is to focus on the gaps in the existing knowledge or a recent literature. Another way of identifying and constructing research questions is problemization. This particular research or the term has been introduced by Sandberg and Alvison in 2011. So as research question methodology, problemization aims to challenge and scrutinize assumptions that support others. This is very interesting, and the researchers' theoretical position also is scrutinized in this manner. This means constructing research questions that challenge your reviews, your views, and knowledge of the area of study. Lastly, evaluate the soundness of your own question, of your research question. So your initial research and review of related literature will be produced some interesting question that seems like they are worth pursuing. However, not all interesting questions make for sound research question. I'm sure you understand now what I mean by saying sound research question. You need to understand whether all your question will give you the main objective that you are looking out for, or will give you the outcome of your research that you are looking out for. So keep in mind the research question, meaning that a research question draws its answer or conclusion through an analysis of evidence. So here we present a set of criteria that can guide you on how to formulate research questions. That is finer criteria, which is introduced by Hooley in 2007. It's a set criteria which is able to find out if you have a good research question. So finer criteria is termed as F stands for feasible, I stands for interesting, N stands for novel, E stands for ethical, R stands for relevant. Feasible. A good research question is feasible, which means that the question is well within the researcher's ability to investigate. Researchers should be realistic about the scale of their research, as well as their ability to collect data and complete the research. It is also wise to have a contingency plan in place in case problem arises. Second is interesting. This interest boosts the researcher's motivation to see the question answered. For instance, you can do a research on student housing trends if it is right up your alley, as they do change often. Novel. Your research question should be developed to bring new insights to the field of study. You are an investigator, so you have to investigate. The question may confirm or extend previous finding on the topics you are researching, for instance. Ethical. We have already studied deeply about the ethical. So your research questions are, and your subsequent study must be something that review boards and appropriate authorities will approve. Relevant. If possible, your research question should be relevant to the public's interest and should be novel. The research question should be scientific, should follow the scientific community and people involved in your area of study. Lastly, construct your research question properly. Considering research question importance, research question should be structured properly to ensure what? Clarity. Without clarity, you won't be able to ask the question to the person or won't be able to get the answer. So look for a good research question. Examples. There are a number of frameworks that you can use for properly constructing a research question. The two most commonly used framework are explained here. One is PICOT, PICOT framework. PICOT framework. The PICOT framework research question was first introduced in 1995 by Richardson. Using the PICOT framework, research question can be constructed to address important elements of the study, including the population to be studied, the expected outcome, and the time it takes to achieve the outcome. With these elements, the framework is more commonly used in clinical research and evidence-based research. So let's further understand this research framework deeply. P, population, patients or problem. I, interventions or indicator being studied. Comparison groups, outcome of interest, time frame of interest. So population being studied. Let us further understand PICOT framework deeply. The PICOT research question framework was first introduced in 1995 by Richardson. Using the PICOT framework, research questions can be constructed to address important elements of the study, including population to be studied, expected outcomes, and the time taken to achieve the outcome. These elements, the framework is more commonly used in clinical research and evidence-based research. Population, patients or problem, interventions or indicator being studied. When I mention population being studied, that means you can take children or you can take adults. C stands for comparison group, O stands for outcome of interest, T stands for time frame of the study. The sample research question below illustrates how to write research question based on the Picard framework. So between the age of 5 and 18 are children of parents with diagnosis mental health issues at increased risk of depression or anxiety compared with the children of parents with no diagnosis of mental health issue. So P here will stand for a children. I will stand for a parents who diagnosed with the mental issues. C will stand for children of parents with a diagnosis mental health issue. Outcome of interest will be increased risk. So the Picard research question framework was first introduced in 1995 by Richardson. Using the Picard framework, research questions can be constructed to address important elements of the study, including the population to be studied, expected outcome, and the time taken to achieve the outcome. With these elements, the framework is more commonly used in clinical research and evidence-based research. We will understand this framework with one example. So there is a group of people or a children between 5 and 18, and the parents of the children are diagnosed with mental health issues and at a risk of depression and anxiety compared with the children of parents with has no diagnosis health issues. So here population, patients and problems, which means P, population being studied here is children. I is basically indicator or intervention. Here parents with who are diagnosed with mental health issues will be our indicators and intervention. C, comparison group. So there is a comparison group with the children of parents with no diagnosis of mental health issue. Outcome of interest will be increased risk of depression or anxiety. Time frame of interest between the age of 5 and 18. So this is how you can do your research framework and draft a question accordingly. The PEO frame. So like Picot, PEO framework is commonly used in clinical studies as well. However, this framework is more useful for qualitative research questions. This framework includes these elements: population being studied, exposure of pre-existing condition, and outcome of interest. So examples of good and bad research questions, we'll now deeply look into that. First example, how does social media affect people's behavior? What do you think? It's a bad or it's a, of course I have written it's a bad, but then you can also now understand this is doesn't have any objective or doesn't define any outcome. Wherein good is what effect does the daily use of YouTube have on the intention span of children aged under 16. So this is good because it is giving you which medium you're talking about, what is the attention time span, the age group. So it will give you a proper outcome and then you will be able to draft a proper research. So the first research question is considered bad because of the vagueness of social media. As a concept and the question lack a specificity. A good question should be specific and focused, and its answers should be discovered through data collection and analysis. So hence the second question really gives you, will provide you the data. So you can also hone your ability to construct well-worded and specific research questions. This will help you by if you improve your reading skills. Let's look into the second question. Has there been an increase in childhood obesity in US in the past 10 years? Next is, how have school intervention programs and parental education levels affected the rate of childhood obesity among first to sixth grade students? So in the second example, you can see the first research question is not ideal because it's too simple and it is easily answerable by yes or no. The second research question is more complicated to answer. The researcher must collect data, perform in-depth data analysis, and form an argument that leads to further discussion.
So first, let's begin with introduction. So in simple terms, research refers to a search for knowledge, relevant information on a specific topic in a systematic or in scientific discovery can also be defined as research. In fact, research is an art of scientific investigation. The research is sometimes regarded as movement,
a movement from the known to the unknown. Every human being possesses a vital instinct of curiosity when we face the unknown. We wonder, and curiosity makes us examine our full and fuller understanding of the unknown. This curiosity is the mother of all knowledge and the method which can employ for obtaining the knowledge of whatever the unknown can be termed as search. Research is an academic activity, and as such, the term should be used in technical sense. So, according to Clifford Woody, research comprises defining and redefining problems, formulation of hypotheses, collection, organizing, and evaluation of data, and reaching conclusion. The manipulation of things, concepts, or symbols for purpose of generalizing to extend, correct, or verify knowledge, whether that knowledge aids in construction of theory or in the practice of an art. It is the quest of truth with the help of study, observations, comparisons, and field study. So, in short, the search for knowledge through objective and systematic technique of finding solution to a problem is explained as research. The systematic approach that relates to generalization and the development of theory is also termed as research. It can be said that term research refers to systematic method consisting of expressing the problem, formulating hypothesis, collecting of information or data, analyzing the facts, and then reaching to certain conclusions in the form of solution towards a concerned problem. The term research may be defined as systematic gathering or collection of data information. It is hence a process of analysis for the advancement of knowledge in any subject. So there is a various definition of research by various researchers as per the fields of the study and the availability of the resources at the given period of time. So as a basic definition of research, we can say research is process of what? Gathering information and data to discover new knowledge, concept, or advancement of existing theory, which is a new understanding that was not previously known. This is the majorly understanding of research. And once we understand that it is going to be, we are going to be discovering new knowledge by doing the research, and here we crack the entire research output. Now, next come characteristics of a good research. So as I mentioned in the earlier slide, that it's a process of gathering information to discover new knowledge. So the purpose of the research should be clear. It follows a systematic process. It is logical and objective. It is easy to understand. Research starts with problem or question. It creates a path for generating new questions. It is ethical. It revolves any current problems or issues. The data of the research is appropriate. It is empirical and replicable. Purpose of research. So there are many purposes of research, but the main three purposes are exploratory research. Exploratory research is the first unstructured research for solving new problems that haven't been explored or discovered before. Then comes descriptive research that expands knowledge of an existing research problem in a structured way. Now, explanatory. It's basically a casual research. It is experiential research. It is conducted to check the result of specific changes in an existing procedure or a system. So these three will definitely help you guide or find the purpose of your main research and how you can make that research a structured or a systematic research in a proper procedure or a system to get the proper output of it. Next is objectives. The purpose of research is to discover answer to the problem through the applications of scientific procedures. The main aim of research is to find out the truth, which is hidden and which has not been discovered as yet. Though each research study has its own specific purposes, we may think of research objective as falling into number of following broad groupings. First could be to gain familiarity with the phenomenon or to achieve new insight into it. So studies with this objective in view are termed as exploratory or formulative research studies. Next objective is to portray accurately the characteristics of particular individual, situation, or a group. Now, studies with this objective in view are known as descriptive research studies. Next, to determine the frequency with which something occurs or with which it is associated with something else. So, studies with this objective in view are known as diagnostic research studies. Last, to test hypothesis of a causal relationship between variables, such studies are known as hypothesis testing research studies. Now, research approaches. So there are two basic approaches to research, that is quantitative and qualitative approach. The quantitative and qualitative approach are very basic approaches for whatever research you are trying to proceed ahead. Let's start with qualitative research. Let's start with quantitative approach. The quantitative approach involves the generation of data in quantitative form, which can be subjected to rigorous statistical analysis in a formal and rigid way. This approach can be further subclassified into inferential, experimental, and simulation approaches to research. The purpose of inferential approach to research is to form a database from which to infer characteristics or relationships of population. This means survey research where a sample from total population is studied to determine its characteristics and it is then applied to the whole population. The approach is characterized by keeping a greater control over the research environment, and in this case, some variables are even manipulated to observe their effect on other variables. Simulation approach involves the construction of an artificial environment within which relevant information and data can be generated. This permits an observation of the dynamic behavior of a system. Under controlled conditions, the term simulation in the context of businesses and social science applications referred to the operation of a numerical model that represents the value of initial conditions, parameters, and variables. A simulation is run to represent the behavior of the process over time. Simulation approach can also be useful in building models for understanding future conditions. Next is qualitative approach to research is concerned with subjective assessment of attitudes, opinions, and behavior. Research in such a situation is a function of researchers' insights and impressions. Such an approach to research generates results either in non-quantitative form or in the form which are not subjected to rigorous quantitative analysis. So generally, the techniques of focus group interviews, projective techniques, and depth interviews are used in this kind of approach. Now, types of scientific research here. To define the types of research, different forms of different types are considered. However, the most important division for research is to classify into main classes: fundamental or basic, applied research, quantitative, qualitative, and mixed research. So let's understand each of them very deeply. Fundamental research is being carried out to present new scientific theories and to extend the field of science in various fields. This type of research aims to foster scientific theories through the discovery of general principles or rules, and less attention is given to the application of these abilities in action and reality. This type of research is usually done in laboratories and often on animals. Psychologists are among the scientists who are most interested in doing this kind of research. Next is applied research. Applied research is done too quickly to resolve problems and take the necessary steps. This type of research seeks to solve various problems using the findings of fundamental research. So, in other words, in applied research, the researcher practices the fundamental research findings in action. This research, unlike fundamental research, which has a theoretical nature, is more focused on real phenomena and scientific issues. Has a non-laboratory based nature and is done to deal with social, political, etc. realities. Basic and applied research is also divided basically into types of research. Those are quantitative, qualitative, and mixed. So when you say a quantitative, we have already studied the approach, but here the research is also following the similar method of approaches. So generally addresses counting and measuring aspect of social life. In quantitative method, everything is inspired by a series of key and predetermined concepts, such as hypothesis, operational definition, validity, significance, statistics, reliability, deductive analysis, and repeatability. So, to put it simply, the findings of quantitative research are the result of systematic organized study that are achieved by top-down methods. Next is qualitative research. Qualitative research generally addresses argumentative descriptions, discovering the meaning and changes of social actors. This research, above all, describes everyday realities in social life and through common senses. Along with inductive analysis and interpretations, make a hypothesis that was unpredictable before doing research or not predetermined. Mixed research. Mixed research mixes quantitative and qualitative methods or paradigm characteristics. The nature of data is a mixture of variables, words, and images. In fact, the purpose of using mixed research method is not to apply one research instead of the other, but to improve the strengths and reduce or minimize the weaknesses of both type of research in one study. So there are other types also of scientific research which will be helpful to carry your study forward. Exploratory research. Exploratory research works on the existence or absence of a phenomenon. It also tries to find answers to problems that are not clear. Exploratory research can be conducted in many fields and can therefore be considered the most flexible and extensive research methods. Descriptive method. In this type of research, the researcher studies the current state of the subject and describes and interprets the existing conditions and relationships. In other words, descriptive research examines a phenomenon by expressing a more complete definition and contrasting it with other phenomena. The main purpose of this type of research is to give an objective, realistic description of the characteristics of a situation or a topic. Next is explanatory research. So this type of research basically seeks to find cause and effect relationship among the various variables. So explanatory research is a study and transfer of complex ideas and information. So analyzing and synthesizing information from various sources to produce text is the most important purpose of the explanatory method to increase the reader's understanding of the subject and the research problem. Next is longitudinal research. The longitudinal study refers to a set of observational studies in which the case group is studied over time. Next is cross-sectional research. A cross-sectional study is a type of observational study in which the variables in terms of prevalence or relevance are studied only at a given time in a given community. Then is action research. So in this type of research conducted by people involved in socio-educational situations, whose purpose is to improve the reasoning, justice of the social practices and to increase the understanding of the situation. So the name itself says it's an action research. So definitely it is, the purpose is to improve the reasoning, to take some action and hence do the research which is very relatable to the situation. So last of all, it is needless to say that scientific research helps in many ways. So a research problem refers to a difficulty that a researcher or a scientific community or an industry or a government organization or also a society. It may be theoretical or a practical situation. It calls for thorough understanding and possible situation. Research provides the basis of many government policies. For example, research on the needs and the desires of the people and on the availability of revenues to meet the needs helps a government to prepare a budget. It is the fountain of knowledge and provides guidelines for solving problems. Only through research interventions can be made. For example, new and novel phenomena and process such as superconductivity and cloning have been discovered only through research. So it is really important in industry as well as in business for higher gain and productivity and to improve the quality of products. Research leads to a new style of life and makes it delightful and glorious. It also leads to the identification and characterization of new materials, new living things, new stars, and many more. Research can be mathematical, also a logical. On businesses and industry, optimizes their problem in them. Social research helps find answers to social problems. They explain social phenomena and seek solutions to social problems through what? So all these scientific problems or social problems can be resolved when you apply these types and the types that we studied in the earlier slide, depending upon which type or which kind of research is suitable to the social problem that you are particularly studying. And hence, it is very much easy once you understand the type and the problem that you are studying to come up with a productive outcome or an insightful outcome which will be very helpful to release. Significance of research. All progress is born of inquiry. Doubt is often better than overconfidence, for it leads to inquiry, and inquiry leads to invention. So this is a famous saying by Hudson Maxim, in context of which the significance of research can well be understood. Increased research-based activities make progress possible. Research inculcates scientific and inductive thinking, and hence it promotes the development of logical habits of thinking and organizations. The role of research is in several fields of applied economics, whether related to business or to the economy as a whole, has greatly increased in modern times. The complex nature of businesses and government has focused attention on the use of research in solving various problems. Research as an aid to economic policy has gained added importance both for government and businesses. Research helps in providing a basis for almost all government policies in an economic system. For example, government's budgets rest in part on an analysis of the needs and desires of the people and on the availability of revenues to meet these needs. The cost of needs has to be equated to probable revenues, and this is a field where research is most needed. Through research, we can devise alternative policies and can also examine the consequences of each of these alternatives. Decision making may not exactly be a part of research, but certainly it leads to the decision of the policymaker. The government also needs to chalk out programs for dealing with all the phases of the country's existence, and most of these will be related directly or indirectly to economic conditions. The dilemma of cultivators, the problem of businesses and industry, working conditions, trade union activities, and the problems of distributions, even the size and the nature of defense service are matters requiring research. Therefore, research is considered necessary with regards to the allocation of nations' resources. So another area in government where there is utmost need of research is collecting information on the economic and social structure of the nation. Such information indicates the overall scenario of the economy and what tack the changes that are taking place. Collecting such statistical information is not a routine task, but it also involves a variety of research problems. Nowadays, almost all governments maintain staff of research technicians or experts to carry on research work. Thus, in the context of government, research plays a great role and acts as a useful tool to economic policy that has three distinct phases of operation. That could be investigation of economic structure through continual compilation of facts. The next could be diagnosis of events that are taking place and the analysis of the forces underlying them. Third and the last one, the prognosis, that is the prediction of the future developments. Here, the research plays a significant role in solving various operational and planning related problems of businesses and industry. Operations research and market research with motivational research have been considered crucial, and the results assist in many ways in taking any business decisions. In addition to what has been mentioned above, the significance of research can also be understood keeping in view the certain points where to those students who are to write a master's or a PhD thesis, research may mean a career or a way to attain a higher position in a social structure. Then to professional, in research methodology, research may mean to source of livelihood. So to philosopher and thinkers, the significance of research may mean the outlet for new ideas and insights. To literary men and women, research may mean the development of new styles in creative work. Lastly, to analysts and intellectuals, research may mean the generalization of new theories. Thus, research is the fountain of knowledge for the sake of knowledge and an important source of providing guidelines for solving different businesses, government, and social problems. It is a sort of formal training which enables one to understand the new developments in one's field in a better way. Now comes the operational concepts. So conducting good research requires first retraining your brain to think like a researcher. So this requires visualizing the abstract from actual observations, mentally connecting the dots to identify hidden concepts and patterns, and synthesizing those patterns into generalizable laws and theories that apply to other contexts beyond the domain of the initial observations. Researcher involves constantly moving back and forth from an empirical plane where observations are conducted to a theoretical plane where these observations are abstracted into generalizable laws and theories. This is a skill that makes many years to develop. It's not something that is taught in graduate or doctoral programs or acquired in industry training, and is by far the biggest deficit amongst PhD students. Some of the mental abstractions needed to think like a researcher include in unit of analysis, constructs, hypothesis, operationalization, theories, models, inductions, deduction, and so forth, which we'll examine in this concepts. The first concept here is unit of analysis. So one of the first decision in any social science research is the unit of analysis of a scientific study. The unit of analysis refers to the person, collective, or object that is the target of the investigation. Typical unit of analysis includes individuals, groups, organizations, countries, technologies, objects, and many more. For instance, if we are interested in studying people's shopping behavior, their learning outcomes, and their attitudes to new technologies, then the unit of analysis is the individual. If we want to study characteristics of street gangs or teamwork in organization, then the unit of analysis is the group. If the goal of research is to understand how firms can improve profitability and make good executive decisions, then what will be the unit of analysis? It will be the firm. So in this case, even though decisions are made by individuals in these firms, these individuals are presumed to represent their firm's decision rather than their personal decisions. If research is directed at understanding differences in national cultures, then unit of analysis becomes a country. Even inanimate objects can serve as a unit of analysis. For instance, if a researcher is interested in understanding how make web pages more attractive to its users, then the unit of analysis is the web page and not the users. So if we wish to study how knowledge transfer occurs between two forms, then our unit of analysis becomes the combination of forms, that is sending and receiving the knowledge. So understanding the unit of analysis can sometimes be fairly complex. If we wish to study why certain neighborhoods have high crime rates, then our unit of analysis becomes the neighborhood and not crimes or criminals committing such crimes. This is because the object of our inquiry is the neighborhood and not criminals. However, we wish to compare different types of crimes in different neighborhoods, such as robbery, assault, homicide, and so forth. So our unit of analysis becomes the crime. If we wish to study why criminals engage in illegal activities, then the unit of analysis becomes the individual, that is the criminal. Like if we want to study why some innovations are more successful than others, then our unit of analysis is an innovation. However, if we wish to study how some organizations innovate more consistently than others, then the unit of analysis here becomes the organization. Hence, two related research questions within the same research study may have two entirely different unit of analysis. Understanding unit of analysis is very important because it shapes what type of data you should collect for your study and who you collect it from. If your analysis is web page, you should be collecting data about a web page from actual web pages and not serving people about how they use web pages. If your unit of analysis is the organization, then you should be measuring organizational level variables such as organizational size, revenues, hierarchy, capacity, etc. This data may come from a variety of sources such as financial record, survey, who are presumed to be representing the organization, the CEOs, officers, rather than themselves. Some variables such as CEO pay may seem like individual level variable, but in fact, it can also be organizational level variable because each organization has only one CEO pay at any time. Sometimes it is possible to collect data from a lower level of analysis and aggregate that data to higher level of analysis. For instance, in order to study teamwork in organizations, you can survey individual team members in different organizational teams and average their individual scores to create a composite team level score. For team level variables like cohesion and conflict, we will examine the notion of variables in a greater depth in the coming sections. Next is concept, constructs, and variable. So, research can be exploratory, descriptive, and explanatory. Most scientific research tend to be of the explanatory type in that they research for potential explanations. Explanations require development of concepts and generalizable properties or characteristics associated with objects, events, or people, while objects such as a person, a firm, or a car are not a concept. Their specific characteristics or behavior, such as person attitude towards immigrants, firm capacity for innovation, and car's weight can be viewed as concepts. Knowingly or unknowingly, we use different kinds of concepts in our everyday conversations. Some of these concepts have been developed over time through our shared language, or sometimes we borrow concepts from other disciplines or languages to explain a phenomenon of interest. For instance, the idea of gravitation borrowed from physics can be used in business to describe why people tend to gravitate to their preferred shopping destinations. Likewise, the concept of distance can be used to explain the degree of social separation between two otherwise collated individuals. Sometimes we create our own concepts to describe a unique characteristics not described in prior research. For instance, technostress is a new concept referring to mental stress one may face when asked to learn a new technology. Concepts may also have progressive level of abstraction. Some concepts such as person's weight are precise and objective, while other concepts such as person's personality may be more abstract and difficult to visualize. A construct is an abstract concept that is specifically chosen or created to explain a given phenomenon. So a construct may be a simple concept such as person's weight, or a combination of a set of related concepts such as person's communication skill, which may consist of several underlying concepts such as the person's vocabulary, syntax, and spelling. The former instance, weight, is a unidimensional construct, while the latter communication skill is a multidimensional construct. That is, it consists of multiple underlying concepts. The distinction between constructs and concepts are clearer in multidimensional constructs, where the higher order abstraction is called as a construct and the lower order abstraction are called concepts. However, this distinction tends to blur in case of unidimensional constructs. Construct used for scientific research must have precise and clear definitions that others can use to understand exactly what it means and what it does not mean. So, for instance, a seemingly simple construct such as income may refer to monthly or annual income, before tax or after tax income, and personal or family income, and is therefore neither precise nor clear. So there are two types of definitions: dictionary definitions and operational definitions. In the more familiar dictionary definition, a construct is often defined in terms of a synonym. For instance, attitude may be defined as a disposition, a feeling, or an effect. An effect, in turn, is defined as an attitude. Such definitions of a circular nature are not particularly used in scientific research for elaborating the meaning and content of that construct. Scientific research requires operational definition that define construct in terms of how they will be empirically measured. For instance, the operational definition of a construct such as temperature must specify whether we plan to measure temperature in Celsius, Fahrenheit, Kelvin scale, or many more. A construct such as income should be defined in terms of whether we're interested in monthly, annually, before or after tax, personal or family. One can imagine that constructs such as learning, personality, and intelligence can be quite hard to define operationally. Theoretically plan with construct A and a proposition that leads to construct B, then the empirical plane with the independent variable leading to hypothesis and dependent variable. You can see the figure 2.1, which is known as the theoretical and empirical planes of research. The term frequently associated with and the sometimes used interchangeably with a construct is a variable. Etymologically speaking, a variable is a quantity that can vary, example, from low to high, negative to positive, etc. So in contrast to constants that do not vary, that remain constant. However, in scientific research, a variable is a measurable representation of an abstract construct. As abstract entities, construct are not directly measurable, and hence we look for proxy measure called variables. For instance, a person's intelligence is often measured as his or her IQ, intelligence quotient score, which is an index generated from an analytical and pattern matching tests administered to people. So in this case, intelligence is a construct and IQ score is a variable that measures the intelligence construct. So whether IQ score truly measures one's intelligence is anyone's guess, though may believe that they do. And depending on whether how well it measures intelligence, the IQ score may be a good or a poor measure of the intelligence construct, as shown in the figure 2.1. Scientific research proceeds along two planes, a theoretical plane and an empirical plane. Those constructs are conceptualized at the theoretical, that is abstract plane, while variables are operationalized and measured at the empirical observational plane. Thinking like a researcher implies the ability to move back and forth between these two planes. So depending on the intended use, variable may be classified as independent, dependent, moderating, mediating, or control variable. Variables that explain other variables are called independent variables. Those that are explained by other variables are called dependent variable. Those that are explained by independent variables while also explaining dependent variables are mediating variables or intermediate variables. And those that influence the relationship between independent and dependent are called as moderating. Example, if we state the higher intelligence scores improved learning among students, then intelligence is an independent variable and learning is dependent variable. There may be other variables that are not pertinent to explaining a given dependent variable, but may have some impact on the dependent variable. These variables must be controlled for in scientific study and are therefore called control variables. So intelligence here become independent, then effort moderating, lead to academic achievement, mediating variable, and then earning potential, which becomes dependent variable. Check out the 2.2 figure, a nomology network of constructs. So to understand the differences between these different variable type, consider this example. So if we believe that intelligence influence or explains students' academic achievements, then a measure of intelligence such as IQ score is an IV, which is independent variable, while a measure of academic success such as grade point average is DV, dependent variable. So if we believe that effect of intelligence and academic achievement also depends on the efforts invested by the students in the learning process, that is between two equally intelligent students, the student who put in more effort achieves higher academic achievement than one who put in less effort. Then effort become here a moderating variable. Incidentally, one may also view effort as IV and intelligence as moderating variable. So if academic achievement is viewed as an intermediate step to a higher earning potential, then earning potential become DV for IV academic achievement, and academic achievement become mediating variable in the relationship between intelligence and earning potential. Hence, variables are defined as an independent, dependent, moderating, mediating based on the nature of association with each other. The overall network relationship between a set of related constructs is called nomological network. Check out in the figure 2.2. So thinking like a researcher requires not only being able to abstract constructs from observation, but also being able to mentally visualize nomological network linking these abstract constructs. Next is propositions and hypotheses. For this, refer to the figure 2.3 that shows how theoretical constructs such as intelligence, effort, academic achievements, and earning potentials are related to each other in a nomological network. Each of these relationships is called a proposition. In seeking explanations to a given phenomenon or behavior, each of these relationships is called proposition. In seeking explanation to a given phenomenon or behavior, it is not adequate just to identify key concepts and constructs underlying the target phenomenon or behavior. We must also identify and state patterns of relationships between these constructs, such as patterns of relationships, are called propositions. A proposition is a tentative and conjectural relationship between constructs that is stated in a declarative form. An example of a proposition is an increase in student intelligence causes an increase in their academic achievement. This declarative statement does not have to be true, but must be empirically testable using data. So then we can judge whether it is true or false. Propositions are generally derived based on logic or empirical observations because propositions are association between abstract constructs. They cannot be tested directly. Instead, they are tested indirectly by examining the relationship between corresponding measures of those constructs. The empirical formulation of proposition stated as relationships between variables is called hypothesis. See the figure 2.1 for this. Since IQ scores and grade point average are operational measures of intelligence and academic achievement, respectively, the above propositions can be specified in form the hypothesis, and increases in students' IQ score cause an increase in their grade point average. Propositions are specified in the theoretical plane, while hypotheses are specified in the empirical plane. Hence, hypotheses are empirically testable using observed data and may be rejected if not supported by empirical observation. Of course, the goal of hypothesis testing is to infer whether the corresponding proposition is valid. Hypotheses can be strong or weak. Students' IQ scores are related to their academic achievement is an example of weak hypothesis since it indicates neither the directionality of the hypothesis, that is, whether the relationship is positive or negative, nor its causality, whether intelligence causes academic achievement or academic achievements cause intelligence. A strong hypothesis is students' IQ scores are positively related to their academic achievements. A still better hypothesis is students' IQ scores have positive effects on their academic achievements, which specifies both the directionality and the causality, that is, intelligence causes academic achievement and not the reverse. Also note, the scientific hypothesis should clearly specify independent and dependent variable. In the hypothesis, students' IQ scores have positive effect on their academic achievement. It is clear that intelligence is the IV, the cause, and the academic achievement is the DV, the effect. Okay. Further, it is also clear that hypotheses can be evaluated as either true if higher intelligence lead to higher academic achievements, or false if higher intelligence has no effect or leads to lower academic achievement. Later on to this, we will examine how to empirically test such cause and effect relationship. The statements such as students are generally intelligent or all students can achieve academics are not scientific hypotheses because they do not specify I and DV variable, independent and dependent variable, nor do they specify a directional relationship that can be evaluated as true or false. So the last operational concept is theories and models. A theory is a set of systematically interrelated constructs and propositions intended to explain and predict a phenomenon or behavior of interest with certain boundary conditions and assumptions. Essentially, a theory is a systematic collection of related theoretical propositions, while propositions generally connect two or three constructs. Theory represents a system of multiple constructs and propositions. Hence, theories here can be substantially more complex and abstract and of a larger scope than propositions or hypotheses. I must note here that people not familiar with scientific research often view a theory as a speculation or the opposite of fact. For instance, people often say that teachers need to be less theoretical and more practical or factual in their theory and more practical or factual in their classroom teaching. However, practice or fact are not opposite of theory, but in a scientific sense, are essential components need to test the validity of theory. A good scientific theory should also have practical value, while a poorly defined theory tends to be lacking in these dimensions. Famous organizational researcher Kurt Lewin once said, "Theory without practice is sterile. Practice without theory is blind." Hence, both theory and fact or practice are essential for scientific research. The theories provided explanation of social or natural phenomena. So, as emphasized, these explanations may be good or poor. There may be good or poor theories that describe some criteria that can be used to evaluate how a good theory is. Nevertheless, it is important for a researcher to understand that theory is not truth. There is nothing sacrosanct about any theory, and theories should not be accepted just because they are proposed by someone. In the course of scientific progress, poor theories are eventually replaced by better theories with higher explanatory power. The essential challenge for researchers is to build better and more comprehensive theories that can explain a target phenomenon better than prior theories. A term often used in conjunction with theory is a model. A model is a representation of all or part of system that is constructed to study that system. Example, how system works or what triggers the system. While a theory tries to explain a phenomenon, a model tries to represent a phenomenon. Models are often used by decision makers to make important decisions based on given set of inputs. For instance, marketing managers may use models to decide how much money to spend on advertising for different product lines based on parameters such as prior year's advertising expenses, sales, market growth, and competing products. Likewise, weather forecasts can use models to predict further weather patterns based on parameters such as wind speed, wind direction, temperature, and humidity. While these models are useful, they are not necessarily explain advertising expenditure or weather forecast. Models may be different kinds, such as mathematical models, network models, and path models. Model can also be descriptive, predictive, or normative. The descriptive models basically are frequently used for representing complex systems, for visualizing variables in relationship in subsystems. An advertising expenditure model may be descriptive model. Predictive model is basically a regression model that allows forecast of future events, where the forecasting models fall under this kind of predictive model. Normative models are used to guide our activities along commonly accepted norms or practices. Model may also be static if it represents the state of system at one point of time. or dynamic if it represents a system's evolution over time. So the process of theory or model development may involve inductive and deductive reasoning. That deduction is a process of drawing conclusion about a phenomenon or behavior based on theoretical or logical reasons as an initial set of premises. As an example, if a certain bank enforces a strict code of ethics for its employees and Jamie is an employee at the bank, then Jamie can be trusted to follow ethical practices. That's the conclusion. In a deduction, the conclusion must be true for the initial premise where, what is the initial premise? Certain bank enforces a strict code of ethics and reasons are correct. So in contrast, induction is the process of drawing conclusion based on facts and observed evidence. For instance, if a firm spent a lot of money on a promotional campaign, that could be observation 1 is considered, but the sales did not increase as the observation 2, and the possible promotion campaign was poorly executed, that's a conclusion. However, there may be rival explanation for poor sales, such as economic recession or the emergence of a competing product or brand, or perhaps a supply chain problem. So inductive conclusions are therefore only a hypothesis and may be disproven. Deductive conclusions generally tend to be stronger than inductive conclusions, but a deductive conclusion based on an incorrect premise is also correct. So in figure 2.3, inductive and deductive reasoning go hand in hand in theory and model building. So induction occurs when we observe a fact and ask why this is happening. So answering this question, we basically advances one more tentative explanation as a hypothesis. We then use deduction to narrow down the tentative explanations of those most plausible explanation based on logic and reasonable premises, based on our understanding of the phenomenon under study. Now the researchers must be able to move back and forth between inductive and deductive reasoning if they are to post extensions or modifications if they are to basically understand the given model of theory or build better ones, which are the essence of the scientific research. Here we end this topic. We have a lot more to do and cover under social research. We will be continuing the next part of it. Before we say thank you, in conclusion, what we studied here is embracing operational concept empowers researchers to navigate the complexities of the studies with clarity and precision. So whatever we studied in the operation and we understood, there should be a clear thinking of the researcher. This shift in thinking lays the foundation for robust research methodology, accurate data collection, and meaningful conclusion that contribute to the understanding of the world. So this precision enables basically you to formulate hypotheses, design experiment, and analyze data more effectively. The operational concepts involve breaking down abstract ideas into concrete, measurable variables. Here I end. Thank you so much. Research process consists of series of steps that are necessary to carry out research effectively. These steps sometimes overlap each other instead of constantly following a strictly prescribed sequence. They do not necessarily follow each other in any specific order, and the researcher has to be constantly anticipating at each step in the research process. The requirements of the subsequent steps, at times, the first step determines the kind of the next step to be undertaken. If subsequent procedures are not taken into account carefully in the early stage, serious difficulties may be encountered, which may even lead to deviation of the study in wrong direction or may even make it incomplete. One thing that should be kept in mind is that the steps involved in the research process are not mutually exclusive, nor they are separate and distinct. However, the following order concerning various steps provides a usual procedure guidelines regarding the research process. And what are the steps? First is formulating the research problem. Then extensive literature survey, developing the hypothesis, preparing the research design, determining sample design, collecting the data, execution of the project, analysis of the data, hypothesis testing, generalization and interpretation, and preparation of the report or presentation of the results. That is a formal write-up of conclusion reached. So the steps involved in research process are not mutually exclusive, nor they are separate and distinct. A brief description of above stated steps will be very helpful for you all. So we will delve into it step by step and understand how we can use this process in our study. First, formulating the research problem. There are two types of research problems, and those are which relate to describing states of nature and which relates to relationship between the variables. The researcher must be in the beginning only about the problem he wants to study. That is, he must decide the general area of interest or aspects of a decided subject matter that he would like to investigate into. Initially, the problem may be stated in a broader way, and then the uncertainty relating to the problem be resolved. Next step is to check the feasibility of a particular solution before a working formulation of the problem can be set up. Thus, the formulation of a general area of interest into a specific research problem constitutes the first step in a scientific inquiry. Essentially, there are two steps that are involved in formulating a research problem. That is, understanding the problem thoroughly and then rehearsing it into meaningful terms from an analytical point of view. The best way of understanding the problem is to discuss it with someone who has some expertise in the matter or somebody who has tried his hands on the related matter. A researcher can seek the help from a guide who is usually an experienced man and has several research problems in his mind. Generally, the guide puts forth problem in general terms, and it is up to the researcher to narrow it down and phrase the problem in operational terms. In private businesses, units, or in governmental organizations, the problem is usually remarked by the administrative agencies with which the researchers can discuss as to how the problem originally came about and what consideration are involved in its possible solution. To take research further, the researcher must acquaint himself with the selected problem by trying to find all the possible variables involved by examining the existing literature. The literature undertaken by the researcher for review may be categorized under two heads: the conceptual literature, which gives insights into the concepts and theories, and the empirical literature, consisting of studies made earlier, which are similar to the one proposed. So, the basic of this review is to gain knowledge about the data and other materials that are available for operational purpose and which will enable the researcher to specify his own research problem in a meaningful context. After this, the researcher rephrases the problem into analytical or operational terms. That is to put the problem in as specific term as possible. The problem to be examined must be defined clearly as it will help in discriminating relevant data from irrelevant ones. The researcher must verify the objectivity and validity of the background facts concerning the problem. It is rightly said that the statement of the objective is of basic importance because it determines the data which are to be collected, the characteristics of the data which are relevant, relations which are to be explored, the choice of techniques to be used in these explanations, and the form of the final report. If there are certain important terms, the same should be clearly defined along with the task of formulating the problem. In fact, formulation of the problem often allows a sequential pattern where a number of formulations are set up. Each formulation is more specific than the preceding one, each one phrased in more analytical terms, and each more realistic in terms of the available data and resources. Once the problem is stated, brief summary, it should be written down. Extensive literature survey. Undertake extensive literature survey related with the problem. For this purpose, the abstracting and indexing journals and published or unpublished bibliographics are the first place to go to. The researcher may refer academic journals, conferences, proceedings, government reports, books, etc. Depending on the nature of the problem, the process of the literature survey, the researcher should keep in mind that one source will lead to another. The earlier studies, if any, which are similar to the present study, should be examined more carefully. A good library a good library will always proves that to be a great help and support to the researcher at this stage. Then hypothesis formulation or developing the hypothesis after conducting an extensive literature survey, the researcher should take steps to formulate the working hypothesis. Working hypothesis is an assumption made in order to draw and test its logical and empirical consequences. As the hypotheses are the focal point for the research, which makes it very pertinent to understand the manner in which research hypotheses are formulated. They also affect the manner in which tests must be conducted in the data analysis, and indirectly the quality of data which is required for analysis. In majority of the cases, the formulation of working hypothesis plays an important role. Hypotheses should be very specific, crisp, and limited to the research in hand and present. The main aim of the hypothesis is to guide the researcher by delimiting the area of research and keeping the researcher in the right direction. It also helps in sharpening researchers' thought processes and focuses attention on more important aspects of the research problem or the subject concerned. It also indicates the kind of data that is required to be collected and the data type of method of analysis of data to be applied. A researcher must follow the following approach to formulate working hypothesis. That could be discussions with colleagues and experts about the problem, its origin, and the objective in seeking a solution. Examination of data and records, if available, concerning the problem for possible trends, peculiarities, and other clues. Review of similar studies in the area or of the studies on similar problems, and exploratory personal investigation, which involves original field interviews on a limited scale with interested parties and individuals with a view to secure greater insights into the practical aspects of the problem. Thus, hypothesis formulation is a result of a thought processes undertaken by the researcher with subject experts, which include in-depth study of the subject concerned, examination, the available literature. Working hypothesis can prove to be more fruitful when stated in precise and clearly defined terms. It may be noted here that it is not necessary that hypotheses are to be formulated, especially in the case of exploratory or formulative researches. The reason why hypotheses are not required is that exploratory or formulative researches do not aim at testing the hypothesis. But as a general rule, specification of working hypothesis is an important step of the research process in most research problems. Preparing the research design. The research problem having been formulated in clear-cut terms, the next researcher needs to take it to prepare a research design. The researcher now needs to state the overall structure of the research within which research would be conducted. In other words, the research will have to build a roadmap on which he has moved. The preparation of such a design will help the researcher to be as efficient as possible, yielding in gathering of optimal information. In other words, in the simpler words, the function of research design is to provide for the collection of relevant evidence with minimal effort, time, and money. The question arises here is that how all these can be achieved? The answer to this question is that it depends mainly on the research purpose. Research purposes may be grouped into 4 categories: exploration, description, diagnosis, experimentation. A flexible research design which provides opportunity for considering many different aspects of a problem is considered appropriate if the purpose of the research study is that of exploration. But when the purpose is different, that is to make an accurate description of a situation or of an association between variables, the suitable design will be one that minimizes biases and maximizes the reliability of the data collected and analyzed. There are several research designs, such as experimental and non-experimental. Experimental designs can be either informal designs, such as completely randomized design, randomized block design, or Latin square design, simple and complex factorial designs. The researcher must decide well in advance that out of 2 designs which the researcher wishes to select for his own project. The preparation of the research design appropriate for a particular research problem involves usually the consideration of the following: that the means of obtaining the information, the availability and skills of the researcher and his staff, if any, explanation of the way in which selected means of obtaining information will be organized, and the reasoning leading to the selection. Next, the time available for research and the cost factor relating to research, that is, finance available for the purpose. Then, determining sample design. First thing that needs to be understood is population or universe. It is all the items that are under consideration in any field of inquiry. A complete enumeration of all the items in the population is known as census inquiry. It is presumed that in case of census inquiry, all items are covered, leading to highest accuracy in the result so obtained. However, it's not feasible in practice. Even the slightest element of bias is such an inquiry will have a multiplier effect and get larger and larger as the number of observation increases. Moreover, it is difficult to identify if there is any element of bias. It is also notable that census demand a great deal of time, money, and energy. So not only this, census inquiry is not possible in practice under many circumstances. For instance, blood testing is done only on sample basis. Hence, quite often we select only a few items from the universe for study purposes. The items so selected constitute what is technically called a sample. The researcher must be sure in his mind about the way he or she is going to select the sample for the study. In other words, the researcher must decide in advance the sample design. A sample design is a predefined plan for obtaining a sample from a given population or universe. which is done prior to any data collection. Thus, the plan to select 50 students of college in a certain way constitutes a sample design. Samples can be either probability sample or non-probability samples. In the case of probability sampling, each element has known probability of being selected to be part of the sample. But the non-probability sample do not allow the researchers to determine this kind of probability. Probability sampling can be different types, that is simple random sampling, systematic sampling, stratified, cluster, whereas non-probability sampling is based on convenience sampling, judgment sampling, and quota sampling techniques. A brief mention of the important sample designs are deliberate sampling. That means it's also known as purposive or non-probability sampling. This sampling methods involve purposive or deliberate or intentional selection of particular units of the universe for constituting a sample which can represent the whole universe. When population elements are selected for including in the sample that is based on convenience or ease of access, it is called as convenience sampling. If a researcher wishes to secure data from, say, apple farmers, he may select a fixed number of farmers and may conduct interviews at these stations. This would be an example of convenience sample of apple farmers. Non-probability sampling sometimes may give very biased results, especially when the population is not homogeneous. On the other hand, when the researcher applies his own judgment for selecting items which he considers as the true representative of the population is called judgmental sampling. For example, a judgment sampling of college students might be taken to secure reactions to a new method of teaching. Judgmental sampling is used quite frequently in qualitative research, where the desire happens to be develop hypotheses rather than to generalize the larger population. Simple random sampling is also known as chance sampling or probability sampling, where each and every item in the universe has an equal chance of being included in the sample, and each one of the possible samples, in case of finite universe, has the same probability of being selected. For example, if we have to select a sample of 100 people for a population of 10,000 in village, then we can put the names of all 10,000 persons on slips of paper and conduct a draw of lots. This can be perhaps done with the help of random number tables. In case of random tables, each person is assigned a number from 1 to 10,000. Then 100 5-digit random numbers are selected from the table. To do this, we select some random starting point and then a systematic pattern is followed in proceeding through the table. Here we might start in the 4th row, 2nd column, and proceed down the column to the bottom of the table and then move to the top of the next column to the right. When a number exceeds the limit of the number in the frame, in our case, over 10,000, it is simply passed over and the next number selected that does fall within the relevant range. Since the numbers were placed in the table in a completely random fashion, the resulting sampling is random. This procedure gives each item an equal probability of being selected. In case of infinite population, the selection of each item in a random sample is controlled by the same probability and that successive selections are independent of one another. Systematic sampling, in some instances, the most logical and simple way of sampling is to select every 100th name on a list. as in case of previous example of selecting 100 people from a population of 10,000 villagers. Sampling of this type is known as systematic random sampling. An element of randomness is usually introduced into this kind of sampling by using random numbers to pick up the unit with which to start. The procedure is useful when sampling frame is available in the form of a list. In such design, the selection process starts by picking some random point in the list, and then every nth element is selected until the desired number is secured. Then a stratified sampling. In case of population or universe under study constitutes heterogeneous group sample is drawn with the help of stratified sampling technique. So as to obtain a representative sampling techniques, the population is stratified. The population is stratified or grouped into a number of non-overlapping subpopulations or strata. And then sample items are selected from each stratum. If the item selected from each stratum is based on simple random sampling, the entire procedure, first stratification and then simple random sampling, is known as stratified random sampling. Then comes quota sampling. In stratified sampling, the cost of taking random samples from individual strata is often so expensive that interviewers are simply given quota to be filled from different strata. The actual selection items of sample being left to the interviewer's judgment. This is called quota sampling. The size of the quota for each stratum is generally proportionate to the size of that stratum in the population. Quota sampling is thus an important form of non-probability sampling. Quota sampling generally happen to be judgment samples rather than random samples. Then we arrive to the cluster sampling and the area sampling. This sampling involves grouping the population and then selecting the groups or the clusters rather than individual element for inclusion in the sample. Suppose some automobile company wishes to find the post-purchase behavior of their customers who have got their vehicle served from the dealer. Only 1,000 customers have got their vehicle serviced from the dealer itself. The sample size is to be kept, say, 200. For cluster sampling, this list of 10,000 customers or 1,000 customers could be formed into 100 clusters of 100 customers each. The 2 clusters might be then selected for sample randomly. The sample size must often be larger than the simple random sample to ensure the same level of accuracy because it's a cluster sampling procedure. Potential for order bias and other sources of error are usually accentuated. The cluster approach can, however, make the sampling procedure relatively easier and increases the efficiency of fieldwork, especially in case of personal interviews. Area sampling is quite similar to cluster and is often considered when the total geographical area under study happens to be a big one. So under area sampling, the total area is divided into a number of smaller non-overlapping areas. That is generally called geographical clusters. Then a number of these smaller areas are randomly selected, as in case of cluster spilling. And hence, all units in these small areas are included in the sample. So area sampling is suitable, especially in case of lack of list of whole population concern. It also makes the field interviewing more efficient and effective, since interviewer can do a number of interviews at each location. Then multi-stage sampling. This is a further development of the concept of cluster sampling. This technique is meant for large-scale inquiries, which may extend to a considerably large geographical area, like an entire country. Under multi-stage sampling, the first stage is to select larger primary sampling units, such as states, then districts, then town, and then finally certain families within the selected towns. If the techniques of random sampling is applied at all stages, the sampling procedures is described as multi-stage random sampling. Sequential sampling. This is comparatively a complex sampling method wherein the ultimate size of sample is not fixed in advance. However, it is determined according to mathematical decisions on the basis of information obtained as the survey progresses. This design is generally applied under acceptance sampling plan in the context of statistical quality control. Snowball, interesting sampling type. It's an item of the total sample is chosen randomly. While gathering a data, reference is asked from the respondent itself, and the referred person becomes another unit of the sample, and process goes on till the full sample size achieved. Then is mixed sampling. In practice, one or combination of several of methods of sampling described above may well be used within the same study, in which case it is called mixed sampling. So it may be pointed out here that normally one should resort to random sampling so that bias can be eliminated and sampling error can be estimated. But purposive sampling is considered desirable when the universe happens to be small and unknown characteristics of it is to be studied intensively. Also, there are conditions under which sample design other than random sampling may be considered better for reasons like convenience and low cost. The sample design to be used must be decided by the researcher taking into consideration the nature of the inquiry and other related factors. Data collection. In dealing with any real life problem, it is sometimes found that data at hand are sufficient or data that we have may possibly is insufficient. And thus, it becomes important to collect data that are appropriate and adequate according to the research problem that we are studying. So there are several ways of collecting the data in appropriate manner, which differ considerably in context of money costs, time, and other resources at the disposal of the researcher. There are two types of data collection techniques. Very simple and very well known, primary and secondary. The primary data can be collected either through experiment or through survey. If the researcher conducts an experiment, he observes some quantitative measurement or the data with the help of which the researcher examines the truth contained in his hypothesis. But in the case of a survey, data can be collected by any one or more of the following ways. First, observation. This method implies the collection of information by means of investigators' own observation. But without interviewing the respondents, the information thus obtained relates to what is currently happening and is not influenced by either the past behavior or future intentions or attitude or behavior of respondents. This method is undoubtedly an expensive method, and the information provided by this method is also very limited. As such, this method is not suitable in inquiries very large samples are undertaken for study. Personal interview. In this case, the researcher follows a strict procedures and tries to find answers to a set of preconceived questions through personal interviews. So this method of collecting data is usually carried out in a structured way where output depends upon the availability of the interviewer to a great extent. Telephone interviews. This kind of method of collecting information involves contacting the respondents on telephone itself. This is not a method that is very widely used. However, this method plays an important role in industrial surveys in developed regions, especially when the survey has to be accomplished in shorter duration of time. Mailing of questionnaires. The researcher and the respondent do not come in contact with each other. if this kind of method of survey is undertaken. Questionnaires are mailed to select respondents with a request to return the filled-in questionnaires. It is one of the most extensively used methods in various economic and business surveys. Before applying this method, usually a pilot study is undertaken for testing the questionnaire. Pilot study is done to reveal the weaknesses or shortcomings, if any, of the questionnaires. Questionnaires to be used must be prepared very carefully so that it may prove to be effective in collecting the relevant information. Otherwise, an ill-stated questionnaire may lead the researcher in wrong direction and resulting in waste of efforts, time, and money. Then comes schedule. So under this method, the enumerators are appointed and given comprehensive training. The trainees are provided with schedules containing relevant questions to be asked from the respondents. These enumerators go to respondents with the schedules. Data are collected by filing up the schedules by the enumerators themselves on the basis of replies given by respondents. Much depends upon the capability of enumerators so far as this method is connected. Some occasional field checks on the work of enumerators may ensure sincere and authentic work. Here, the researcher should select one of these methods of collecting the data, taking into consideration the nature of investigation, objective and scope of the inquiry, financial resources, available time, and the desired degree of accuracy. Though he should pay attention to all these factors, but much depends upon the ability and experience of the researcher. So in this context, Pauli very aptly remarked that in collection of statistical data, common sense is the chief requisite and experience the chief teacher. Next is data analysis or analysis of data. Execution of the project is perceived to be a very important step in the research process. If the execution of the project progresses on correct lines, the data to be collected would be adequate and dependable. The researcher must take the systematic manner and in stipulated time how the project can be executed. If the survey is to be conducted with the help of structured questionnaire, data can be readily machine processed. If the data are to be collected through interviewers, proper arrangement needs to be done for proper selection and training of the interviewers. The training thus rendered may be given with the help of reading materials, instruction manuals, which explain clearly the job of the interviews at each subsequent step. The occasional field checks should also be undertaken to ensure that the interviewers are doing their assigned job sincerely, efficiently as desired. A careful watch should be kept for contingencies or some unanticipated factors in order to keep the survey as much realistic as possible. Steps should be taken to ensure that the survey is under full statistical control so that the collected information in accordance with the predefined standard of accuracy. It is also seen that sometimes respondents do not cooperate. If some respondents do not cooperate, some suitable methods should be in place for execution to tackle and deal with the non-responses problem. Is to make list of the non-respondents and take a small subsample of them, and then with the help of experts, vigorous efforts can be made to be securing position. So once the data have collected, the next task of the researcher is to analyze the collected data. Analysis of the data requires a number of closely related operations, such as establishments of categories, the application of these categories to raw data through coding, tabulation, and then drawing statistical inferences. The clumsy data should necessarily be condensed into a few manageable groups and tables for further analysis. Thus, researchers should first classify the raw data into some meaningful, purposeful, and usable categories. Coding operation is usually done at this stage, through which The categories of data are transformed into symbols that may be tabulated and counted. Editing in the procedure that further improves the quality of the data for coding. Coding also sets the base of tabulation. The tabulation is a part of technical procedure wherein the categorized data are put in the form of different tablets or tables. So the mechanical device can be used at this point of juncture. A great deal of data, especially in large inquiries, easily tabulated by the computer. Computers are not only save time, but also make it easier and possible to study large number of variables that are affecting a problem simultaneously. So data analysis works that take place after tabulation is usually based on the computation of various percentage, coefficients, etc. By applying different well-defined statistical formulae and equations. In this process of data analysis, relationships or differences supporting or conflicting with each other, supporting or conflicting with original or new hypothesis should be subjected to tests of significance to determine with what validity data can be said to indicate any results. For instance, if there are two samples of monthly salaries, each sample being drawn from companies in different parts of the same city, giving two different mean values, that our problem may be whether the two mean values are significantly different or the set differences is just a matter of chance. Through the use of statistical tests, we can establish whether such a difference is actual, the real one, or it is the result of some random fluctuations only. If the difference happens to be real, the inferences will be that two samples come from different universes. And if the difference is due to chance, the conclusion would be that the two samples belong to the same universe. Similarly, the technique of analysis of variance can help us in analyzing whether three or more varieties of seeds grown on certain fields yield significantly different results or not. In brief, the researcher can analyze the collected data with the help of various statistical measures. Next comes hypothesis testing. So after analyzing the data as stated above, the researcher comes in a position to test the hypothesis formulated earlier. If any, the question arises here. The question arises here are like, does the fact support the hypothesis, or does the fact support the hypothesis, or they happen to be contrary? This is the usual question which should be answered while testing hypothesis. There are various tests such as chi-square test, t-test, f-test, etc. have been developed by statisticians for the purpose of testing hypothesis. The hypothesis may be tested with the help of applications of one or more of such tests, depending upon the nature and objective of research inquiry. Hypothesis testing will result in either accepting the hypothesis or in rejecting the hypothesis. If the researcher has not formulated the hypothesis earlier, generalizations established on the basis of data may be stated as hypothesis to be tested by subsequent researchers in times to come. Generalization and interpretation. If a hypothesis is tested and upheld many times, it may be possible for a researcher to reach at generalization, that is, to build a general theory as a matter of fact. The real value of research lies in its capability to arrive at certain generalization. So if the researcher had no hypothesis to start with, he might seek to explain findings of the study on the basis of some theory, which is known as interpretation. So the process of interpretation may quite often elicit new questions, which in turn may lead to further researches. Then preparation of the report. Finally, after testing the hypothesis and doing all the further above steps and the generalization and interpretation, the next step of the researcher is to finally write the report of what has been done. Report writing must be done with utmost care, keeping in mind the different points that are suggestive in nature and are widely used. However, researcher may opt for putting a variation in the format based on the need and the requirement of the research undergone. The layout of the report should be preliminary pages, then the main text and the final matter. So, in the preliminary pages, the report should carry the title of the study, followed by acknowledgements and forward. Then there should be a table of contents, which should be followed by a list of tables and a list of graphs and charts that have been presented in the report, if any. Then the main text of the report generally has the following parts. There will be an introduction. Introduction should contain a clear statement of the objective of the present research and elaborated explanation of the methodology that has been adopted in accomplishing the research. Then the scope of the study should be mentioned in this part. Summary of findings. So after the introduction, the researcher should present a statement of findings and recommendations in a very non-technical or simple language. If the findings are extensive, they should be presented in a summarized manner. Then main report. The main body of the report should be presented in logical sequences and then broken down into readily identifiable sections. Last conclusion towards the end of the main text, the researcher should again put down the results of his research clearly and precisely and then summarize the report. In fact, it is the final summing up. So at the end of the report, appendices should be incorporated in respect of all technical data, bibliography, that is list of books, journals, reports, etc. referred, should be also given in the end. Bibliography should be written in such a manner that anybody who comes across the present study should be able to find the literature referred by the researchers of the study. Index should also be especially given or especially in a published research report. Report should be written in a concise and objective style in very simple language, avoiding vague expressions such as it seems, there may be, and then like, etc. Charts and illustration in the main report should be used only if they present the information more clearly. Calculated confidence limits must be mentioned, and the various constraints experienced in conducting research operation may as well be stated to present the report in a very systematic manner. So here the very deep and intense research process steps are done, and we have got the insights of each steps. Now, what is social research? Professionals who conduct social research may study a variety of topics related to human behavior and interactions, including interpersonal encounters, the formation of societies, and the development of individual personalities. Investigating these topics can help social scientists learn more about how individuals, groups, and societies interact, develop, and function. Understanding this practice and what it involves can help you determine if you want to pursue career in psychology, sociology, or anthropology. Social research is the study of social trends, dynamics, and principles that exist between individual and within society. Professionals perform social research in order to better understand the social factors that motivate and influence human beings and to analyze how and why humans interact with each other. This broad category of research includes topics in many social science fields. So organizations may use social research to improve their marketing practices, and government institutions can use research to inform legislature and other policies. There are different types of social research. The researchers may refer to approach used in their research as a type of research. The four commonly referenced types. First is primary, which involves gathering new data through the creation of an experiment or study when conducting social research. Professionalism may gather data through a variety of resources, including surveys, interviews, and observations. After they gather data, researcher analyze it in order to generate conclusion that basically relate to the research question. For example, social scientists may perform a primary social research study in which they observe how humans interact under stressful circumstances. Then is secondary research, which involves analyzing and generating conclusion from data that already exists. So researchers combine, organize, and analyze information in order to generate new conclusion from pre-existing data. For example, researchers may perform a secondary social study that analyzes interviews from several studies of women before and after finding out they are pregnant. Then comes qualitative research, which attempts to gather information through non-numerical means, such as observation and interviews. The researchers often conduct studies in participants' environment to increase trust and accuracy. Then they analyze qualitative data by formulating themes from the observations and descriptions made during the research. For example, social qualitative research study may involve observations and analysis of a single long form interview of a death row. Then comes quantitative research. This uses numerical data to arrive at conclusion. Researcher can collect this data with methods such as polls, surveys, and questionnaires. These methods, researchers measure specific variables and analyze the data in order to find statistical results. For example, a social quantitative research study may involve measuring the amount of adrenaline produced by humans during stressful social situations. Methods of social research. Researchers often decide the best way to study a specific social trend, principle, and dynamic using a particular method. Some studies are best conducted by analyzing specific numerical data, while other studies are better suited to analyze or detailed description. Similarly, some studies are best done through primary, while others are best done through secondary. So here are some common methods of social research. First is case study. Case studies are a type of qualitative research that involves as in-depth analysis of a particular individual, group, or situation to analyze trends and establish themes. Researcher may conduct the interviews or observation for case studies, or they may analyze information that already exists. For example, a social research case study may involve analyzing the personality of a person who survived exposure to a severe amount of radiation to learn about how the long-term social and cognitive impacts to this incident. Then is focus group. Focus group may facilitate focus groups to ask participants about specific topics and record the responses. Professionals then analyze the data, usually composed of participants' feelings and opinions, in order to generate plausible conclusion. This method is qualitative as the information gathered does not involve any numerical data. Structured interviews. This method involves asking research participants specific questions to gather information relevant to research question. As opposed to questionnaire or survey, this method is qualitative because it generates conclusion from the quality of the answer given during the interviews, not the quantity. For example, a researcher using a structured interview method may compose a panel to answer specific question about a recent piece of legislation. Longitudinal studies. These types of studies follow the same individuals throughout a long course of time, usually more than few years, gathering specific data that relates to the study. These studies are more challenging to complete as they require researchers and test subjects to take part in the study for many years. For example, researchers using longitudinal study may conduct a 15-year observation and analysis of the academic achievements for adopted children and biological children. Then comes surveys and questions. This method involves asking many people the same set of questions in order to determine the statistical proportion of the answers given by people within the testing group. For instance, Researchers using the survey or questionnaire method may be a study that asks 5,000 people what they consider as the best city of retirement. These type of studies are quantitative as they focus on statistical information within the research. Correlation studies. This study involves researchers attempting to general correlations between two socially related variables using statistics. For instance, researchers may begin a correlation study of 5,000 test subjects that attempt to generate a connection between graduating college early and receiving a higher salary. Correlation studies are quantitative as correlations are statistical events. Delphi method. So this method combines open-ended questioning with the calculation of means and medians for the answer given. Researchers take the quality of the answers into account throughout the study, but the quantity of the mean also allows the researchers to generate conclusions. So this method is a mix of both quantitative and qualitative. Last is triangulation method. So studies that use the triangulation method seek to answer the research questions by combining other studies that sought to answer the same question using different methods. So this method also involves both quantitative and qualitative. So for instance, a secondary social research study about the socialization of toddlers that uses the triangulation method may combine a quantitative study on the average age of full language comprehension and a qualitative study on 3 toddlers that have only interacted with their parents.